Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors second meeting of 2018. First thing we'll do is to salute the flag and say Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will introduce our board of directors, and we'll start with Aaron Moore, please. Aaron, you need to speak into the microphone.
Aaron Moore with Granite Peak out of Cheyenne.
I'm Ron Kinsey, Tenant Products, Sheridan, Wyoming.
Cactus Cavello, Torrington, Wyoming.
Aaron Sopko, Sheridan, Wyoming.
Sean Reese with the Business Council.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Megan Getz. I'm out of Laramie.
And I'm Pete Illaway, and I'm from Cheyenne, and I'm the co-chair this year.
Good morning, Mike Easley, Sundance, Wyoming.
Kim DeVore, Casper, Wyoming.
Kelly Lockhart from Jackson.
Mike Wandler from Gillette.
Jason Kinsler from Riverton.
Thank you. And I think, Ben, who do we have on? Is Alan Hoops on? Okay. Good morning, Alan. Good morning, Jerry. Okay. We think they're there. And I want to say thank you very much to...
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
I want to thank the city of Gillette. The last time I was in Gillette was about 4 years ago. Gillette Street was torn up, was muddy, and it was... Yesterday we had a great tour of that area. It's beautiful. Gillette has done a great job. So congratulations to Gillette. We had a great tour. And it's beautiful. It's green. You've had a lot of moisture. That's neat. We'll move forward. I'm co-chair this year, and my good friend from Torrington, Cactus Cavello, whom I've known for a number of years, was co-chair last year. So everything that I've learned or confused is all due to Cactus. But Cactus, on behalf of the Business Council, we'd like to present this plaque. It says Cactus Cavello, Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors, Co-Chair 2017. Oh, we're supposed to.
Still smile.
Tell your face. Okay, the next item of business is to approve the minutes of the Evanston meeting, March 14th and 15th. May I have a motion?
I would motion.
Second.
Motion made by Kim DeVore, seconded by Cactus Cavello. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Aye.
Okay. Jerry, I assume that was a yes.
It was, Mr. Co-Chair, and thanks everybody. Sorry I can't be there to join you today.
Well, we're sure you're enjoying the sunshine in Jackson today.
And a little rain, I might add.
Okay. So let's see. The next item of business is to hear from the great mayor of the city of Gillette, Louise Carter King. Mayor, it was wonderful yesterday. We had a great time.
I'd like to welcome everyone. We are very honored to have the Wyoming Business Council Board of Directors meeting here in Gillette. As much as we like to visit other communities in Wyoming, it is a pleasure to be able to host this meeting, and we'll be able to showcase the benefits of our long partnership. The Southern Industrial Park, 3rd Street Plaza, the fiber optic development study, and the Gillette Avenue Improvement Project. These are just a few examples of the power of our partnership. Through 2017, these partnerships have assisted 83 businesses and 178 jobs have been created. Business-ready community funding has helped gain over $34 million in private investment in Gillette and Campbell County. That sounds like a very successful relationship to me. I, for one, look forward to many more years of successful collaborations that not only benefit Gillette and Campbell County, but all of Wyoming. So thank you for coming to Gillette, and I hope you enjoy your stay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. It was a great tour. Gillette Avenue is great. And Area 59 is really, that's going to be quite a place when you all get it done. So.
To focus a little bit on partnerships, and I want to focus a little bit on the Business Council, and I want to talk about some of the things. And you're sitting here today in this beautiful building, and the Pronghorn Center was truly a partnership and a joint collaboration. So there was $2 million that was donated by a local family. There was additional money that came through the College Foundation from other donors, and then the state of Wyoming put in $4.1 million, and then the county put in a little over 14. And then, there was additional partnerships because the city donated the land and the tap fees for this facility. And so it's an example when we do work together, when we partner, we can do really cool things. And that's similar to this whole campus here, because unlike a lot of other places, we don't have a traditional college levy district for tax mill. And so this is supported largely through annual contributions from the city, the county, the hospital. And the thing that's unique when you're here, and I want you to know this, is all of these buildings on this campus are either owned by the city or the county. And we've made a long-term commitment. And just like you, I think that it's important when you're in Campbell County right now, we want the Business Council to be successful. We want your efforts to be successful. We want to see diversification, because last year it was announced a couple months ago that between July 2016 and June 2017, we saw the largest population decrease in terms of percentage in the country in Campbell County. And, a lot of that's because of changes in mining and oil and gas and those traditional industries. But now we're also seeing our unemployment rate go back down. But we are very similar to the rest of Wyoming. And so, if and everybody knows that too. You know what I mean? When the revenues go down in Campbell or Sublet, it definitely affects everybody. But it's a perfect example of the key and what needs to happen for diversification. And we appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what the monumental task you have in front of you. I will add to that, though, that I think sometimes I think everybody gets frustrated a little bit. And an example of that is, the traditional funding, a lot of the funding for the college had come from Boches, from a half mil the school district had levied. And as that fell almost 40% in 2 years, that really hurt the college's funding. But this last year, for example, the city and the county each changed the way we each kicked in. We kicked in an extra $450,000 at the county level. The city kicked in an extra $100,000 this coming year. And in Wyoming, there's no reason we still can't control our destiny, because even though things are not as good here as they were a couple years ago, they're still better than they are anywhere else, because we still do have revenues and we still do have opportunities. And we just need to take advantage of those opportunities and lay forth a good plan forward for diversification. And so with that said, on behalf of the board, welcome to Gillette, welcome to Campbell County. Thank you for being a good partner with us in the past. We look forward to continuing to work with you guys in the future. We could not be more ecstatic about having the ITC opening this past week. I think that that's going to put Wyoming and Campbell County on the map for advanced research. And thank you too for your past support of our activated carbon facility, or our advanced carbon research facility. So with that said, thank you and enjoy your time in Gillette.
Well, Mark, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. And also thank you for serving on the Endow Executive Committee. I think that certainly is moving the state of Wyoming forward.
Mr. Comic, Chairman, I appreciate that. I will say I think that the task is hard because people a lot of times don't want to recognize that we do need to change. And I do development in my non-governmental career. And what I tell everybody is, unfortunately, nobody likes to look at it this way, but you're either growing or you're dying. And, you know, we've been really fortunate that hasn't impacted us as much as it maybe should have, because we had lots of other revenue that could be distributed through the state, through direct distribution, through other programs, through things like that. And now it's becoming more critical. And with that said, though, it's monumental because we're having to change the entire way of life and thinking of it. And I appreciate what you guys are doing because I've only been doing it for a short period of time and I've seen how hard it is. And you guys have been doing this for decades. And like I said, we do appreciate what you're saying.
Well, and the other thing, thank you. This building is incredible, and this campus is incredible. I drove by it twice yesterday, and it is an incredible piece of work, and congratulations to the city and to the county. I think it's been great.
I'd like to add one last thing because
Please.
you brought that up. So a unique thing about this facility and all the other county facilities is we recognize that we're in a unique position as far as revenues going up and down. You know what I mean? I told everybody you went from you went from a $6.2 billion assessed value to a $4.2 billion assessed value in 2 years, and a 50% decrease in sales tax. And so, you know, most people aren't used to seeing that level of decrease. But at the same time, when you do capital projects like this, you need to look forward. So all of our facilities, we've actually pre-funded their maintenance up front. So like if you look at the rec center, for example, or this building, or any of the other college buildings, we looked at, you know, we can't save for salaries and employees and things like that, but what we can do is we can offset the maintenance. And so like the rec center, for example, is a 50-year building, and we have actually pre-funded an account to replace the concrete in the parking lot twice and resurface it twice and overhaul the HVAC and repaint. Wow. And I think that's a good example for Wyoming too, and it's also what Wyoming does. I gave testimony to the House Natural Resource Committee, the subcommittee, a couple weeks ago, and I was telling them about that there was discussion about this reclamation account and the money and how it was supposed to be sitting there, but it wasn't, and what should come back to Wyoming. And I told them, and that if they actually did distribute more of it, then they would increase the deficit. And I basically told them, I said, how you do your accounting is up to you. I said, it makes absolutely no sense in my mind that you would have an account that you didn't actually set the money aside in. I said, the Wyoming example through the Hathaway or through other things is, if we're going to create something new and we're going to do it, we're going to go ahead and fund it. And then, you know, we will take care of those operations and that program on the interest going forward. And now, fortunately, that committee has a lot of Western states members, and they were all saying, yes, we should all do it the Wyoming way. Now, we'll have to see what happens. So.
Well, Mark, congratulations. You know, I won't talk politics, but I'll tell you one thing. You ought to run.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Phil Christofferson. Hey, Phil. Good to see you again.
Chairman Norway, congratulations on your new position there.
Thank you.
Or condolences.
A labor of love.
Yes. Well, welcome to Gillette. Welcome to Campbell County. It's good to see all of you. As I look around at this board, I see probably one of the best business council boards that have been around in a long time. As I look back at the history of the business council board, you had such great businessmen as Cliff Root, Clarine Law, and it's been my pleasure to work with them for a long time. But this is an excellent board, very well qualified, and that's what it needs to be to bring us into the future. Wyoming is a critical state. Economic development is the key thing to drive this state forward. Economic development is a partnership between the local entities and the state entities. And with Sean at the helm of the Business Council, I think we have a bright future. I know I've worked with Sean since he was sitting in the Business Council, the Business Ready Community Grant seat. We've been associated for a long time, and I have great faith and confidence in Sean and his abilities. So I think the Business Council is in good hands. We have a lot going on in Campbell County, as we should. Campbell County is sometimes known as the funder for the state. A lot of the money for the state comes out of this county. If you have a school in your community, thank Cole. It's that Cole bonus money that has built a lot of the schools around the state. And you know, we want to continue that. We're proud of that. We're proud of the ability to be able to help and support our neighbors, to help build this into a great state. Some of the economic development projects we have going on is we are in the process of building a business incubator. Right now it's called the Enterprise Center, but we're rebranding that. We'll have a new name. I know what the new name is, but I can't tell you until we bring out the branding effort. But we have a great steering committee established. The chair of that steering committee is here today. I think I saw him back there, John McGuire out of the college. And it's our partnership between the college and economic development, the city and the county that's making this happen. If we look at some of our past economic development efforts, you're standing on the ground virtually of one of those projects. Many years ago, the city, Energy Capital Economic Development, the county, approached the Wyoming Business Council for a grant to buy this strip of land that's along 4J, where the college is located, a lot of the community services are located, the Avenue of Arts is located. So this is a very successful economic development plan. But it sat here for a number of years where not much happened. And during that time, people said, oh, that was a waste of money. We just threw that money away. But that's the way economic development is. It's a long-term proposition, which is why I'm so proud of our governor in forming Endow and looking ahead 20 years and saying, where do we want to be? And putting an excellent council together to actually get the work done. It's been a heavy burden on the Business Council, and I was very pleased to see this year that the legislature, in addition to giving the Business Council more responsibility, also gave them additional funds. It has been a disturbing trend over the last several years where the legislature gave the Business Council more responsibility and took money away. That is a sure path to failure. So I'm very pleased to see that the legislature stepped up this year, and instead of taking money away and giving responsibility, they added money. This organization is a key component for the future of Wyoming. Another very important project that will affect the state is the Integrated Test Center out at Dry Fork. We had that grand opening last week. We had the opportunity to welcome the teams. All 5 teams were represented here. About a year and a half ago, when we knew they were coming, we started working together with the Chamber, the Visitors Council, Economic Development, City, County, and others to put together a welcome package, because we want to bring these people into the state and have them feel embraced by Wyoming. We want them to fall in love with Wyoming. So we figured our first shot at that was when they came here and visited. So we had a chance to welcome them last week, and it was very successful. One of the gentlemen from one of the teams I talked to said he called home, talked to his wife, and said, this is a place where I would raise my children. That's an incredibly good compliment. Another gentleman I was talking to said that they had been looking at EPC firms, which is engineering, procurement, and construction types of firms around the nation to help them design and build the things that they're going to need for their projects here. He said, after today, I think we're going to cancel those contracts. I've told my people back home that we can get everything we need done built right here in Wyoming. And so that is what we wanted to do. That's the impression we wanted to give. Now that effort's going to be ongoing. And as these teams come into Wyoming, if you have the opportunity to meet with them, please welcome them. Let them know that we're here to help them, here to see them succeed. Because this diversification effort is key to Wyoming's future. Coal and minerals are wonderful. They've been great to us forever. But we've got to diversify. The best way to diversify is find ways to use our existing mineral resources, add value to them, and ship them out as finished products. We may not mine as much coal, but we'll still be using the coal, oil, other minerals, which will keep our miners employed, our oil people employed, and keep our economy diverse and strong. That's about all I have to say. I'm glad to see that you were at Area 59 last night. That's a great facility. We're partnering with the college on that. We're a little bit sad. Dr. Englert, who you're going to be hearing from in a moment, is retiring. I don't know if he's going to tell you that, but he leaves in December. He has been a great supporter of this state and of this community, and he's been great to work with. But if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, and I will be around for most of the day. So thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me speak with you.
Phil, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You bet.
And Dr. Mark Englert.
That would be me. Who I'm preparing to go fishing. Yeah. That's a good plan, isn't it? Great plan. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. Thanks for the opportunity to welcome you. I think it's the Gillette way. You're welcomed by 4 individuals, so we want to kind of roll out the red carpet and make sure that you feel welcome in our awesome community. And I am privileged to be the CEO of this college and this campus. We have a very good partnership with the Northern Wyoming Community College District. We are the second college in the district. Sheridan is the taxing base. And to my good friends from Sheridan, I always say Gillette is really the highest performing college of the two, but we can spread that word around a little bit. I know you will. Yeah. But it is, you've heard it already, the strength of partnerships in this community. And this college is a living example of the power and influence collaboration and partnerships can have, whether it be public partnerships or private-public partnerships. That's how this college has been built over time. I remind people often that this college, which serves about 2,500 students annually, 1,000 FTE, is basically a grant-funded college. I go to the city and I go to the county and I go to the hospital and ask for support, and they've generously provided that financial support over the years. If you look at our facilities, our gorgeous facilities, it's all done with partnerships. Our business partners, tremendous supporters. City and county, tremendous supporters. And now philanthropy, private philanthropy, is really stepping up as well. So yesterday you were in Area 59, which we think is just a real unique model that we can bring to the community that stimulates creativity and innovation, which is one of the things that we want to do. I remind people that here in Campbell County, we have a highly technically skilled blue-collar workforce that is poised actually to diversify and start being creative about building small businesses that can apply a skill set that exists here and can be attractive to even other businesses. And Area 59 becomes part of that. I'm sorry that we don't have all the equipment in, but we've pieced that together with grants and private donations, and the biggest grant is $1.5 million grant from the Federal Economic Development Association, and that's a bureaucratic process to get all of the bids out. But the bottom line is, and it's just like you, I commend your work, because the efforts that you put forward are about stimulating Wyoming, stimulating communities, and when you distill it down, empowering people. And that's what we do too. Is we take students and we hope we provide them with quality education that will allow them to stay in Wyoming and contribute. Contribute to the workforce, contribute to the social fiber, contribute to politics, if you will. So we're pleased. We have we're about 50 years old, Gillette College is. We have that 50-year relationship with Sheridan College and the district. It's a unique model. Quite honestly, it ought to be looked at statewide because there are tremendous efficiencies in it. The first graduate we had from Gillette campus actually traveled over to Sheridan to participate in their commencement exercise. It's about 48 years ago. A week and a half ago, we had our 28th commencement exercise on our campus. And we had over 170 students walk. And probably the largest graduating class we've had ever. And I continue to remind people that we serve about 85% of the residents of Campbell County. That's our student population. And over 80% of those stay here and work once they complete. And that's what community colleges do. So thank you for what you do. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to give you a little bit of welcome. And look around. This is a gorgeous facility. If you go downstairs, you'll see a fitness center, a veteran support services center, and a high-fidelity nursing simulation lab. All built in here, all through partnership, all through community vision, which I tell people again, I've got the best job in the world. I'm implementing a community vision for a community college that serves our citizens and our community. It doesn't get much better than that. I'm almost hate to retire, but I love to fish too. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Great facility. It is amazing to drive down 4J and take a look at all the buildings and what you all have done. It is something else. So thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, I guess I would just want to reiterate the thanks to the community, but also, several years ago, Gillette could have thrown in their hands when things were going really tough with the energy industry, and it's also been a part of Gillette history, but it really, I think, goes to the leadership in Gillette. We've seen, a few of the representation of the leadership here, but leaders, the biggest responsibility of leaders is to dispense hope and vision in times when times are really tough. And I would just commend the leadership here in Gillette for what they've done and how they've been able to lead this community through some really difficult and challenging times, and really set a high bar for other places in Wyoming to continue that sort of approach and collaboration and working together and finding innovative ways to solve these long-standing challenges that we have.
Mike, well said. Thank you very much. It is unique, and if you go out the front door of this Pronghorn Center, there's a nice plaque that shows people that did donate and help with this. When I walked in it yesterday, it's incredible to see.
And Mr. Chair, did you notice there's still room on that? Should anyone else?
I did. We have a community college in Cheyenne, and I can tell you that they are just as vociferous in trying to get. So thank you again. It's been great. Next on the agenda is Dave Glenn with the Outdoor Recreation Task Force, and the reason these folks are on is because there was a bunch of money spent, and quite frankly, the Business Council hasn't heard very much about the Outdoor Recreation Task Force. So welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. I hope my tie looks all right. I spent about 15 minutes on YouTube this morning with a guy from Britain teaching me how to do a double Windsor. So.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I have the pleasure of introducing Dave Glenn from the State Parks and Cultural Resources Department. And Wes Allen served on the task force with me. He is the owner of Sunlight Sports out of Cody. I wanted to just give you a little background. I was out at a SHIFT conference in Jackson in the fall of 2016, and Governor Meade announced that he was going to create an outdoor recreation task force. And over 200 people applied, and 26 lucky people were chosen, and I was one of the ones chosen to represent conservation groups. So they're here to give us an update. We did quick work over about 6 months and issued the final report in the fall of 2017, and we're going to send this out to the board. So welcome these gentlemen to give us the update.
Thank you, Janet.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for allowing us this opportunity to speak with you, members of the council. As Janet said, this was a 6-month project, putting together the task force. It was more than 20 folks, representatives from the Business Council, many leaders from state agencies, representatives from the energy and ag industries, and business owners from around the state that are currently involved in outdoor recreation. To follow up on one of the conversations that is a consistent theme and that the governor has led lately, the purpose of the task force was to find ways to sustainably diversify our economy here in the state, and to hopefully use something that is already a big part of our economy, something that we've got durable resources in, and that is our outdoor recreation, something that's already contributing to the financial health of Wyoming, and that has the opportunity to have a more focused approach from a state level in driving our economy. While Wyoming receives $5.6 billion in economic impact and supports 50,000 jobs in the state directly through outdoor recreation, it is worth noting that there is only one other western state that does less, Nebraska. All of our neighboring states see far greater economic impact from outdoor recreation than Wyoming does. So we do have opportunity and resources. We got everybody together. We did spend 6 months of volunteer time putting together recommendations, and through that process have really, we feel, come up with a pretty solid plan that the Business Council is integral to executing. So we wanted to be able to talk to you a little bit about where we came from, the people that were involved in putting that together, our purpose, and give you a little bit of a status update, tell you what opportunities we see for partnership with the Business Council potentially on working on these, and then answer any questions you would have. So I'll turn this over to Dave to give you an update as to current status.
Great, thanks. In looking at this, outdoor recreation is a big, broad, and vague thing. And when we sat down with our new created office, and by the way, we didn't grow government by creating this office. I was the East Region Manager for State Parks. I still am the East Region Manager for State Parks. We've just kind of expanded our roles a little bit, and I'm really excited to be part of this. So some of the upcoming goals and projects that we have for the coming year are, and you've maybe heard of some of these, is our web application. We call it the SMAP, the Super Awesome App. One of the things, I'm an avid bird hunter, and I have friends cruising through the state all the time going, where can I stop and chase grouse? I'm out at Rock Springs, where can I stop and chase grouse? I'm an avid fly fisherman. People go, hey, I'm over by Sheridan, where should I go to go fly fishing? The whole idea is to create one-stop shopping where you could look at where you want to mountain bike. It would show all the bike shops locally. It would even connect potentially with private landowners that may be interested in allowing people to trespass on their land for a fee. Going to the point of swipe your card, pay $10, access my land, make sure you close gate 1, keep gate 2 open, those types of things. So we're really excited about that, and we did receive from the legislature about $150,000. That starts in July, so we're actually starting the process of the request for proposal right now for that. I think it's going to be something that's totally different and something that will really attract people to Wyoming, keep them here longer. The next thing we're really working on doing is promoting Wyoming as an outdoor recreation destination and place to do business. One of the things that you all do so well with your acumen is bring people in, help them understand what you can do and what Wyoming can do to help them. What we can do to potentially help you is we have those relationships. So we want to work with you all and build the relationships, bring them to you, and say, hey, here's a person that looks like they maybe want to build drift boats in Wyoming. Now, I'm out. It's up to you. Let us know how we can help and continue that relationship. This one's pretty exciting for me, the Outdoor Recreation Collaboratives. I was a mountain biker in the 80s, and I went to Moab. And, there was Woody's Bar on the south end of town. There were two sorrel geldings tied up and my mountain bike next to it. And then Moab just blew up, in a matter of 4 or 5 years, 6 years. And we have the ability to start from scratch, and especially a lot of our smaller communities, to build the infrastructure so when we do start marketing and do start bringing those people in, we have what they need in support. So one of the things we're working on are these outdoor recreation collaboratives. Bighorn Basin is one of them. They really want to increase their outdoor recreation, whether it be more launch ramps on the river, whether it's more mountain bike trails. We bring the federal agencies together. We bring city and county folks together. We bring the outdoor recreation businesses together and the public and say, what do you want? We're not parachuting in. Tell us what you want, and we will help you try and find the resources to make that happen. And it's pretty exciting to sit down and have conversations, especially with the federal land managers that are going, yeah, we can probably do that. So we're really excited about that. Obviously, utilization of the Recreation Action Team. This is a group of federal agencies that sit down and meet. We're really looking to streamline certain things for permitting for outfitters and concessionaires. Every time a outfitter has to redo their permit, it's this thick. When I go apply for a fishing license, I punch in my social security number. They have all my information. That doesn't happen right now in the federal agencies. We've been working with them to create an MOU to actually have Wyoming be a test pilot throughout the West to see if we can figure out how to streamline these things for agencies. Obviously, the creation of the Governor's Subcabinet. They had their first meeting last month. There's another one coming up in June. That involves everybody in outdoor recreation, from game and fish to tourism to the business council, state lands, and just starting to talk about what resources we have that we can help with on things. And then lastly, the creation of the Advisory Council for Outdoor Recreation. We have not started that yet. We want to bring an advisory council in because outdoor recreation is so broad and so vague. How do we focus our energies to get the best bang for the buck as we move forward?
So as we look forward into creating this and kind of buffing out the economic impact of outdoor recreation in the state, there's a role for a lot of different people. And prior to coming back to my home state and buying my wife's family's business, I've served a lot of different roles in the outdoor industry. I worked for a decade for opening new stores and new markets for a company called REI. I was the head of sales and marketing for an outdoor brand called Chaco Sandals, and I've served as the president of the industry organization in the sector, hiking, camping, all that kind of stuff that represents independently owned businesses in the U.S. and integrates 70 of the biggest outdoor manufacturers into that. One thing that I do know from my time in the industry is that driving outdoor rec and outdoor rec industry investment in the state or in an area is a little bit different than driving business investment in other silos. In a lot of silos, when we talk about maybe a little bit more generic manufacturing or something like that, the conversation often starts with access to business amenities, incentives, available workforce, those kinds of things. And they're all important in driving outdoor recreation economies. However, the key thing to recruiting or growing any manufacturer or even consumer-facing business in the outdoor rec space is actually close access to outdoor activities. Oftentimes people get through trying to find people to work for them if they can go out and go hunting or fishing or hiking 5 minutes from where they work. And many of the opportunities that we have to collaborate as a state amongst various agencies and actors is concentrating on making sure that consumers, potential business owners, and current business owners have a clear understanding of all the outdoor recreation that's available in the state. And to that point, and to the point that Dave was making about the resource for letting people know about all access, the super awesome map, we called it. We have an easy win in Wyoming. We have an easy win with Yellowstone and Grand Teton in our national parks, Devil's Tower as well. And it's easy to let the national media and other folks promote that. And we've been the beneficiary of travel and the beneficiary of other people's efforts to market those destinations and activities. The real work and the valuable work for the state as a whole is going to be putting in the time to raise awareness of all the other outdoor resources that we have throughout the rest of the state as well. Not just around Cody and Jackson, but Gillette, Lander, the southeast and southwest parts of the state, everything. And hopefully, should the teamwork happen that allows us to do that, it'll give us a lot more opportunity to hand off potential businesses to the Business Council to finish that recruitment process. But there is a role for the Business Council in the first part of it as well.
Yeah, and I would throw out in working with the Business Council, Brandon, Noel, Kim, Janet have been great. We're working hard right now to over-communicate and not duplicate efforts. We're trying to use our strengths and continue to communicate. Our goal isn't to overlap, but again, leverage your strengths with our strengths. We're having regular meetings with them. We're looking at different events and shows that we are looking at participating in. Brandon's given us some good information on, well, maybe you should look at that one, maybe avoid this one. They've been very, very helpful. And I think once the dust settles this summer, we hope to work on a broader plan with the Business Council regarding shows and events. So it's summer, so we're going and going. But I think once the dust settles this fall, we sit down, we debrief what worked, what didn't, what do we do next year?
One other piece that I would put out there is the collaborative, the outdoor collaboratives that Dave mentioned are a key part that we think that there's a big role for the Business Council in. And these collaboratives, identifying areas that have the resources and are motivated to get businesses, state agencies, and federal agencies together to make it easier to do business and to get people there are that is a high potential piece that I think the Business Council should really consider. I know that the first meeting around that was just in the Bighorn Basin with Amy Quick that works for the Business Council, and Dave and some folks down in Worland. That is a model that the Outdoor Recreation Task Force felt had a lot of potential and seems like a natural collaborative effort with the Business Council. So.
Yes, and adding on that a little bit, Wes, I think, if you look at the funds that are available with different grants, the LWCF, Land Water Conservation Fund, Recreation Trails Program, a lot of those are matching. So I think if we can come out of this with, let's use the community of Graybull, for example. They're excited about it, but to some degree, their outdoor recreation is a new concept to them. So the idea of, wow, you may need a microbrewery because that's what those people want. You need a coffee shop. You need a restaurant that is open past 8 p.m. Those are things that, if we can put together a plan with these communities and have discussions, and then maybe WBC partners up with us where we have some funds available through all these things so we can have shovel-ready projects once these are ready to go, whether it be creation of a trail, whether it be working on Main Street, which is, I know you all do a great work on those programs. I think there's some great opportunities that we can show some great success and be able to track that as well.
Well, thank you, both of you, for a very enlightening report. I knew enough about the outdoor recreation to be really dangerous. And that's why you were on the program. And Janet, I had no idea that you were connected. Do you have anything further to say? Does anybody? Yes.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out, I mean, there's a lot to unpack in this whole thing. I think we all understand recreation, but the sort of business element is really interesting. As someone who has a tech company in a state where we don't have a lot of tech workforce, I will say that, our office was headquartered in Lander, very outdoor rec-oriented place. It's very hard to recruit people to Wyoming in the tech industry, but our lead developer was a hunter. You know, he wanted to be there so he could elk hunt. We recruited a climber from Chicago, recruited another climber from, I don't even remember where he was from, and they were passionate about the outdoors. And I think you see a lot of this in places like Jackson for many reasons, but I think it can contribute to our workforce. I think it's a different type of person that's sort of making the move to Wyoming. So I think it's a big opportunity for us. I'd like to see it, quite honestly, more in, you know, whether it be from a tourism marketing angle. You know, I don't see hunting and fishing promoted as much outside of Wyoming as one would expect, because it's such a resource for us. Some of the states you mentioned, you know, maybe shy away from that, and maybe that's intentional, but we got to be different. And so if we're going to be different, you know, if we want to stand out and get people here, we got to put a stake in the ground. And I think we do that from a business perspective sometimes, the Weatherbys of the world and those things. And then lastly, I also think there's an interesting tie with the placemaking efforts that we've made. I think placemaking and some of these outdoor rec opportunities, mountain biking and Lander, for example, can just spring up. You know, you talk about a place like Grable, there's things that can spring up. I know Cody has an ice climbing festival, right? I was on a panel in Colorado where, you know, Ouray went through the whole story of how that was nothing, and now they're known as the ice climbing place, and they have a giant festival, and it's a little bit placemaking. You know, it's like, hey, what do we have that we can leverage, and then let's just double down. You know, and so I think that's an interesting element for us. So I think it's good to just for us all to sort of keep recreation in the, you know, in the back of our minds as we look at some of these different communities and asset zones and things like that. So Wes and Dave, I appreciate the report too.
Jason, thank you for your comments. Anybody else have any comments? Janet, I'd like to make sure these guys get on the program for our December meeting to tell us kind of how things went along this summer. So, and that's, our December meeting is in Laramie. And John will give you the dates. So, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a great report. I would like to recognize State Senator Jeff Wasserberger, who was able to come. Jeff, thanks for coming.
Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
I'd like to thank all the members of the board from the legislature for all your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Okay, Sean, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So, Mr. Chairman, you've mentioned several times that this is the 20th anniversary of the Wyoming Business Council. And we have done some great things. If I could boil down into a few notes what we have accomplished, we have done an incredible job focusing on local partnerships, community infrastructure, community opportunities, and we've set an incredible baseline, incredible foundation for moving forward. What I see, what that moving forward looks like, it is very exciting. There is an incredible emphasis on innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the legislature and the University of Wyoming and entrepreneurs themselves. There is a desire to knit together in ways that haven't been done before education, workforce development, and economic development. I see a heightened desire to help industries grow by having the industries themselves set the agenda for what they need from all of the support agencies and entities. I see a desire to continue to invest in Wyoming's infrastructure, Wyoming's communities, in particular broadband. I see a strong desire to introduce technologies across all of our industries and have a tech-ready workforce to be able to be responsive to those quickly evolving technological changes that are affecting all businesses. I see a need to strengthen our partnerships and find new partnerships. In short, I see the mission of the Business Council as expanding from that great base that we've already built. If an agency is able to meet this growing mission, it's the Business Council. We are the agency with this corporate-like structure led by a board of directors of businessmen and women, taking the best of business practices and putting them into a government context. In order to meet these new expanded missions for 20 years, the agency has got to evolve. We have, again, a great baseline, but just like any business, we've got to look within ourselves and figure out ways, how can we do this better? I'm very fortunate to have such a talented board of directors, and I'm very appreciative of having such an incredibly talented staff. And what you're going to hear today is some of the work that this talented staff is working on in consultation with you and a number of partners across the state. But I would suggest to you that there is untapped talent within the staff, and there is untapped expertise on this board. So as we look forward and as we strengthen our partnerships with the University of Wyoming and the community colleges, K-12, workforce development, and the legislature, and businesses and industries, we've got to grow, and growing means change. And how we manage that change comes internally from the team, but we also take cue from business in how that change is accomplished. 2 points that I'd like to make, what I see moving forward within the agency to take on the new work that's been given to us by the legislature, these expanded missions. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. And the staff is rising to the challenge, but it's also very challenging for them. So we need to have a much more strategic approach to execution of all of these initiatives. And I see that strategic execution means that we involve stakeholders in building things up in ways that we haven't done before. We can't just build programs and turn them over. We need to have industry and associations and the local economic development communities help us build those things. We need to be identifying risk throughout all of these so that we can not be afraid of risk, but manage it and mitigate it throughout the process. And always keep in mind that we need to show results frequently, early, recognizing that a lot of these things are long-term efforts, and they're going to take a long time to pay off, as Phil Christopherson mentioned. But we can make some easy wins. In addition to that more strategic approach to execution, we need to evaluate the leadership of the Business Council. We need to take a look to see, does the staff have what they need to be able to grow, to be emboldened to take on new risks, try new things, tap into their potential in ways that we haven't done before. So I'm very excited about this premise. I'm also really nervous about what this will look like. I think it needs to start with an evaluation of leadership from the staff and from some outside entities to say, how are things going? What are the resources that are needed? Do the values that we have reflect the way we operate? And so what I'm suggesting to you, the board, Mr. Chairman, is that we undertake a 360 evaluation so that we can set that baseline, so that the staff is able to communicate what they need enabled in order to do all of these things, stitching together economic development, education, workforce development, finding new national and international markets, helping industries grow by allowing them to set the agenda, introducing a technologically competent workforce and introducing technologies into our businesses, making our communities places that people want to start a business, relocate a business, start a family, keep a family. I'm really excited, Mr. Chairman, about what is going on and what I see moving forward. But I often think of one of the statement by Dr. Joe Schaefer at one of the Endow meetings. In fact, I think it was the first meeting in Cheyenne in May of last year. If we continue to do the same thing, we're going to get the same results. So I don't know exactly what all the answers are. I don't know what the changes look like. I'm looking forward to the staff, very competent, talented staff helping to figure out what that change looks like. But I see the importance of this board as growing as well. And the leadership of this board, I think, is going to evolve just like the Business Council as the organization itself. So I can't say enough how exciting a time it is to be in this world of economic diversification right now. Changes happening at the University of Wyoming, in Dow, this past legislative session. There is, I think, this idea that we can do it. And the big risk I see, well, there's many risks, but one of the big risks I see is as commodity prices continue to inch up, that we as a state will get back into this place of complacency and not having this desire to accomplish all of those larger missions that I mentioned. So I think that needs to be something that we're continuously thinking about. I think that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Again, you'll hear a lot of what the staff has been working on in partnership with you, and there's a lot going on, but there's going to be a lot more that we need to take on to achieve all of these missions and the legislation that was passed this past year.
Sean, thank you. Any comments from the board? Megan?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say, Sean, that as a board member, I support you. I know the rest of the board supports you. When things need to change in our own businesses, we have to adapt. It's not comfortable, but we do it. And that's what the Business Council will have to do. And I really look forward to hoping that the communications and the partnerships with Endow and the other organizations are able to expand. One of the things that I hope doesn't happen is that the agencies continue to be siloed without offering those opportunities, experiences, and the ability to collaborate as Endow's moving forward. I think Endow's doing really, really great things, and I think all of the agencies are trying to figure out what our role is within this bigger plan. But I hope the communication between what we're doing and what they're doing, and I know you've been an incredible liaison, continues and improves, just so that we aren't duplicating efforts and that your staff is maximizing its efficiency.
Further comments, anybody? I'm going to say one thing that, and I gave a paper to Ron Goldberg the other day, and there are things that the federal government continues to want and needs to do, and we rely on foreign governments. And one of them is the rare earths. And I know Sarah's here, Sarah Fitzgerald, and she's been working in some of that area. At one time, several years ago, during the legislature, there was some interest in some rare earths over around Sundance. Rare earths are controlled pretty much by one country in the world. we have those rare earths, or I have no idea how much. I can't remember enough about what went on. It was investigated, it was looked at, but it never went to fruition. And this is maybe a way that we can do things to enhance what happens in the state of Wyoming. If we've got it, is there a way to make it happen? And this was a considerable article from the Air Force in regarding rare earths and what DoD needs. So it's something that I think we need to continue to look at, broaden our horizons, and exactly what Sean said. We do not need to continue doing the same thing because we'll get the same thing. I think we need to investigate some of these things. If they don't prove out, fine. But if we don't investigate and see what happens and see what's there, and is there a way to do something, we may miss the opportunity. Okay, the next part of our board meeting is to hear from the advisory committees. Kelly Lockhart is chair. Ron, why don't you come up and talk about what's gone on with the Market Development Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, the Market Development Committee has an agenda that we have been working on for a couple of years now. The legislature was so kind as to add to that agenda in its last session, so we thank you for that. We're going to go through some of those tasks as well as some of the ongoing tasks that we have been working on. Of course, Senate File 108 is a big one for our committee, and Ron and I have had some discussions about that. It's ongoing in cooperation with the governor's office, and we look forward to continuing that good work. Obviously, there are other bills that other committees are also working on in terms of Senate File 118, and so our plates are full, our committees are full, and we are surely up to the challenge and look forward to completing those tasks as put forward by the legislature. And we'll talk about our little piece of the world, or I should say Mr. Goldberg will talk about it in more detail. And so with that, Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Co-Chairman Illoway. As you were speaking, I was thinking, I hope the world's plates will be full of Wyoming beef. And we're talking about our little corner of the world, but we'll be talking globally. So nice introduction, Mr. Lockhart. Thank you. I want to start with international and national trade and investment. As you know, you've met Brianna Tanaka on our staff, international and agriculture and international trade coordinator. As Sean has mentioned, we're looking at some things. We're trying with a lot of the expanded and added work, really trying to free her up more to focus on trade and exports, and whether that's regionally, nationally, or internationally. In fact, she is on a Food and Agriculture Innovation Center research tour in Oregon and Idaho as we speak, or she would be here helping with this presentation. And I know she's with some local economic development people like Ashley Harpstreet from Torrington, Christine Beckish from Powell Economic Partnership, and I saw a Facebook post this morning, Gustav with Manufacturing Works. So when we talk about knitting things together, we really are. And but a lot of the work, as I said, with the State Trade Export Promotion Program, I'll go to the third bullet item there. Creation of Wyoming Export Program. We have not created another bureaucratic program. We're just kind of calling it that in our concept. We are taking the STEP program, which is a federally funded program. Wyoming has applied for it the last couple of years after about a 5-year hiatus, and Brianna's taken the ball and run with that. It's through the Small Business Administration, and it helps with new and mature export training assistance for Wyoming companies. Allows us to hold webinars, in-person trainings. It also covers costs for matching funds for trade missions, trade shows. We, this past quarter, we had the SHOT Show that some STEP funds helped provide for that. And a couple other shows, the Natural Products Expo West, a food show. And going forward, what we've done is the STEP program, Wyoming, Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, WUSADA, and then partnerships in this Wyoming export program, Business Resource Network partners, the SBA, Small Business Administration, there's a Casper state office, then there's regional help out of Denver, and then Department of Commerce out of Denver. Big team of bright people working together so we can collaborate, we can leverage federal funding. We're learning about opportunities that we didn't know about by holding these meetings. We're having monthly meetings now with this group. So all of the export toolkit and professionals and assistants are under the flag of this export program. So talking a little more about STEP and international trade, and Kelly, you're right, it ties in a lot to Senate File 108 also, which focuses on ag innovation, state-branded program growth, new website for that, beef labeling, various parts of that we're parsing out into initiatives and working as teams within the Business Development Division and the Business Council, but also with partners and stakeholders. Looking forward, Brianna is working on a trade mission to Taiwan at the end of June. It'll be food related. We'll have more reports on that. And then through the WUSADA, Western United States Agricultural Trade Association, there is a Canada inbound mission. They'll be in Colorado and Wyoming this summer, and then outbound mission to Canada. So working on some trade show opportunities and trade missions. Point 2, the International Trade Representative, that's also part of Senate File 108. We've applied for and received certification letter from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with Taiwan. We have conferred with Department of Tourism. I know they are the only agency currently that has a trade rep, and I've done some work with them. I've helped with some contract procurement process, and they have a process, a point system, and for their trade rep contract, but also various other things like publications and the Wyoming Travel magazine you see each year. So with that knowledge and trying not to reinvent the wheel, we've really gotten some help with them with their RFP process. And so Brianna has implemented that. We have had the request for RFP, RFI applications, and next step will be to assemble the hiring team, the contracting team, and that's where we are right now. We've reached out to some individuals and hearing back from them, and we had set a goal of July 1 to have that contract and the trade rep in Taiwan in place. I think we're still maybe only a couple weeks probably behind that. I would say midsummer. So we're working forward with that. Meat processing and distribution. As you know, this isn't easy. Kelly and I have talked a lot about this. He, as you all know, he is in this game with the meat. We're looking at some quick wins and some long-term planning and goals. And I could probably talk all day about all I'm learning about the beef industry and labeling and marketing and distribution. And kind of in a nutshell, looking at quick wins, maybe an opportunity to get some Wyoming beef to Taiwan is to, John Henn on our staff is targeting out-of-state meat processing plants that are USDA inspected, that are certified to ship to Taiwan. And that's just one possible scenario, but those are the things we're doing, researching, looking at, that maybe we can connect Wyoming producers that want to participate, get it to that processor, get it shipped, and if the governor were to visit Taiwan in October, we're still finding out, solidifying those plans, but we could have some Wyoming beef there in October in Taiwan. So, and there are other long-term. There's meat processing plants as part of Senate File 108. We're looking at that. I know we have a slowly and growing number of USDA inspected plants in Wyoming. We also have some in-state, state-certified meat processing plants. Looking at opportunity maybe to expand, provide assistance with what it's going to take, what's the certification process, what's it cost, all those things. And then there might be some opportunities for investment opportunities for getting plants going. So a lot of discussions with a lot of stakeholders, not just the Business Council staff, but with board members, Stock Growers Association, Wyoming Department of Ag, knitting things together again. And we all know there are hurdles, but as Pete said, if we have it, how do we take advantage of it? So that's where we're really at right now. And I think the quick wins with solid plans, and we might have to take what level of risk is there? If we try some things and they don't work out, then we'll be looking at that too. So, and meat market development kind of falls in line with meat processing and distribution, or looking at opportunities for a Wyoming brand. Talked with Mr. Kinsler quite a bit, and we will continue to talk, but tremendous marketing knowledge. And again, we're working with stakeholders, partners, talking with producers. Some of them have established brands and stories and markets out there. How do we create the Wyoming beef image and brand and allow those with established brands to maintain that too? So working on a lot of those things in terms of marketing. So looking ahead, as I said, that the international trade rep hopefully will be on board midsummer. Continue the development and implementation, quick wins, long-term planning for the 108 initiatives. And I should mention that also Aaron Moore with the website for the state-branded program, which includes Grown in Wyoming, and we want to work on emerging Made in Wyoming in there. In the spirit of the governor's executive order to do our best to procure in-state contracts. We've been working with Aaron, trying to develop that language in the RFP process, that in-state Wyoming businesses can apply for this, and it's written in a way that even if we were to have to go out of state for some reason to create the website, there are subcontracting opportunities in Wyoming. So that's just 3 board members I've mentioned. There's a lot of help, and it's really appreciated, and makes it the volume of all this kind of a little bit easier. So I would take any questions on national and international trade before I move on to Wyoming products.
Questions?
Comment?
Mike?
I think it's excellent that we're working on international trade. That is how we're going to grow Wyoming's GDP. So I'm a huge fan of figuring out how to do international trade in all sectors of Wyoming. That's how we've grown our business. We would be in serious trouble if we weren't selling nationally and internationally. And I'd also like to comment, you mentioned risk. We need to, as a state, we need to increase our risk tolerance. We need to make it okay to fail a reasonable amount of time. If you look at our track record on the Business Council, and our failure rate is tiny. You think that's good, right? As a Wyoming person or a human being, you just think that's great. We never fail. That's not great. That means you're not pushing hard enough. We're not trying hard enough. We have to get our attitude changed to where you're allowed to fail X% of the time. On mine, when we give money to people to put inventory in, 10% of that is going to be written off. That's the goal. If they're below 10, you get too far down, they need to try harder. If they're higher than 10, then they're not doing a good job. And we really need to, as a state and as a business council, allow our people to take bigger risks and fail in order to diversify the economy. If we play it too safe, we're going to get more of the same. And if we also beat each other up when we do have a failure, we're going to get more of the same. Nobody's going to take that risk. So we've got to change the risk behavior, risk tolerance. Try to mitigate it, but also allow it and expect it.
Further comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, so real quickly with Wyoming products, I kind of touched on this. Again, it kind of knits together with the national trade effort. But we are working on blending merger of Wyoming Grown in Wyoming and Made in Wyoming, and a state-branded program, and then this website, as I mentioned, and then getting products out regionally, nationally, internationally, and while keeping that kind of local flavor that started with these programs. And I know Grown in Wyoming started last year, and matching producers with retailers and consumers with food products. And then we're looking at a state fair event, August 8th through 11th is the state fair. It's 4 days this year. We have the Wyoming Mercantile with the Made in Wyoming products, which includes some value-added egg products, jellies and foods and such. We've had that for many years. The Saturday Farmers Market, we're looking at potentially some kind of cooking competition using Wyoming foods and products from Grow to Wyoming, Made in Wyoming programs, and then hopefully an ag innovation type expo. And those are all in development right now. We'll be reaching out, and the regional directors are being a big help of IDing some businesses, but we want to kind of show some of the cool things being done in Wyoming and created on the ag innovation side. And then quickly, I don't know, Ben, if we're queued up. This isn't on the agenda, but I thought it was too cool when I saw it this last week. On May 17th, 16th or 17th, as you can see, a Devil's Tower there in the distance. Blockchain also was a big part of this past legislation, and we are rapidly learning all we can about it. And we have some knowledgeable legislators, including Lindholm and Driscoll up there in northeast Wyoming, and the Wyoming Blockchain Coalition. And this is a branding out on Driscoll's Ranch in the shadow of Devil's Tower. And these are photos shot by our own Ben Peterson here, the multi-talented IT extraordinaire for the Business Council. There's Leland Christensen and Driscoll. What they're doing is they had a branding and ear tagging of the calves, and I say we've loosely, we're a partner kind of in this project. It's a pilot project to get blockchain source verification technology going. And what they did was, because the calves were born and had to be tagged, and when you start the blockchain source verification, you have to start recording the data from birth to when they're shipped for retail. And so John Henn from our staff lined them up with Ytex and Cody with the ear tags. There are some Wyoming blockchain coalitions involved. I think there's development of a blockchain source verification technology business potentially in Wyoming. A lot of cool things here. This is technology at the close encounters of the blockchain kind. This is Wyoming's cowboy history with new cutting edge technology, and we don't know exactly where blockchain technology is separated from cryptocurrency. There's just blockchain technology, and it's like the internet in the 90s. Who knows what's going to get created, but we have a source verification project at the base of Devil's Tower happening in Wyoming. So I thought that was pretty cool and wanted to share Ben's photos with everyone.
Further questions for Ron? Ron, I'm sure Wyoming has ag products, and every time I see Idaho come along with their Idaho-grown potatoes that they have been starting to push now, I think, gee whiz, Wyoming ought to be able to do something like that. And I mean, they're just plain old good potatoes. I mean, but they happen to be grown in Idaho, and they found a niche that they can go ahead and start marketing them, and they're sure pushing them.
Yeah, well, you know me, Mr. Co-Chairman, and I hear that Idaho has potatoes and Florida oranges, and nobody owns beef in the country, so there's an opening.
That's right. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ron? Ron, thanks very much.
And I'll pass this out. I've got Forbes magazine was at the branding, and I printed out the story that they published this week.
Excellent. Okay, Aaron, and let's see, Aaron and Colin McKee.
And
you're on.
Alan, here too.
Or Alan Hoops is on.
Yeah, I've been on since the beginning. Sorry, I had a mute problem in the beginning, so.
Let's try, can we boost that a little bit, Ben, please? Okay. One of you go ahead and start.
Go ahead, Aaron, if you want. Sorry.
You bet, Alan. So this is an exciting time for broadband in the state of Wyoming, obviously, with all the work that Endow is doing and the opportunities we have for broadband expansion and formation of the Broadband Advisory Council. There's been a lot of work done, and I think there's obviously still a lot of work to do. And Mr. Colin McKee is taking lead on that right now, which is a daunting task, but seems to be up to that at this point. So fortunately for Alan and I, we get to participate and offer our opinions when asked and even when not asked. And but I think today's a big stepping stone for the Endow initiative for broadband expansion in the state of Wyoming. With the we have an action item today to consider with the formation of the advisory council. So I'm going to turn it over to Colin to take us through this, and again, we will have an action item as a board based on the information that's been provided by Colin and these applicants for the advisory council.
Colin, you're on.
Mr. Co-Chair, thank you, and Aaron and Alan, thank you both. It's been a privilege to be working with the Business Council for the last couple of months on the broadband program. It's been new and exciting and challenging and all sorts of things, but it's been quite a bit of fun. So, Sean, I appreciate the opportunity I've had so far. The broadband program has a few different components. We'll probably spend the most time on the advisory council today, just because that's the action item and probably worthy of most discussion. But the primary components of the program overall, a very big portion of it is a $10 million grant fund to deploy infrastructure across the state. There is an advisory council, 11-member advisory council. There is a broadband coordinator manager position to help facilitate all this work. There will be rulemaking that will have to commence at some point later this year. I know some folks in the staff have been helping out, and there's already some rough drafts of rulemaking that are underway. There is a broadband enhancement plan that will have to be approved by the board by September 1. And I think the last major component is a data inventory and mapping component, which will be a very, another portion of this program that I think will be a big haul. Had some conversations with Aaron Moore already, so I think we've got some good expertise. We'll be in good hands on a lot of these components, but there's certainly a lot of work to do over the next few months. But I know everyone's up to the challenge. So for the primary discussion today will be the Broadband Advisory Council. So this council, their charge is to provide advice and recommendations to the Business Council Board. So in and of themselves, they won't take any actions. They will provide advice to you all, who will then be required to take, or will then take action off of their recommendations. But the areas that this advisory council will cover are a number of the things that I just mentioned: data inventory and mapping, the needs and practices and technologies to provide broadband in the most efficient manner across the state for economic development and diversification efforts. They will be charged with coordinating across local, state, and tribal governments in Wyoming to develop the most conducive policies possible to deploy broadband. Once the program is established, the Advisory Council will have a role in reviewing applications that come in and will provide recommendations to the board on that. And then a more immediate need for the Advisory Council will be to develop and propose an enhancement plan to the board for the board to take action on by September 1. So getting the Advisory Council in place, in my mind, is one of the most immediate needs for the broadband program overall, because I think they'll be the ones that will really start producing the ideas and getting the work pushed out with a lot of the short timelines that are in the bill. So the council, the overview of the council from the statute: there are 11 voting members. There are 2 legislative members who are in addition to the 11, and those 2 legislative members are non-voting. The statute directs that the state chief information officer be a member. There needs to be at least 1 tribal representative, and the guiding principles for the composition of the advisory council is that there be both geographic and professional diversity of the members. And so in putting together the recommended individuals for your consideration, that's what staff really strove for, was to have the best diversification of primarily professional backgrounds that we could get. And if we could get geographic diversity, that was certainly an added bonus. And I think for the most part, we did a good job on both. So staff had a list of individuals together maybe a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago. The statute requires that the Endow Executive Council, there's a consultation portion where we have to consult with Endow on the advisory board. We sent Endow the list of individuals that staff had put together. We sent that to them last week, and we got their responses on Tuesday. And I would say the two primary things that Endow fed back to the Business Council was a lack of technical expertise on the advisory council. And I don't think that is an inaccurate statement, but again, the statute wants this advisory council to be diverse in their professional backgrounds, and so I don't think that it is appropriate to have an advisory council that is composed of primarily industry participants. The other very important component to keep in mind with that is that the Wyoming Business Alliance put together a working group of technology companies and internet service providers. And that working group, I think, will be integral to the advisory committee's work, to the business council's decisions. That will be an arm of the advisory council that will act as the technical experts and can feed that technical expertise. So while the advisory council in and of itself may only have a couple of folks that are in the industry, there will be a lot of individuals and groups that will participate in this process that can provide that expertise. And then the other kind of ancillary feedback that we got from Endow was that the advisory council lacks customer perspective. And on that, I would say I don't think we necessarily had many applicants that would have fit that description. But again, if I really had to counter it, but the statute does prioritize that this program, the broadband program, deploy funds to develop infrastructure that will build broadband of comparable service and price in rural or in unserved areas. And so I think one of the overlaying themes of the program in and of itself is to provide the best service that we can get to customers. And so I think the customers will be looked out for through this process. And I would say as a general statement, with all the individuals that applied to be on the advisory council, the business council has 9 or 10 of those positions that it can fill. And out of the 40 folks that applied, every single one of them will be encouraged to stay engaged through this process. A number of them are on that Business Alliance work group, and so they already have a line in. But the rest of them, when they're responded to, they will be very much encouraged to stay engaged, because quite honestly, I think as much input as can be gained, will create a much better outcome. So on to the individuals on the advisory council. So Sean sent letters to a number of individuals so there are 2 legislative liaisons. We sent letters to Speaker Harshman and President Bebout, and the 2 legislative liaisons are Representative Albert Summers of Pinedale and Senator Dan Dockstetter of Star Valley. The statute directs that the state chief information officer or his designee be a member. So Sean sent a letter to our state CIO, Tony, who responded that he would like to be on the advisory council. So Tony Young will be on. And then the last component, or last letters that were sent out, as the statute requires that there be at least one representative, at least one tribal representative on the advisory council. So letters were sent to the chairman of the Northern Arapahoe Business Council and the Eastern Shoshone Business Council. A response was received from the Northern Arapahoe, and they submitted 2 nominees. After the initial letter and some additional follow-up, I've still not heard back from the Eastern Shoshone Business Council. And so with that, we decided to recommend to the board that there be at least one tribal representative come from the Northern Arapahoe, and his name is on the list. That was Patrick Adam Lawson. So with that, there are, I believe, 9 members remaining on the list that was sent out to the board for consideration. And the composition of those individuals covers local government, federal government, economic development, there's healthcare, education, public safety, a provider from a large company, a provider from a small company. There's, I think that's, and individual from an electric co-op. I'd be happy to dive in a little bit more to just like a cliff notes of their background, but yeah, respecting time, Chairman, whatever you would like to do.
Colin, I think I'd like to just hear the names and what
Yes.
who they represent.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other thoughts? let's go ahead and just read the names and who they represent.
Okay, so there's Zane Logan, who's from Powell, and he's been city administrator there for 13 years, so he'd be a local government representative. Ashley Harpstreet from Torrington, she's the CEO of the Goshen County Economic Development Corporation, so she'd be economic development representative. Chad Roop lives in Douglas, and he's the USDA Rural Development State Director. Rural development coordinates a substantial amount of grant and loan programs, and a number of them are directed at broadband, and USDA was just given a new $600 million grant program, and they essentially have to develop it. And so I think so Chad would be a very good addition in partnering with Wyoming's $10 million grant program. There's Randy Miller, who is in Cheyenne. He works for Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. He's their telehealth coordinator, and he has over 20 years experience in various IT applications. Lauren Schoenfeld, she lives in Rock Springs, and she is currently the executive director of the Sweetwater County YMCA. Some of her additional positions before YMCA were law enforcement or corrections employment, and so she would bring, I think, a strong public safety component to the advisory council. There's Barbara Sessions from Afton, and she's the vice president and chief operating officer of Silver Star Communications. So she would bring a good small internet provider perspective to the council. Barbara is also a member on the Endow Executive Council, and so I think there's a really good partnership there. Eric Rasmussen is in Cheyenne, and he's the government affairs manager for Charter Communications. So it's the large internet service provider perspective. Some of Eric's background also includes, he's an attorney. He had worked for the city of Cheyenne, and he also does a lot of work at the federal level. So from provider perspective, he has three layers of government and works on franchise agreements. And there's Doug Wilson, who is in Sundance, and he's the Chief Information and Strategy Execution Officer at Precorp. Doug has a vast history in working for a number of Fortune 500 companies, and as we all know, Mike Easley is the king at strategy, and if we have Mike's right-hand guy that implements this strategy, I think the council will be in very good hands. And the last person is Tyler Vasco. Tyler is also in Torrington. He's the Chief Information Officer for Eastern Wyoming College, and he has very good credentials. The education component, we had two individuals that were both from Torrington that were the only two that applied with a education component, but Tyler, they both had great qualifications, but staff decided to go with Tyler. So that's a high overview of the individuals that staff's recommending.
Thank you, Colin.
Yeah.
Any questions from anybody? Then are we supposed to go ahead and make a motion to approve that? Is that what you're after?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a motion? Moved by Aaron. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Megan. Any further discussion on the list of folks for the Broadband Advisory Committee that Colin just discussed? Kelly.
I know you touched on Endow's discussion as to the technology background of the group. It's a field I know nothing about, so I look to Mr. Sopko, perhaps Mr. Easley, and obviously our other co-chair on the phone. I just think that we ought to at least have it on the table that we noted it and we're okay with where we are relative to that discussion.
So noted. Alan, have you got any comments?
Thank you, Pete.
overall, I think we've got some good diversity in this group. Obviously, as Colin said, they're not all technical, but there are some that have technical capability. So I think overall it's a good group, and we'll get some diversity, we'll get some diverse views, and hopefully be able to move the ball forward.
Okay. Further comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to approve that list signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
no.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, Colin, you have your list.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Anything further that you or Aaron or Alan want to talk about?
So I'll just give a couple more updates,
Okay.
just respecting the few minutes we have left. So the broadband enhancement plan, which the statute requires that the board approve by September 1. We're currently working on an RFP and a scope of work to issue to hire a contractor to assist developing a broadband plan. I think it's something that, when the broadband coordinator position is hired, I think that individual would be more than capable of putting this together, but respecting that there is maybe 4 months until that has to be put together. I don't think that's, and especially with all the other requirements, I think having some help on that will be necessary. So we should be issuing that RFP soon. In line with what Mr. Goldberg said, we will try our best to align with the governor's executive order to hire someone in state, but there are folks throughout the country who are capable of doing this, so we'll just have to review those RFPs when they come in. The data inventory and mapping, that's another component that has to be in place by September 1, but that's one that I feel can evolve through time, so we don't necessarily, it doesn't have to be perfect on September 1. As I mentioned, I'd met with Aaron Moore, Kim and I had met with Aaron maybe a few weeks ago, who provided some very good direction on what we need to accomplish through that. But the data inventory, so a main concern that is talked about with data, at least at the federal level, is that it's incomplete or inaccurate. If you looked at the federal communication data, it would say that Wyoming is nearly 100% covered broadband across the state, which is not accurate. So the data inventory component will be a heavy lift and a lot of work with the providers to get the level of granularity that will be necessary to assist the application process and to assist the state in knowing where that money needs to be deployed. I know a major concern is that money not be deployed in areas we don't overbuild infrastructure. So that data inventory component will be important. And the last piece that if Sean wants to expand on, but I know the Business Council is going through the process of getting the broadband manager position hired, and I anticipate they want them in and want that person in the next month or so. If there are any other questions, happy to entertain them, but that's all I had.
Further comments? Further comments?
Mr. Chair, just to comment, kind of as it relates to Endow, and I think it's more of just a messaging and maybe a context for us all. I use the internet. I know nothing about broadband, so just a full disclosure. However, I've heard, and this came up in the Endow conversation, I think we should maybe, if it's possible, when we talk about this going forward, and maybe it's wrong, it's the marketing arm of the Business Council, but people that don't live here wonder if we have internet, and that's it's an overreaction, obviously, but it's saying we have broadband is a little like a hotel saying they have clean rooms. It's like we're supposed to have that. So I just wonder, something you said, which is we don't have 100% coverage. Maybe when we talk about broadband in the future, it's broadband 100% coverage, or rural connectivity or something, instead of just we're trying to have broadband, because maybe it's just a context thing, but I think it hurts us a little to sound like we don't have that. So just for context and for us all, and maybe it's just, Sean, the marketing of these things, because there are wins in that, and that's a big deal to be such a remote all these remote places to be connected, but I think it's just the context around it.
Wonderful comment. Thanks, Jason. Further comments?
Mr. Co-Chair, if I could just respond really quickly. I have to agree with Jason. I think that traditionally a lot of the communications companies in this state have done a poor job at touting what we do have. We have a number of communities served by various providers, small and larger, that provide gigabit services over fiber to the premise. We have areas of the state, a number of areas that you can get the exact same services at comparable competitive prices to what you can get in Denver, Colorado. Because we are a rural state and because we do still have challenges with the most rural of customers and serving them with the speeds needed in today's world, I feel that we do kind of categorize Wyoming as broadly as underserved. There are companies like Mr. Hoops represents with Silver Star that have spent a tremendous amount of money in this state, and so I think that we do have a lot to talk about. Obviously, there are areas that we can work on, and I think that the providers in the state are ready to jump in and do just that. But we do have a lot to tout, and I think that there are a lot of areas that aren't promoted as they probably should be. So that's just my world as a provider. So take for what.
Great comment. Aaron?
Mr. Co-Chair, I think it's just important to note that the conversation that Colin and I had, as well as Kim, was around just really getting to a better grasp of what data really needed to be collected, how that was going to be collected, and the outcomes that were going to need to be measured, so that we knew, okay, if we're going to be measured on these outcomes, we're collecting this data before you put the cart in front of the horse and start building a system and putting a lot of time and effort into that. So I think Colin's taking the right approach there and saying, let's get some ducks in a row, figure out what it is that we need to be capturing, what our process is going to be, and then put together a system to be able to measure and provide information. Because I think as we had gone through the first go-around, there was definitely some lessons learned on the data capture that need to be happened so people can make good business decisions with good data. And so I think that needs to be addressed, and certainly appreciate the approach that's being taken there.
Thank you, Aaron. Further comments? Anybody? Further comments? Sean, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay, Colin, thanks.
Thank you.
Next
Thank
up
you.
is...
Oh, we have to vote. Oh, no, we did.
No, we did vote.
We did. Sorry.
We did. Why? Okay. Next up is Ron Kenzie and Brandon Marshall. Oh, Brandon's not here, so you're on deck. Ron's on deck. Okay.
Thank you, Ron, for backing me up. Business Development Advisory Committee is a very exciting area to work in, because we're talking about business recruitment. And business recruitment, as we look at it, is like a funnel. A lot of leads have to go into the top of the funnel in order to spit out that one or two hits that you get that actually involves a business that wants to move into the great state of Wyoming. So staff and are responsible for lead generation and relationship building, very important. And this year, by the good graces of the legislature, we also have the responsibility for Kickstart Wyoming, which is an effort to engage entrepreneurship, investors, mentors, and talent to develop space, like workspace, like Area 59 was a good example of what we're talking about, to promote entrepreneurism and innovation in our state. Small business innovation research incentives, that falls into our area, and that includes the hope that we're going to eventually develop more patents and more intellectual property owned by businesses in the state. And when we do so, we're able to sell to the world. So Ron, take it from there, buddy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Is Brandon Marshall on the line? Brandon Marshall, the Assistant Business Development Director
he there? Brandon, speak up. Unmuting.
Unmute yourself.
Well, let's go ahead, Ron.
It's live theater.
Good thing it's not the technological committee.
All right. I will move through this. We've talked before about the so-called sales funnel concept, basically trying to use some databases to collect contacts. Brandon, you with us?
I just joined via my regular phone. I apologize. I don't know what was happening with my cell phone.
All right, I was just talking about putting 3,500 contacts in and trying to move those through the funnel to develop some qualified leads. Yeah, it's one of those, playing the recruitment game's a lottery, so we're trying to be aggressive in enhancing those numbers. So, but I'll let Brandon take over from there on the recruitment side of things.
Thank you, Ron, and thank you, Board. I apologize for not being able to be there. Ron, frankly, was afraid of riding clear to Gillette with Typhoid Mary, and so in the interest of not giving everyone in northern Wyoming a cold, I stayed in Cheyenne. So, as Ron was talking about on this sales funnel, we have come up with the concept over the last couple of years of what Kenzie was mentioning, where the more leads into the funnel, the better, in theory. So through the work of Will Harden, as well as our research team and the communications guys, they've developed a set of emails that have gone out to roughly 4,000 companies and people contacts that we've developed through the different database systems we have here. Now, like I said before in different meetings, these are qualified at some level. They're companies that show characteristics of growth. They're companies that we have some level of connection with. We try to throw in a search for any sort of University of Wyoming connection, any of the community college, anything like that that might bring a tie back into Wyoming. Now, they don't all have that, but they're at the very least in companies that have growth potential or even shrink potential and may need to consolidate then and are also in parts of the country that we have distinct advantages over as far as business operating environment. Just to not labor that forever, because we've talked a lot about it, where we are right now in that, I'm really pretty happy with where the detail or where that pipeline is leading us to. Right now, out of the effort of sending those emails, we have got 86 companies in contact that have been engaged with us, and by us I mean really with Will Harden, who's doing the bulk of the work on that, keeping up with contacting those companies. So 86 to me is a pretty good number. Now, varying levels of engagement, and it's not just, we've decided to not have people who just click the email count as an engagement, that have to actually request something, reply, connect with Will on LinkedIn, various things like that. So that's where we are in that. So I think that actually is going very well for right now, and then we'll turn on that as the years really going forward. What do we need to reload into the top after things die? At the end, people will immediately unsubscribe because we didn't necessarily have any previous conversations to build with them when we first sent them emails. So anyway, as it turns, I think we'll go down through, and so far so good. I think things are going very well on that. So jumping down into the next thing in the agenda for the Business Development Advisory Committee, wind energy development, of course, has been one of the primary targets for us, has been recruiting the component manufacturing as well as distribution portion of wind energy development. Sarah Fitzgerald, myself, and Will Harden attended the AWEA Wind Energy Expo a couple of weeks ago in Chicago. We had contracted with ROI, which has done multiple shows for us where they will contact attendees at the show and request meetings for us. Went in with a goal through them of 5 meetings, came out with 10, so kudos to them. Their comment was that it was the most positive response they've ever had on any effort with any economic development group. in an industry as far as people wanting to talk with us. So that's good. We had really positive conversations. Sarah, I believe, met with 3 people before I was able to join that show because I was at a different thing. But overall, I would say I have 2 contacts out of that are really positive and moving forward, and I believe Sarah had roughly the same assessment out of those meetings. So 4 out of 10 we think are really positive, and the others are positive. A lot of the times when we meet with companies at a trade show, the conversation will revolve around, well, if you can find me a market or customers, that sort of thing, that I can consider your state. And one of the nice things about the wind energy industry is being able to talk about the Power Company Wyoming projects as well as the other developments going around the state, especially with Rocky Mountain Power and those groups. There's actually a massive market in Wyoming for those products, and so there's some level of manufacturing that they think could make sense in Wyoming, and especially on the component side. Most of the meetings we had were with European companies that are looking for their first footprint in the U.S., and so that was very attractive to them to be able to locate where huge amounts of development are going in, so that they can take advantage of their connections with the OEM manufacturers. So anyway, a little update on that. Going well. I think it's just a matter of following up with them and keeping things going in those conversations. As far as summer hosting, what we're looking at there actually was a tie-on to a conference that we were planning to host with the Mid-America Economic Development Coalition. We are part of that group. We're one of the member states. Actually have come down, and this is an interesting piece of more just general discussion. It's come down to being basically impossible to host this conference in Jackson where it was planned, or really anywhere else, because of the need to bring people from the entire Midwest region, which really stretches clear from Ohio up to Minnesota, down to Nebraska and us. Getting the attendees into this conference basically proved impossible, and it was all because of air service. And so we are actually not hosting that conference next year, and it was just a decision of the MADC board to go ahead and pull the plug on that. With that, with tied to site selector event, so I feel like every time I report on the site selector event, the report is, well, we're going to do it a little different than we thought. Here we are again. I think we're going to do it a little different than we thought, and I'm not fully sure the direction to go on that at this point. So that's I guess as good as I can do as far as reporting on that. This summer too, we do plan to host a couple of our best prospects that are wanting to come into town anyway at Cheyenne Frontier Days. We use Frontier Days nearly every year for prospects to host them in the state. We like to come to sort of this nationally known event that's a good time. Doesn't necessarily always allow a lot of time for real business, but we can show people a good time that are our best prospects, and then talk a little business on the side, and even throw in some visits to other communities if time allows on that, and if they're interested in an agenda like that. So give more updates on that as we kind of go forward in the committee. In our next meeting, we'll probably have a little bit better idea, although I'm not entirely sure when that next meeting will be. But anyway, that is where we sit on that. Getting into then the in-state tours of where we're going with companies, what we're anticipating as far as site visits for companies that are near the shortlist decisions, and looking at actual sites in Wyoming and posting us up against the other states are doing. We anticipate that sometime this summer or fall, Project Thunder will want to be making some visits to Wyoming. Project Thunder, of course, as you remember, is this large outdoor transportation manufacturer that has multiple subsidiaries, and they are
working through their proposals that we presented to them right now, developing shortlists, coming up with additional needs each of these smaller companies underneath the umbrella will need. We've met with them multiple times. We're in near constant contact. But anyway, we're anticipating that it won't be a horribly long time until they're ready to pull the plug on some in-state visits. There may be some need for updating proposals. Outside of that, I think, we'll just kind of have to keep everything updated on that. Ron will probably be able to give you a better update on this, but just running down the agenda for Startup Wyoming. We did send a survey out to many Wyoming companies soliciting their feedback on state regulations that impede their operations. We've gotten good response on that and have extended the deadline. And as it says on the agenda, we anticipate delivering that to the results of that to Endow by the 1st of July, as the legislation requires. Getting down into current project updates, which is really kind of the last thing I have to report on for you. Apologize. Straight down the list, the first one we've described as an agricultural technology company. We've put together a large package of information trying to attract an R&D facility to Laramie. We are actually not 100% sure where that exact process sits at this moment. The company has expanded in Laramie and has leased an additional 100,000 square feet of space, but we are unsure at this point because their plans are not exactly what we had initially talked with them about, whether that 100,000 is the win of this R&D facility or whether it's simply an expansion of the existing company. Either way, we're going to take it as a win because wins are wins. So we'll, I guess, continue to update on that as far as the R&D facility goes, and once the company can provide us a little more clarity, then we'll go forward from there. But the next one down is Project Two Cities, which is a machinery manufacturing company relocating out of Colorado. We met with them in person, and we have several times now, and we're beginning to have sort of less than positive feelings about the prospects of that one actually moving forward. The company seems to have a lack of focus on exactly what they want to be when they grow up, and so it's been a little bit challenging, and I would say the status on that one is somewhat less than positive at this point in time, but we take good, bad in the middle, and we'll continue to work with them in case they do actually come up with some clarity in their plans in the near future. The next one is Project Join, which was a wood joinery manufacturing company. Really great facility. We've actually turned this over. They focus solely on Cheyenne. So we've turned that lead over to Cheyenne Leads. As per our protocol, their information to me is that the conversations are ongoing and still positive. And so our role in business development now is to be available when we're needed and assist Cheyenne Leads in that. So more to come as we learn it, but we're no longer the lead on that one. Next one down is an art school supply distribution company. That project is on hold for at least a year. We had multiple meetings and conversations with the company and the consultant that they had been working on that project. I think at the end of the day, that project wasn't as mature as they had originally, or as the consultants had originally presented to us. And so we'll stay in general contact with them and look for maybe an uptick in activity with them in a year. After that, just a general update, the German industrial manufacturing company that I had met with last fall at the FabTech show, they are still in regular contact, but I believe also at the same time turning a little more slowly than they had thought at the beginning. This would be their first U.S. location, and I think that that's become somewhat more of a complex project for them than they had thought. So continue to work with them, continue to be in contact with them, but I don't have a visit date or anything like that we're anticipating anytime soon now, contrary to what the update actually says in the agenda, and I'll update that for the next meeting. I already talked a little bit about Project Thunder in my updates at the top of this agenda. We visited them, myself, Noel Reed, Josh Keefe, and Dominic Bravo from the Outdoor Rec Task Force. visited with the company as well as multiple other of their peer companies through their industry association. Very, very positive meetings with them. Like I said, have said in the last couple of updates, our primary contact at Thunder has presented the proposals that came from the Wyoming communities to his subsidiaries. He wasn't able to get to that as soon as he had originally anticipated, so the whole process has just taken longer. We're in very, very regular contact with him, and he assures us that they're still looking through and trying to figure out the best way to go forward. We will let everyone know if updates are necessary or where we are on that one. So, the next lead down is Project Cloud, which is a 400-person computer technology center. The company's been talking with us for probably a year now. We had lost contact with them, and we're beginning to worry about it. Then actually received an email from a new contact at the company to Sean Reese directly, saying that the person we had been working with wasn't with the company anymore, and it's taken them a while to ramp things back up, but they wanted to start the conversations with us again. So great relief to be able to be back in contact with them, and we're in near constant contact with them at this point, talking about the past proposals that were put together by the communities and any updates that might be made to those or need to be made to those. So they're sort of in the review process, trying to figure that out. I anticipate we're going to put together a conference call in the next couple of weeks to go over incentives and different things that we had talked with them about before, just to bring them all up to speed, and then also to get up to date as far as if the project's any different than it was when we were talking with them first time. So anyway, very positive on that going forward. There's two projects that I need to report to you on that are not on the agenda that you have in front of you, but will be in the next report out through the advisory committee. There's Project Western, which is a new lead that had gone out to just 3 communities that they selected, which were Casper, Cheyenne, and Laramie. This would be what they're describing as a protein processing plant, and of course, animal protein, all kinds, looking at basically areas of the state that have easy access to air service and a certain large enough population, and that's why they had initially narrowed their list down to Cheyenne, Laramie, and Casper. Casper took a look at the project and said, you know what, this isn't us, and didn't propose. Cheyenne and Laramie both did. We're in the process of working with the company to figure out what are the next steps that they want to come for a visit. Came through a site selection firm that we're familiar with, and so we're very comfortable with the project. It would be quite a large deal, 300 jobs initially, expanding up to 500. They need a 15-acre site, only willing to consider building. They're not looking for anything existing, but they did need access, close access to air service because they're a company based in the east coast of the country, and they needed some pretty close hub access. So I think Cheyenne and Laramie would be a pretty good fit for them. Seems to be that their utility needs and all that sort of thing are a good fit. And it won't be a growth type processing plant. It's not a slaughter facility, simply processing. So anyway, look forward to working with them and have had discussions with them about all the different efforts to increase USDA inspected processing in the state and how do we go forward with that. And their basic comment was, we'd love to be able to help you guys with that. I think we have just the thing. So going forward, I think it'll be a really great relationship to have. And finally, Project Ash is the name of the final project to update you on. It's actually a project we had worked on several years ago and had flowed in different directions all over the place. But this company is a large co-location data center operator. They are working with Cheyenne exclusively, so again, we're sort of in a support role here with Cheyenne leads looking, but it's a very large center, looking at approximately a 14-megawatt startup, which is significant. If you recall, when Microsoft began here in Cheyenne, they were a 17-megawatt project, so very significant. And of course, they would have plans for expansion. Right now, they're working with Cheyenne leads as well as local developers, negotiating on land, different things that they'll be able to go with on that. I believe it's very positive, and we should be able to announce a win, hopefully sometime this this year. So I think that'll be a really great win for us. And I apologize, I don't have their employment numbers right in front of me, but it's actually significant compared to a standard enterprise center, I believe, because they have people dedicated to each of the clients in their center. Requires a higher employment in their model of operating. So anyway, that's an update on all of that. I'd be happy to take any questions or just let you go after droning on for 20 minutes.
Thank you, Brandon. Great discussion. Mike Wandel.
More of a comment than a question. I'm sure you all know what it's about on air service, but
Really?
what we really need to focus on in the regional air service needs to focus on is what's the GDP effect of air service in our area. So Gillette needs to do that. Sheridan, Cheyenne, Laramie. We talk about the wrong numbers when we talk about air service, I've noticed, after focusing on it for 8 years. We've got to start looking at the GDP effect of the air service we have now, which is, for the most of the state, minimal air service, the minimum that we have, versus what if we did a great job? What would a great level of air service look like? What's the effect of the GDP for what we're doing, which is minimal to a great? And then, what's the effect on GDP if we do nothing, if we get rid of air service? Because that's where we're headed in a lot of these places. And we need to, the Business Council especially, needs to understand those numbers. And then we need to make sure that when the local, county, and city are making decisions on whether they're adding or subtracting flights, commercial code share flights, what that effect is on their GDP long run. And I think we can change that conversation if we have the right numbers. But when you're talking about this subject, it really shines a light on how your air service is going to affect attracting new businesses or new events, the one that we talked about. And then that same thing applies to whether us business people are going to grow our businesses in this location or not. So it really affects the GDP, and that's the number that we need to look at when we decide how much we need to be willing, how much we should logically be willing to put towards air service, and it needs to be baked down to the regional level.
Good comments, Mike. Thank you. Further comments? Anything for, yes, Kim?
Actually, I kind of have a general comment, too. First, for Sean, after listening to everyone's report, and we still have 3 more areas to talk about today. I commend you for the fact that you have recognized that the Business Council needs to evolve. And I would actually challenge anyone in the state. It's really easy to point fingers and be naysayers, potentially at Business Council or what we do. But I would guarantee you that if this were a purely government-driven activity for everything that came out of this year's legislature and what is already under the umbrella of Business Council, it would take 5 times the staff and it would be spread across all kinds of state agencies, and it would be ineffective and inefficient. So I'm grateful that you see this and that you see all these added responsibilities on the Business Council, and it's time to look at the structure and bring the team in to figure out what is the most effective way to lead into the future. That's how business does it. And I would challenge the rest of the state that it's time to support it, because this is the most efficient manner to do what we want to do as a state. So thank you for seeing that and doing that on our behalf.
Thank you.
Second. You had 2 points.
Well, that was kind of both.
Well, I want to make sure you have.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Ron, have you got anything further?
Real quickly, I wanted to reiterate that there is that survey as part of 118 Senate file that the Business Council has to conduct. And speaking to the Facebook audience, if you own or manage a business and you want to talk about local licensing, permitting regs, state, federal, want to be heard, take the survey, go to wyomingbusiness.org. You have till June 1st. We would love to have overflowing number of survey results from around the state. And that includes ag, ranching industry too. They have licensing and permitting requirements too. So not just the normal businesses you would think of. And Next Gen Sector Partnership Summit next week. We've been planning that. Noel Reed leading it. Over 150 people from around the state. Industry, as Sean has said, will tell us what they need, and the regions, 9 regions around the state, will talk about industries they will focus on and work out from there. We'll provide support. Thank you.
Ron Kenzie, anything?
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further comments? We're going to take well, it says 10-minute break. Try to be back here by 5 till 11. We're just a little bit behind. I'd like to try and catch up just a smidge, but so we're adjourned for the moment. phone?
Jerry is still on the phone, Mr. Co-Chair.
Hey, well, that's great. I can look at Ben and he can tell whether who's on and who isn't and so forth. So, Jerry, you're up as chair of the Community Development Advisory Committee, and Kim Porter is sitting at the desk.
And I can observe that looking at the screen. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, board. Sorry again for not being there this morning. I think what Kim will report out on is probably a little different in this particular advisory committee. Perhaps a little different than business development and some of the others. I would consider it more foundational and blocking and tackling day in and day out, and being executed very well by Kim and running around the state periodically. And some of the board may have noticed a few little communication glitches that Kim may want to report out on as well. But with that, I'll turn it over to Kim for her report.
Thanks, Jerry. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. The very first thing I'm going to start on is placemaking. Wow, I sound really loud. Let's scoot back a little bit. We held 8 placemaking trainings across the state. 6 of those was in conjunction with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. 2 of those were invites back into other communities to bring this training to their communities. So we've been in Worland, Fort Laramie, Riverton, Gillette, Bear River, Rawlins, Sheridan, and Basin. We've trained over 200 people on placemaking with very good results and very good evaluations and comments. We're excited to see some of the projects that are coming out. I think one of the funnest projects that's coming out this year so far is Rock Springs put together a mini golf course in a lot that was just weeds and wasn't being used, and they're really doing this right. They sent a postcard around, and they're having a golf tournament on June 2nd, and so that's going to be really fun. If you want to go, wear your best Argyle sweater. I wish I could go to that. That would be really fun. So that's what we have on placemaking. We are going into Torrington in June to do a deeper dive. So we'll be working with them a little bit. The training is just kind of an overview. We'll be working with Torrington deeper into the exercises and helping them get their application ready. And some of the towns in Goshen County will also be attending that. The next project we're working on is the community review process. This is a revamping of the community assessment process. It's a grant partnership between Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. So we're doing Story next week. They're our first pilot project. We've really changed this up a lot. We've done some training on the front end with them to help them with their community engagement, hoping to build their capacity to carry out any of the projects that come out of the community assessment. So we'll do a debrief next Friday after the review, and then we'll open up the application to do a community review in the fall. The next one is the Housing Toolbox. On the Housing Toolbox, we had a little bit of a setback. We applied for a grant through Community Builders of Colorado, and were unsuccessful. And one of the reasons is they're starting a regional housing toolbox, and they wanted to roll that one out first before they worked with the state. So we will be working with them in July or August. They're rolling their regional housing toolkit out in June, and then we'll be doing a day of planning with them around their toolkit in July or August. The other exciting thing is they do different type of institutes, and they haven't done one in Wyoming for a while, so we're bringing them in September 26th through 28th in Lander to do a housing institute. The way this works is communities apply, and they get a grant that they can come to this housing institute. It is 2.5 days. The community needs to bring 6 to 8 people, including an elected official, and this is a working institute. I asked if some people could observe this, and she said really it's a little bit of teaching than a lot of work, and so observing it isn't always very beneficial. On the last day, the last half a day is working on a an action plan around housing. So I'm really excited about this. We just set the dates and the place yesterday, so more information will be coming on that, but that should really help some of the communities that are struggling with housing. The Community Tourism Toolbox is another project that we're just starting. We did meet with a good portion of the team in Lander in April, and we came up with a strategic plan or an action plan. We should have the nicer version of that done by tomorrow, so I'm pretty excited to get that out. One of the things that came up in the Community Tourism Toolbox was the need for more on-the-ground training for frontline staff. And so I have started conversations with the Office of Tourism to see if we can't get something out in the next month really quickly, like a video or something, a half-hour video for frontline staff, something that starts the conversation, and then work through this year and try to roll out something a bit bigger next year at the beginning of the year. So we'll have more on that. We're just, like I said, just starting to tease that idea out a little bit. And again, working with a lot of our partners, the Office of Tourism, the Outdoor Rec Council, and a lot of the tourism and community folks in the state to see what we can do to help communities capture people, capture their visitors and keep them longer in our communities. And so that's all the cool stuff going on in community development.
Kim, do you want to talk about placemaking down in southwest Wyoming?
I'm sure. We, no, I don't. Thank you. We do have some people who are concerned about our placemaking program because the UN has a program called the New Urban, it's a New Urban program. Anyways, part of that is placemaking. And the UN is working with the Project for Public Spaces, who is who we work with, to take placemaking globally. But this program of the UN is not in the United States. It's working in other countries. And really, I didn't know that the UN had this program going on, and our program really doesn't have anything to do with that. We think placemaking is a good program because it encourages our visitors to stay in our communities longer, so they're going to spend more money at our businesses. It helps grow our businesses. It also makes it kind of a fun and cool place that people want to live in, to have some, places to be in. And really, placemaking is about empowering a community to look at their public spaces using community members. So it's very grassroots. In fact, there's 11 principles in placemaking, and the first one is the community is the expert. So very grassroots, very empowering for a community. Helps the community helps look at the public places in the community. So we're pretty excited about that. There is going to be a meeting. Elena and Mr. Hoops will be meeting with some of those people to talk to them and, see if we can help their worries.
Okay. Aaron.
Mr. Co-Chair, what are the concerns exactly?
That it's tied to the UN's New Urban Agenda, and that it's the government, it's a government program that's forcing them to do what the government wants them to do, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, at the end of the day, we see this as the community wants to do this. We're not forcing this on communities. It's up to them to decide if this is something they want to pursue, and we respect communities that don't want to take part of it, but the communities that we've worked with so far are very excited, and they get that this is about economic development, and it's about helping businesses grow and helping capture tourists and helping create vibrant places to be able to retain millennial generation and attract. So I think Kim and Elena are doing a good job, doing the right thing. Communities, if they don't want to buy in, that's absolutely fine. We understand. Each community is going to have a different take.
Kim.
I was just thinking back to the outdoor recreation presentation that we listened to. And if you think about it, all of these things come into play together. The common theme of that discussion was, if you want to attract outdoor recreation, tourism to your area, what did he say you have to have? You have to have infrastructure. You need to have the brew pub. You need to have this, you need to have that. That is what this generation is looking for, the overall experience, and placemaking actually puts a community in charge of creating that infrastructure to attract it. So I think it's an empowering program. It just needs to be better understood.
Mr. Chair, I guess there's a question first. You mentioned that in the communities you train frontline staff. What is that? Is that our staff or the staff in those communities?
For the tourism toolbox, the frontline staff would be gas station attendants,
perfect.
hotel people, restaurants,
awesome,
stuff like that. And actually, I don't want to put Cameron on the spot, but Cameron from tourism is actually who I called very first and said, "Hey, can we do this?
Yeah.
And how do we do this?" So I will be relying on them.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That was my question, because I think to tag on to what Kim said, that is your tourism. That is your first face, is the gas station or the hotel attendant. So if they know what's in town and what's cool, that's a big thing. And so we can make things cool for them as well. But thank you.
Alan, is Alan Hoop still on, Ben?
I'm here, Pete.
Okay. You want to say anything about if you're going to meet with Elena and so forth?
So Elena and I believe Kim will be on with us, and Elena and myself will meet with the individuals. I don't know, to be blunt, I don't know if they think the UN is trying to take over state government. I think it's just some confusion about what placemaking is, and we'll just do our best to try and help them understand and, kind of put the ball back in their court. You want to do something about the area and be a plus for the area, then do so. And, that's how we're going to attempt to diffuse it. So.
Okay. I know that area, so I will just say good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Okay, the next advisory committee is Industrial Development, Cactus Cavallo, and Sarah Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, Sarah's the lead on this. She's going to get into, obviously, the business development, innovation zones, opportunity zones, a new WIN website, and some of the tie-ins with Senate File 118. And for me to say any more would be ridiculous, because she knows it and I don't.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Cactus. You really oversold me there.
Oh, I didn't.
All right. Before I get into kind of the nitty-gritty, I just wanted to give you guys a flavor of what we're feeling like in industrial development as we go through this evolution that we've all been talking about this morning. We are changing a lot, and we're working on integrating all of the new initiatives that we've gotten from this year's session with all of the initiatives that we've been working on previously. And we're thinking about doing that in a really strategic and sensible way. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention that kind of on the ground, it's important for us as staff to realize that we're all driving still toward the same mission. We are increasing Wyoming's prosperity through all of these initiatives. And so we're really excited to do all of this work. We have a hugely full plate. It's very overwhelming at times, but it's what we came here to do, and so we're really excited to just keep moving forward and get it all done. With that, first I want to talk about some of the initiatives that are directly tied to Endow that we're intimately involved in industrial development. I am the staff lead for the Value-Added Natural Resources Subcommittee for Endow. We talked about this at the last quarter meeting, but Endow is split up into 5 different economic engines. One of those is value-added natural resources. And just a quick update on what those guys are working on. We're gathering information and we're reaching out to experts across the state to understand how can we leverage the really strong strengths, as this area especially knows, in natural resources to grow within natural resources and to grow those sectors in the other economic engines that have been identified to help diversify the economy further. And there's just a lot of really big ideas going on in that group right now. A lot of them are not developed, but I'll let you know that they're kind of mind-blowing ideas, and we're trying to understand if they're feasible and how they would work and what's the path forward there. So a lot of really big, exciting stuff coming out of that, and look forward to more on that when we do have more information. Tied directly in with that are business development and innovation zones. So at the last meeting, I presented that 3-zone type model. We've got regional opportunity areas, industrial focus zones, and innovation centers. And we presented that to the Endow Council in October, and then decided that we needed to let the subcommittees do some work to understand what are the goals of each of those economic engines, so that business development and innovation zones can be tailored to fit those goals. At the Endow Council meeting in Riverton a couple weeks ago, each of the subcommittees came out with a very rough draft of what those policies and recommendations might be. And so we're using that to put together an equally rough draft of what business development and innovation zones might look like. These are all still ideas that are coalescing, but 3 of the kind of main changes that I see from the model that we presented, the 3 zone types, or additions, not changes, are we want to make sure that there's incredibly strong community involvement and a pathway for communities to get to each one of these zones. So what are the intermediate steps to engage communities to be able to support an industrial focus zone or support an innovation center? And we see regional opportunity areas, which are the areas in which next generation sector strategies will take place as part of that pathway to getting to those other zone types. Again, this is all really rough, but that's kind of the thinking around that right now. The plan from here is to get those drafts out to the subcommittees hopefully next week, get their feedback, and then we'll get local feedback and then incorporate it into the August 1st report for Endow. Opportunity zones, not to be confused with regional opportunity areas or business development and innovation zones. These come from the federal tax bill that was passed in December. We talked a little bit about this at our last meeting, but just a refresher, it allows taxpayers to defer capital gains taxes by investing in property or businesses within an opportunity zone. In order to qualify for an opportunity zone, a census tract has to meet some federal guidelines. They have to have greater than 80% or less than 80% of the state median income, or have greater than 20% poverty within that zone. We had 33 of those zones in Wyoming, and we needed to cut them down to 25. So our first step in that was outreach to communities. We asked everybody to characterize what do the tracts in your area that qualify, what do they look like, what are their characteristics, and then given that information with the goal of which zones can help increase jobs and wealth as opportunity zones, we made recommendations to Governor Meade. He submitted those recommendations, or he submitted his nominations last month in April, and they were just certified last Friday by the U.S. Department of Treasury. So we have opportunity zones in Wyoming now. The next steps for us are to promote those zones. We need to get investors to invest within those zones, and there's an intermediary step, which is an opportunity fund, that's the vehicle that invests in the property and businesses within those opportunity zones. So we need to get those set up. Right now, there's a lot of vagueness in in the statute, and so we're working on understanding what do those exactly look like, and we're working on understanding who could those investors be, and promoting really the opportunity that opportunity zones present in Wyoming. We're planning to do a series of video vignettes on individual zones to try to attract investment and just show people the tremendous opportunity that exists in those zones. I'll pause there. Are there any questions?
Questions for Sarah? Ron, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, do we have a list of those opportunity zones?
We do, and Ben just pulled up the website. So we've got a list. This is just wyomingbusiness.org/opportunity zones. We've got a list as well as an interactive map on there, and that's thanks to, of course, our communications department, Tom Dixon, and others, and Teal Wyckoff at YGISC. But this website is meant to be a piece of that promotion and to let communities know where their opportunity zones are.
I think there was a release out too, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. That went out yesterday. Yep.
Cactus, did you have a question?
Yes, Sarah. Are you familiar with the new market tax credits and their workings? I thought you were working with the newly formed Montana, Idaho, now Wyoming CDC. Do we see some additional opportunities there? I can tell you that I'm working on a project in Goshen County. I think that will be the third one in the state using those. And although it's a rather arduous process, I think in the end it's certainly something well worthwhile people looking into and using those funds to help invest in the communities where they are available, and hopefully we can help assist some of that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and so if you, for the most part, in general, to qualify to be an opportunity zone, you meet all of the qualifications for new markets tax credits as well, so they overlap. So both of these benefits can be stacked on top of each other. The ones in Goshen County do qualify. They qualify for both.
Is the process as arduous for the opportunity zones as it is for the new market tax credits? Do you know that?
We don't know that yet. The process is not clearly outlined yet, unfortunately.
Other questions for Sarah? Okay.
Okay, all right, moving right along to our upstream oil and gas recruitment initiatives. This is one that we talked about at our last meeting as well. It's one that is near and dear to me. We recognize that there's a gap in the types of graduates that were graduating from the University of Wyoming and the types of jobs that we have for them here, especially when it comes to energy. We're graduating folks in the energy knowledge sector. And so we thought, how can we get those energy knowledge sector jobs to Wyoming? And what we started doing is exploring the idea of, can we recruit upstream oil and gas offices and other energy offices to Wyoming? We've reached out to Peter Wold, and he was very encouraging and pointed out some challenges which we knew were there, like air service and others. But we are working on this together with all of the other initiatives that are ongoing, but that's an exciting one, so I wanted to keep that on your radar. The Wind Energy Service Company Directory launched, I guess a couple months ago now. We are at 23 companies as of this morning who have registered for that, and have had a lot of positive feedback from developers and from the service companies that have signed up. We are planning to get timelines of workforce requirements together that are compiled for all of the upcoming wind energy projects up by the end of next week, hopefully. So that'll be in addition to that. And our goal with this is to expand it to be a statewide network of industrial service companies and contractors throughout not only wind energy, but other industries as well. And so that's our long-term goal here. We recognize that there are a lot of other partners in this. For instance, the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. I know Cheyenne, the Chamber of Commerce is working on one that's specifically related to military construction and things like that. So we're making sure that we're really aware of what else is going on and making sure we're adding value in this way. There's a lot of tie-ins here to the Wyoming branded programs as well, like Wyoming Grown, Grown in Wyoming and Made in Wyoming. I always get those mixed up. So another just exciting thing. Additionally, with Senate File 118, we are working on a piece of it that requires the Business Council in partnership with Endow to put together a report on how to invest in high-growth companies. We are taking the approach of looking at what other states have done here, what has worked, what hasn't worked. We're putting together those analogs now, and then we'll reach out to the Endow Council members as well as some of you to try to craft what's best for Wyoming, given what other states have done. What's the best way to do this, given our structure and given the successes and failures that other states have experienced. That is all I have for now. So any questions on the other stuff that I spoke about?
Questions for Sarah? Questions for Chairman Covello?
I'll refer them back to Sarah.
All right, Sarah, thanks.
Thank you, Sarah.
Great report. Okay, the next order of business is to hear from the regional representatives in Wyoming, and is Elena here? Okay, Heather. You're not Elena. I know Elena.
No, Mr. Co-Chair, I am not Elena Zempel. Elena asked that I just give you a quick apology. She, I'm sure as you all know, had some knee surgery recently, so she decided to travel back to the western side of the state, and she said slowly, hoping to be able to get some rest and ice. Tomorrow she is working with a company to show some properties in North Lincoln County and western Sublette County of a small manufacturer from Jackson, with Jackson ties, that is interested in maybe relocating to one of those other counties. So she said to be sure to mention that this was definitely one of the benefits of having Teton County as part of that region. She sort of understands the synergies of all three of those counties together. So Elena sends her apologies, but certainly I think we all recognize her need to get home. So, also, you may have noticed on your list, Kim Reitmer, our East Central Regional Director, isn't listed. She had the opportunity to participate in an EB5 training this week in Casper, and Casper does have an EB5 designation, so she took advantage of that to hopefully learn more about that, as well as provide the rest of their team some hopefully some training on it, just so we have a better understanding of that.
EB5?
So, EB5 is an international, somebody's going to have to help me with this because I didn't go to the training, I don't know. An international designation, I believe, to be able to do business.
Yes,
somebody help me.
Mr. Chairman, the EB5 allows for, in certain designated areas, foreign direct investment, really to stimulate investment in more rural communities. And so a foreign company that makes an investment in one of these particular zones, they get, in exchange, they get a certain number of green cards. And so this is a model that's been effective in another number of places. We're currently working with a prospect that is interested in using this EB5 as part of their financing package. And this is likely to happen in Kim's region.
Thank you, Sean.
Go ahead.
So, because I'm already up here, I'm just going to give you my report. I am the Southeast Regional Director. I think most of you know that. I work in Carbon, Albany, Laramie, and Goshen County. So I was just going to provide you a few updates on projects within my region. Albany County, our most exciting piece of news is that our Empress building in downtown Laramie, that was a downtown development project, is nearing completion. They are actually hoping that Big Hollow, the grocery store that will be moving into there, will be able to move in early July. So that's their target date. There have been a few small setbacks in that project, but overall, for an infill project in the middle of downtown, it has gone pretty well, and I'm excited to see it. I will make sure that everybody has an invitation to that opening when they have it, but if you're in Laramie, certainly take an opportunity to stop in and shop and see the new building. Earlier in May, Laramie celebrated their 150th anniversary of becoming a city, so that has been an exciting piece of sort of the downtown. Everything in downtown is coming together to work on that, and they're continuing that celebration throughout the summer, so there will be pieces of that all along. The other thing in Albany County that I wanted to mention, I'm sure you all saw, but an update, Wyotech, the governor approved the $5 million loan, pending a few other things, but the press release officially went out for that to award it to a private company that will be taking over ownership and teaching and everything in that. So everyone in the community is excited to see that continue. It's certainly an important piece of the education and certainly workforce in Laramie. So we're all very thankful that that was an opportunity that didn't go the other direction. Carbon County has a facade project downtown that has been going for a couple of years now. They are actually hoping to finish all of the downtown buildings this summer. With that project, there has been CDBG and BRC funds as part of the funding for that overall. They are at 36 buildings that will have new facades, and in their original application, they had proposed about $130,000 in private investment to match some of that, and currently they're at about $280,000. So business and building owners have taken the opportunity to take what has been proposed for their buildings and then take a few more steps. So the changes in downtown Rollins are pretty significant and exciting, and it's nice to see all of the businesses and all the building owners come together for that. The guard quarters project that was an enhancement project has actually started. They've started getting some contractors lined up, and they're trying to work through that project and not completely disrupt their tourism season. So it's a little bit of a balance, but they want to get started on that project. So hopefully more to come on that soon. The tourism season in Carbon County is an important one, and both 130 and 70 opened this week. So those are two mountain passes that are closed all winter and sort of take a little bit of opportunity away from Carbon County, just the continuity of travel. So both 130 and 70 are open if you're in that part of the state and you want to head up to the mountains. It's a little bit easier. And Rollins will also be celebrating their 150th anniversary this summer. They are celebrating theirs in August. So they have a lot of exciting things planned and are trying to do some things certainly to highlight the railroad as well as the Western heritage and everything. So very exciting things planned there. Goshen County, as Cactus alluded to, the groundbreaking will soon be taking place for a new cobblestone hotel in Torrington. This is a new market tax credit project, and it is the third one in the state. And it's the first one that's been done in several years. So it's been good for all of us to work through that again and remember how it works, or try to learn how it works. And it's a much needed project in Goshen County, and I think it'll be exciting to see that go up. The incubator at Goshen County Economic Development continues to be very strong. They have a fantastic BRE program there. They currently have 4 clients in the incubator that work out of that. So it's part of their office space. So they're able to work directly with those businesses, see how they're doing, help coach them, and help get them onto the next steps as they continue to work with additional new entrepreneurs and businesses that are looking to grow. Goshen County has also just embarked on a Main Street program, so we are working on putting that together, how that looks. They will be a county-wide program. The only other county-wide program in the state that's a Main Street program is Platte County, and certainly they've had some struggles, and Goshen Counties have been able to kind of work with them and learn some of those, so I'm excited to see how they take that program. Goshen County Economic Development already serves the entire county, so for them to take a Main Street program and continue to serve the entire county worked well into their model, and I think they'll do a good job. And as another piece of history, in Goshen County, Fort Laramie's in Goshen County, and at the end of May, that's now, at the end of April, they had a celebration at Fort Laramie to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the treaty, the Indian treaty signing. So kind of a cool recreation of events and some historical pieces of Wyoming's history that I think sometimes we forget a little bit about. So pretty exciting about that. And then Laramie County, yesterday they had a groundbreaking, yay, for the Civic Center Commons project, which was a project that I believe this board approved in 2015. They have had a little bit of a bumpy road getting here, but yesterday they officially broke ground, so that will take a parking lot that's not as well utilized as it could, and create partly a drainage project is actually one of the big things that it is, but also a public space to be able to hold for another outdoor venue in the west edge of Cheyenne. So that piece of that project and that piece of the west edge has really been sort of a tipping point for a lot of businesses to decide what they want to do in the west edge of Cheyenne, which is an area that is ready and primed for redevelopment, but I think everyone's been waiting to see if that's going to happen. And now that that's actually, shovels have been put in the ground and they are starting on it, that I think we will see some more activity in that part of the downtown, which is exciting. And actually, as a piece of that, there a less a not as wholesome business is gone from downtown Cheyenne, and their building came down yesterday, and they actually announced that they're building a housing development where that building was. So it'll be some townhouses kind of in that western edge of Cheyenne too, which is a much better use of the space, and I think everyone will be much happier to see a nice housing development go in there. So also in Cheyenne, the Microsoft, as was mentioned earlier, their continued growth. They actually have begun what I believe is their 5th expansion, although I think we've all lost a little bit of a count on that. But they have begun a 5th expansion out there. They continue to grow. They continue to increase their needs for electricity. Their current property value is one of the second highest in Laramie County right now. So everyone is always interested in what's going on out there because it seems like there's always shovels moving, but very exciting to see that. Does anybody have any questions about anything else?
Questions for Heather? Thank you very much.
Mr. Co-Chair, this is Jerry.
Hey, Jerry.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, and I think this probably goes to Sean, but I'm somewhat familiar with the EB5. Certain ski areas actually in Vermont have gone through that process, and I'm interested to understand what role are we going to be the vetting side of that to see who is a proper business that might apply towards these funds, et cetera, because I would tell you there's been some fraud issues having to do with a particular ski area in the east that I think we just need to have our antenna up on.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bland, that's a great question, and I don't have a great answer for you. This is somewhat new program to us. We've come to learn that the Department of Workforce Services, they actually have a role in this process that we've just recently become aware of. But in general, I would suspect that, yes, it is an important feature of the Business Council to be able to vet these projects to make sure that they're on the up and up. And we need to work with the Department of Workforce Services. It occurred to us because they were working directly with companies that we didn't know about. And so I'm working with Director Cox to make sure that we're part of the mix, because I don't think that, with all due respect to Workforce Services, they're equipped to be able to identify those sorts of bad players, bad actors, and I think we're in a much better position. So this is new to us. I'm glad Kim's taking this training, and it's something that we're all working on collectively as an agency with Workforce Services. But your point's well taken. We've got to be very cautious on this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. Thank you, Heather.
All right, thank you.
Before Amy comes up, I wanted, and it was my fault, Cameron Ross is sitting back here. Cameron works for tourism, strategic planning, and so forth. And some of you may know Senator Tony Ross from Cheyenne. That's his son. And it's nice to see Cameron come up and kind of take in what's going on with the Business Council. So, Amy?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board. It's my pleasure to be here today. Last board meeting, I wasn't able to be in person, so great to see you all. I am the Northwest Regional Director, so that I cover the 4 counties of the Bighorn Basin: Park, Hot Springs, Bighorn, and Washakie, just if you're not quite familiar. And spring has finally started to has finally sprung in the Northwest. So the grass is greening, wildflowers are blooming, the antelope are frolicking, and the lines of RVs are showing up. So things are definitely getting busy. Tourism and recreation, as you heard earlier from Dave and Wes, are key economic drivers in our area, and we're just getting into that busy season. I've been doing quite a bit of work in that outdoor recreation front and tourism. As Dave mentioned, the Bighorn Basin Outdoor Recreation Collaborative is the first one that has formed in the state as part of the task force, and we had an excellent meeting in Worland earlier this spring with a lot of different players from state government, different land use people, outdoor recreation businesses, and just local key stakeholders, people who are interested in outdoor recreation. And I'm excited to share that from that meeting, at least 2 permits have been filed with the BLM for some trail work, some trail building in both Thermopolis and Ten Sleep. So the group is moving forward without our pushing or direction, so that's great. There's some energy there. I've also been working very closely with Antelope Butte Foundation, who is looking to reopen after several years of being closed, and they're hoping to reopen for full year-round recreation opportunities. And so hopefully we'll be hearing from them in the September board meeting, but they do have some plans going forward. And there are also conversations, certainly. The Bighorn Basin Outdoor Rec Collaborative is focusing more on the east and southern portions of the Bighorn Basin, because everybody kind of feels like Park County has their own thing going. Cody and Powell are maybe a few steps ahead of communities like Grable and Worland. So there are certainly a lot of conversations in Park County about creating a whole sort of base camp to the region. People shouldn't just be coming to Yellowstone, they should be coming to the ecosystem, basing in our communities, our smaller communities, for their trips into Yellowstone. And as those visitation numbers continue to skyrocket in the park, more and more is going to have to be done, I think, at the entrance communities to attract those people to stay there longer, because the park infrastructure just is not going to be able to manage it all. And another related project to outdoor recreation and tourism in Powell, working closely with the economic development organization there, PEP, Powell Economic Partnership, on a conference center and lodging project. And so that's a really exciting one that also should be very important for their tourism attraction, as well as being able to attract conferences to the area, and then also with some unique workforce development components. So you'll be hearing more about that soon. A lot of conversations also about agriculture in the Bighorn Basin. Ron mentioned Senate File 108, and the meat processing has been very important. A lot of conversations earlier this month met in the Bighorn Basin with the legislators and other regional stakeholders. There were about 30 people that were very engaged, from ranchers to UW, Northwest College, meat processing facilities. We have 2 in Cody that are USDA certified, Wyoming Authentic Products and Wyoming Legacy Meats, just sharing their ideas, challenges that they see, and it was a great initial conversation. The regional economic development partners, so myself, as well as those from Powell, Cody, Worland, Thermopolis, Hot Springs County, Grable, and Lovell, will be convening in early June to continue that conversation and look at what the next steps are and potentially draft a scope of work for a feasibility study. One comment that came out is there are hundreds, probably, of feasibility studies that have been done on meat processing and just agriculture in general. So maybe not reinventing the wheel, but looking at what's out there and compiling that data so we can see what's most effective going forward. But the Bighorn Basin does certainly want to be involved in that initiative and is very active. Speaking of the two facilities in Cody, both of them shared, as I mentioned, their challenges, and a lot of those challenges are, while they both want to expand, and Wyoming Authentic Products has received grant funding from the Business Council and has not yet broken ground on their expansion, they're looking at some concerns about their market development, wanting to make sure they have that demand there before they go forward and increase their supply. I keep hearing that they hope to break ground this summer, so hopefully in September we'll have more information and I can give you a bigger update. And Ron also mentioned that right now there's an Ag Innovation Center tour, so there are several representatives from my region who are there, Christine and others who are touring in Oregon and Idaho, and I'm excited to see what they find out and bring back to share with us about what other states are doing. That has come out of the Ag Diversification Summit that was held in Powell in January, and so that's continuing forward. As far as advanced manufacturing, in Cody we have an opportunity where a manufacturer is wanting to expand with the potential to create a large number of jobs and help grow also an additional ancillary company. So working closely with Forward Cody on that activity. Other issues or sectors that I've been working on include entrepreneurialism, so I think this goes into that Senate File 118. Over the past several years, the economic developers and the college, Northwest College, have done some business boot camps and entrepreneurial activities, and we're looking at revamping what they did. Last year they did an interesting Innovention program that lasted about 6 months, and previous to that they did something that lasted about 6 weeks. So now we're kind of looking to combine the strengths of both of those different structured programs and offer something hopefully next January, February for entrepreneurs in our region. And also, Cody's mayor, Matt Hall, has initiated some Park County meetups, which are some entrepreneurial networking activities, kind of modeled a lot after Silicon Couloir in Jackson. In fact, earlier this month, Jen Ford, who is their executive director, I believe is her title, came and met with them and got everybody pretty energized and excited about this. Last week they met at the Powell Makerspace, and so it's just an opportunity for different people from different walks of life who have business ideas, have business dreams, or have failures and successes to come together and share. And it's a great energy there, and we hope to see it grow. Mayor Hall brought this forward after taking part in Leadership Wyoming when he was at Silicon Couloir. Also working with Level Inc. in Lovell on some housing projects. Lovell has some property that they want to develop into senior housing with some workforce components, and working on just sharing grant information, looking into mixed-use opportunities, and Kim Porter's opportunities with community builders is very intriguing to us, so we hope that maybe we can get involved with that. But also connected them with WIFOP, the Wyoming Family Housing, which I think is now My Front Door, and now I can't remember what the acronym is for. But so that was very informational. Also working on workforce. Next week is the Next Gen Academy that we're excited about, and we have several people from the region going. I will be one of the facilitators, so I'm excited to see what industry our region identifies and then the champions and move that forward. I think everybody probably has some preconceived ideas, so it'll be interesting what comes out of it and what we all really decide is the key one to start with. And then at the Northwest College Center for Workforce Development, there's a new director there, and working very closely with her to try to develop some new programs and be, innovative in all of this economic diversification and business needs and challenges that we're facing. Other activities in Worland and Washakie County, they're discussing the possibility of merging the Chamber Visitor Center and Economic Development Organization, which is Washakie Development Association. That has mixed reviews and opinions, so it'll be interesting to watch and see what they do there. Baumgars also just broke ground in Worland, so that's a big deal for them. In those small communities, even a retail outlet that's going to create 15 to 20 jobs is a big deal. So excited for them. Thermopolis and Hot Springs County is also working on a variety of different projects. Main Street there, the advisory board for Main Street is going to be in Thermopolis in early June. And so that'll be great, I think, for them to get some more direction and assistance. Also, the Economic Development Organization there is working to try to attract a large organization that would have huge ramifications as far as tourism and outdoor rec. So fingers crossed we're working through some of that. Kim Porter mentioned earlier the placemaking, and she led a workshop in Worland earlier this spring, and we've had a lot of interest from my region. In fact, the first grant that was approved was from Cody, and it's a project at the library. They're going to install some natural landscaping playground equipment, and so it was, great to work through that process with that group of people and see the community engagement. I've also been in contact with the town of Byron, who has another great project idea, so I hope to see that come forward soon. And also working with Byron, who's looking into updating their community economic development plan. So those small communities really looking at what they can do to be innovative in this whole talk of economic diversification. How can they be relevant? So a lot of just opportunities there. Thank you for the opportunity to share my update, and I look forward to welcoming you to Cody in September. So thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Amy. Mike,
on Cody Labs, are you staying engaged with Cody Labs, making sure that we're doing everything we can to help them grow? Because in my mind, that's advanced manufacturing. It's already there.
Right.
They've got a proven track record. I think anything we can do to help them grow their sales to increase Wyoming GDP is a good use of time and money.
Right. You've probably heard that their project is on hold at the moment, and that was a decision by their new CEO. A lot of rumors are flying around the community about what's going on. What I've heard currently is, there are no layoffs going on, but there is a hiring freeze, and I am trying to stay in contact as much as possible. Communication with them is not always easy, but yeah, that's something that we certainly need to stay on top of, and I think it'll be interesting to see what happens next month with the SLIB decision.
Their CEO might not be a fan of growing in Wyoming, so I don't know if anybody's got any good connections to talk to that person and make sure that they know that we want them here.
Right.
And we want them to grow in Wyoming, because it's really nice to have a drug manufacturing company in Cody.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good for Wyoming.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Brandy Harlow. We're about on time.
Do you want me to hurry?
No, don't hurry. I'm just saying we're about on time.
Okay, so good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Brandy Harlow, Northeast Regional Director. I cover Crook, Weston, Johnson, Campbell, and Sheridan counties. Thank you for visiting Gillette. I know you've heard a lot about Gillette and Campbell County already this morning, so I brought a few handouts or show and tell, because you know that I have to have visual aids. The big news, you've already heard about it a little bit, the Integrated Test Center dedication was last week here in Campbell County. This is a flyer that went out from the Carbon X Prize Foundation that talks about the finalists that are coming to Campbell County that will be doing the testing out at the ITC Center. We had an opportunity to meet with each of those team members and talk about the Business Council, how we could help them through the process. Very interesting. Teams from India, China, Scotland, and Canada, as well as UCLA. The big question that they had for us was, what are the opportunities of starting a business in Wyoming? We have that down pat. And the next question was, how do we do that? And so we had a chance to visit with them, get them in touch with our business resource network, to talk to the Small Business Development Center and help them through that process. So they're very excited to be here, working on some great projects that will definitely help diversify our economy and add value. Other things going on in our region, on the region-wide, we've had a lot of Main Street transformation strategy meetings. Newcastle, Sundance, and Gillette all went through a transformation strategy process, and then they will do a second day to develop their action plan in June, and then Buffalo and Sheridan will start that process in July. So Main Street seems to be moving forward in my region, and they're excited about it. In Buffalo, they continue to work on the Technology Business Park. You folks heard about it at the last board meeting, I believe. They're planning on coming in September to request additional funding, but it's under design now, so we'll be seeing that in the future. On the Sheridan side, some of you had the opportunity to attend the groundbreaking for Weatherby. It was a very cold day in Sheridan. I'm happy to report that they are, site work's underway. They're moving dirt. Currently, they have 2 facilities leased, and they're planning on moving basically their office staff, sales, marketing, customer service in July to Sheridan. So they're underway there. They also wanted to make sure and let everybody know that the contractor has hired 98% Wyoming employees. So they're pretty excited about that as well. The other thing Brenda wanted to let everybody know is they've received about 2,000 applications for jobs. And she said about 400 to 500 of those were from Wyoming. So quite a few out-of-state interests as well. The other exciting project in Sheridan is VacuTech. They're in the design process and plan on holding a groundbreaking ceremony in July. So that'll be coming, and I'll let everybody know when it is. Kim, of course, talked about the Story Community Assessment. We're the pilot project coming next week, so have lots to report at the next meeting how that goes. And then finally, Heather handed out some of these as well. Oh, you didn't yet. Oh. She's supposed to. Anyway, these are a few of the, there's a regional consortium of businesses that have been working with Forward Sheridan as well as the Casper Economic Development Alliance to look at the opportunities for aerospace and defense contracting. They brought the business council in. They had an opportunity to work with our marketing team and come up with some marketing materials. Actually, business owners as well as Brandon Marshall attended the Colorado Space Symposium. They really feel like this is a great opportunity, significant opportunity out there. And so just want to let everybody know that that's going on, and we're moving forward with that. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention was the National Association of Counties hosts forums across the United States, and they're coming to Gillette in June to do a 2-day conference, and it's going to be a forum for coal-reliant communities. It'll be June 21st and 22nd. The tentative agenda is the first day they really focus on diversification strategies and what has been done around the country. They'll have speakers from several states there. And then the second day will be more state and local efforts, and the Business Council will participate in that. So with that, any questions or additions?
Mike? I'll add some additions. Jay Stendard from Forward Sheridan deserves the credit for getting me and many others focused on space and the 34th Annual Space Symposium. He's been going for a number of years and ringing the bell saying we need to look at aerospace and space as a GDP growth factor for Wyoming because the states around us are doing 15 billion and 11 billion or something in space. So he talked me into it during the last presentation that he had over in Sheridan, and I signed up and followed him down there. So thanks, Jay, to that. He's sitting in the back. And there is a lot of opportunities there. We'd kind of been around the phrase in aerospace and space, and we used Manufacturing Works to go do a deep dive on DOD. But the DOD conference, we didn't find a fit there, but the Space Symposium, we found a big fit there, and we found some of our suppliers that were actually there and talked to them, and that was their biggest growth area. And it wouldn't really make sense in heavy industrial manufacturing that Space Symposium would be a place to find customers, but they're ripe for job shops, for people that can create things, build things, and especially if you have an engineering component. And just the fact, as Jay always said, is Colorado's doing 15 billion and Utah is doing 11 billion. I don't know if that number's right, but why is Wyoming not doing anything? Oh, you are. You're doing money in it. So there are actually 2 businesses in Sheridan that are doing work in this. So, and I'd also like to mention it was a great collaborative effort. Forward Sheridan started pushing it, and the Business Council jumped in, and everybody's jumped in. A lot of interested parties in the state are in on it. So I think we're going to get a lot of traction out of this. I think it's going to be part of the advanced manufacturing growth in the state of Wyoming. So we're excited about it.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just to add a few other things. One of the concerns when the ITC was first being envisioned many years ago that it would just be a one-hit wonder. X Prize would come in and then that would be done, and there'd be all this activity and then nothing. And I think it's worthy to note that also as at the groundbreaking ceremony, we had J. Cole from Japanese and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries that have announced coming into the larger state bay to do some work. And I know the School of Energy Resources also working on other technologies to bring in, so that will help make sure that the ITC and the X Prize isn't just a one-hit wonder. That there'll be other things that will really help, I think, Gillette realize its vision of having, being maybe the start of a carbon asset economy and happening here in Gillette. So I think that's also pretty exciting stuff. And then every day I drive by Old Stony, they're working all over that place. So Brandy, come by Sundance sometime for lunch, and I'll use you being there as an excuse to go over and see things.
Perfect.
Over there, we'll go check it out if you want to do that.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks.
Further questions for Brandy? Brandy, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Rebecca, last but not least.
I have a PowerPoint that I'm pulling up right now. Good afternoon, Co-Chairman Illoway and members of the board. I'm Rebecca Breezemaster. I'm the South Central Regional Director for the Business Council. So when I started at the Business Council last year, I inherited a lot of projects that were already in the works, so I thought I would take a minute because a lot of them have come a long way and they're pretty much almost done. So I wanted to give you guys just an update on some of those projects. So if you look at this screen, the first one that I want to talk about is the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. They've actually rebranded from the Rock Springs Sweetwater County Airport to the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. So just to give you some background information to refresh your memory on the project and for the new board members who maybe aren't familiar, the new construction for this included a 4,000 square foot general aviation terminal and a 22,500 square foot hangar with parking garages able to house aeronautical service providers or companies with corporate aircraft looking to establish, expand, and locate their operations to the surrounding area. So this is a new, beautiful facility. It's such an improvement. If you saw it before, it was, I think Amelia Earhart was pictured in the old hangar, and that it was still that it looked the same. So they have officially moved into their new space, and I just got an invite this morning that they are hosting a ribbon cutting on July 18th at 4:30. And that just so happens to be when the National High School Finals Rodeo is taking place in Rock Springs. So if you're down in that area, definitely please plan to attend. I'm sure Devin Brubaker, the airport manager, would love for you all to be there. Okay, so the next, speaking of the National High School Finals Rodeo, this project was from the Sweetwater County Events Complex. So this Sweetwater County received just under $2.5 million in a community readiness grant to add infrastructure to the complex. The project will position the complex to compete for large-scale equestrian events like the National High School Finals Rodeo, which produced an annual impact of about just over $7.5 million between the 4 years it was here, in Rock Springs prior, which was between 2012 and 2015. So in this project, about 800 horse stalls were installed. So that's exciting. I think they're almost done. They're not completely finished, but they'll be ready for when the rodeo comes back in mid-July. The week of the July 18th. Is when the rodeo is, so you can come and go to the rodeo and hang out, and then go to the ribbon cutting and see two of the projects that the Business Council helped fund in Sweetwater. Okay, so the next project was a community enhancement project for Superior, the town of Superior, just located right east of Rock Springs. So this project will rebuild the gym and shore up supports in connection to the community building to repair and prevent future damage, and also make improvements and foundation repairs to Superior's only community gathering space. So the pictures on this screen are the demolition of the gym. This just happened a week or two ago. So they've torn that down, and now they'll continue to move forward with the project. But hopefully, by tearing that down, it'll definitely, stabilize the rest of the space that is there for their gathering place. And Ken mentioned this earlier, and now you get to see a visual of this really cool project that Downtown Rock Springs did. Also, I know this is kind of old news at this point, but I'm sure you're all aware that Downtown Rock Springs was named the Great American Main Street Award. They received the award in Kansas City, and I was able to be there, and that was really cool. So Rock Springs was really excited about it. So that's great for them. But anyway, so they obviously are continuing at full speed ahead to continue with projects. So the Main Street organization was able to leverage their $5,000 placemaking grant that they received from the WBC with a Dominion Energy contribution. They contributed about $2,500 for the landscaping and rocks, and then those are all these volunteers out here that are installing them, and they did all the labor and the install. So basically the placemaking grant paid for the whole construction and just a few odds and ends pieces. So they were definitely able to take the money that we gave them and multiply it. So that's great. And then the last one I have is moving to Fremont County. So another one is the Lander Visitor and Chamber Complex. This ribbon cutting is actually next week. It's May 31st at 2 p.m. I know that the governor is planning on attending, so if any of you are in the area, you are all more than welcome to attend. We'd love to have you there. This is actually right after the Next Gen Academy, so a lot of us will already be there, so I'm hoping they'll have a big crowd for this. It's a beautiful, beautiful building, and I think they're just in the process of moving in this week. Just a couple other things real quick. In Green River, kind of moving back to Sweetwater County, we completed, along with Kim Porter and a team of other individuals, I was there as well, we completed a ripple effect mapping exercise. So what this ripple effect mapping was is it looked at the last few years of community assessments, I think they did a community assessment in 2013 and one before that in like 2008. So it took those community assessments that had been completed to see what projects had been completed from those assessments, and then maybe what other projects had been completed, ripple effects of those other projects. I thought that it went extremely well. It was really awesome to see. I was a part of that assessment because I was at the chamber at that point, and it really was really helpful, and you could see that a lot of the projects that have been completed in Green River came out of that assessment. Specifically, they were able to receive a grant from a smart growth company. I think they're based out of Colorado. And so this grant paid for this company to come in and look at the zoning regulations in Green River to make sure that the regulations that Green River has in place are a bit more business friendly. So that's something that Green River is working on is to update their regulations. And so that came out of the assessment. So that's really cool. And then just really quick, jumping back to Fremont County, Riverton is still looking into becoming a Main Street community, and Linda Klink and I have met with them, and that's still in the process. And then I also have been in Fremont County a lot, working on quite a few potential projects. Just to name a couple, I know this is kind of vague, I want to keep it vague, but I'm working with some local entrepreneurs in Fremont County. One of the projects is an expansion of an already established business in the healthcare industry. Another one of the projects is a relocation of a business in the outdoor rec industry. And then the last is a new startup business in the ag industry. So very busy. But I just want to thank you guys, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Questions for Rebecca? Questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're supposed to be at an area that is public comment. So any of the public that would like to comment? Jeff? Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my name is David Bell. I'm the Center Director for Manufacturing Works. I've listened to this conversation and heard several words like advanced manufacturing, manufacturing initiatives, manufacturers help doing certain things. Wouldn't it be a great idea if the activities and the people involved in creating these activities also included manufacturing works? After all, we have the resources, the national resource base, 16 laboratories, and the ability to cover the state of Wyoming as a result of the generous funding that we received through the Business Council. But I don't see that involvement happening. And I wonder, is there a way that we can possibly motivate that and bring that to the surface?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, for example, there was mentioned that there is advanced manufacturing being talked about by certain companies.
Right.
We have advanced manufacturing capability, advisement, and resource availability, such as 3D printing or advanced manufacturings with bimetallic coatings and so forth. Just about anything that touches the production of things in metal or plastic or otherwise, even in your area,
right.
We have the ability to address, as well as cybersecurity, workforce service development, that kind of thing. We're right there, we're local, we're not going anywhere, and we need to somehow join forces with the other elements of this business resource network in order to solidify a relationship with these people and at the same time economize on the number of times that people are touching and moving around the various pieces on the chessboard.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a great idea. Manufacturing Works has been extremely helpful to Canon and other manufacturers in the state. And a lot of times we look for experts from afar and we pay good money for experts from afar, but we have the resource right here in Wyoming through Manufacturing Works. And I can't speak any more highly in our benefits to manufacturing that we've received than speaking very highly of Manufacturing Works. Whatever we could do to get the word out, I think that's...
If I could make one comment, we ourselves are not the experts. We don't know everything, but we are the great facilitators. Our goal is to become Wyoming's most trusted resource for manufacturers. And yet, we find that there are projects being done with manufacturers across the state that we're not involved in. We find about it after the fact. If they need something, regardless of what it is, in whatever area it may be, I'm very confident that we can find the right people to do the job for them, as we did with you in cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity, oh boy, yeah, that's for sure.
And as we've tried to do with you, Mike.
Oh yeah, Manufacturing Works has been a great help to LNH and continues to be, and even LNH forgets to call once in a while. I mean, we've used you many times and we've had some great successes, but I'll even find myself forgetting to call Manufacturing Works, and you're right, Ron, it does work, and it works every time, so we could do more of that. But
thank you,
Dave. I know we're going to discuss a little bit after lunch, so
okay.
Appreciate the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks. Janet, you're on. Personnel, Budget, and Audit Committee, and that's Chairman Mike Easley.
Okay, well, thanks, Janet. Before we start, the other half of we have the budget, but we don't have the personnel sitting at the table. I think Hava's available if there's any questions in the packet related to that. She'll be able to take those questions if they can't be answered here. Janet's going to go through her report, and I think I'd maybe like to ask you to touch on a couple of things that aren't in the report. One, just to give the board a sense of the work that you guys are preparing for and things that are happening as it relates to the upcoming audit, Janet. And then also maybe to touch base and just give the board a sense of, this is kind of after your first year on board, talk about anything, any opportunities that you see within your area to enhance and improve things, and a little bit of that might be helpful for the board. So,
sure.
With that, I'll turn you loose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman. As Mike mentioned, Hava is on the line if you have any questions, but just for her report on page 5, you'll find the updated org chart. We have had some staff changes, so really excited that some of the folks that have joined our team, incredible talent. Speaking for my own department, Lindsay Orr has joined as our accounting manager, and she comes with an incredible amount of auditing, tax experience. She's extremely detail-oriented, which is really nice to have in accounting, which probably goes without saying. If you go to page 7 of section B, there's just some written highlights on the financials, but I'll let you read those at your leisure. And going to page 8 is the, I guess I call it a budget summary or dashboard. For this report, I've gone to quarterly reports, ending the report, as opposed to just picking a month that's closest to the board meetings. So this is as of March 31st. So we have 1 quarter left in our biennium, so we're pretty much through. So if you go down the left-hand side in the general funds, kind of look at our optimum. We're 75% through this year for the budget, but on our general funds, we have $60 million in the budget, and we have $12 million left for the last quarter, so we're right on target. The biggest amount on the general funds is our BRC funding, so that's just depends on the timing of the grants and how those are approved. In our federal funds, we have $7 million in our budget, and we have $2.8 million left in our budget to get us through the quarter, and again, that's mostly grants and loans, but the CDBG is the big part of the federal funds and the energy program. The STEP, someone else may mention that, but we just submitted our application for our next STEP grant. Some of this STEP grant goes back to 16, and we're actually gave that back to the Fed, so we'll be adjusting that number. In our primary agency funds, we have $10 million in the budget. We have $4 million left. What that is mainly due to beet grower loans that we did not need to expend. So we'll adjust this and get that money out of our report. But that's the main thing on that. I'll pause for any questions on this side of the report. Okay. If you go up to the upper right corner, lists our loans, receivables. We funded our last beet grower loan, I think in February or March. So if you notice the $7 million that on the economic disaster loan, those are our beet grower loans, and a number of other loans. We've adjusted our unallocated allowance. We'll be adjusting that number quarterly. So our net for loans is $20 million. In our PVE funds, we have $3.7 million. Those funds are held by the governor's office, but we administer the grants out of those funds. The BRC, I'll leave those numbers to Julie to report, but they are on this report. If you go down for the agency funds, in Fund 39, we have $25 million in our available cash balance, and we've received $600,000 in loans and interest and other interest. In our Fund 85, we have $257,000, and we've received $14,000. And in our Fund 499, our rural rehab fund, we have $4.4 million left, and we've received $74,000 in funds in income. And I'll pause for any questions on this page. Okay. Going to page 9, that shows how we are budgeted expenditures by funding source. So as you can see, 72% of our funds go for grants, and the next category is 15% go to non-operating expense, which is really for loans. And then the next chart, the bar graph, is a line item expenditure, kind of just shows how we distribute our budget money in the different categories. On the bottom, we have our terms, but we've, thanks to Chairman Illoway's great suggestion, we added the terms, some definitions for our different loans, because it gets kind of confusing to keep track of what's what. So if you have any questions on what a loan is, our types of loans. Hopefully this little term box will help remind you. So with that, I pause for any questions. Okay.
Wait, I have one quick question. Where do the salaries get broke up between personal services, support services, or is there one bucket that those are reported in?
They are all reported in personal.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Further questions for Janet?
And Mr. Chairman, or Mike asked if I'd give an update on kind of looking forward. So June 30th is the end of our biennium, which means we have to be really diligent in getting all of our contracts approved. Anything that needs to be encumbered needs to be entered in the system by the end of June to speak for those funds so that they don't revert back to the general fund. So we're really busy. The whole entire staff is going through making sure everything is in for the end of June. So I have to thank the staff, not just the accounting staff, but everyone is trying to make sure that everything's covered in their area. The audit, we will have auditors probably on site the second week of July doing a compliance audit. They come in because of the federal funds. They're required to do a compliance audit. So they'll start with that the second week of July. I anticipate that they will be on site in September for a couple of weeks doing the field work on the regular audit. So starting in July, we'll be very busy doing all of our audit schedules, sending out loan confirmations to, they'll probably choose 20 of our loans and send out confirmation letters to those people. Yeah, so that's busy. Let's see. And you asked Mike on, this is actually my 1-year anniversary of being at a board meeting. So I've learned a lot in the last year, definitely going from private industry to governmental accounting. And one of the things we want to work on in the department is putting together a really sound procedure manual so that there's no mystery if someone comes after me or Lindsay and Debbie, that they can kind of pick up and know what goes on in the accounting department. We're also updating our policy and procedure manual. Some of the policies are outdated, so we'll be working on those this summer. So it's been a good year. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Janet.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Co-Chair, I know we've made this comment over and over, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate the format in these financials. It's very much appreciated and very, very easy to reference. So thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
So I guess if there's no other questions, oh, sorry, Cactus.
I would move to approve the financials.
Been moved by Cactus.
Second.
Seconded by Mike. Question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Aye.
Those have been approved, Janet.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Janet or anything on financials? Okay. Randy, this is your area. It says lunch break. And I know Brandy has lunch, at least lunch somewhere.
Lunch for the board and the staff is at the recreation center, which is just out these doors in the next big building, but walk around the front of the building and we're in a conference room there, so. And then we'll have a chance to wander through the rec center as well, so hopefully you guys can take a look.
Okay, and we will resume promptly at 1:30. I'm not sure whether Michael Von Flatern's going to be on the phone. If he's not, we'll move through business contract and loan. So please return promptly.
We will.
Okay. Realize we're 10 minutes ahead of time.
It's remarkable, Pete.
Nice one.
women, including myself, for fear of retribution, which I will get to later in the talk itself. Now, I want to share some of the stories that we were told. One woman who was a production assistant.
Council will come back to order. Okay, unfortunately, it doesn't appear that Michael Von Flatern is on the phone, so we will not have an update on the state's air service efforts.
That's too bad.
It's too bad.
Because it's been mentioned 19 times today.
No, I counted Mike, it's only 18.
I'll keep my.
He's nothing if not consistent.
Kim, you don't understand. Michael Wandler and I started pushing on air service when we first got on the business council.
I do understand because we've heard that.
Okay, let's get started. Ron Goldberg, you're up.
All right, Mr. Co-Chairman, thank you.
Excuse me, it's Cactus is doing this because Ron Harvey is in Worland. So Cactus, I'm sorry. This is yours.
Now I'll do the handoff.
Do the handoff.
And what a good handoff it was.
Good job, Interim Chairman Cavello.
400-meter relay here. All right. Go for it.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. All right. So we are not asking for a board vote today. We wanted to present these draft materials and note that this concept was presented very recently. And I'm joined by Ed Sinikowski, Vice President, Research Development.
Research and Economic Development.
Sorry, at the University of Wyoming. And he will get a chance to follow up. I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of the nuts and bolts of this contract as written. Everybody should have the draft contract and then attachment A and attachment B.
I have the draft contract.
So as you've heard with a lot of the discussion today, a lot of change, a lot of collaboration, a lot of knitting threads together. And some unknowns. We don't know what the final Endow report, August 1st, will be. The university is working on the Enterprise and Innovation Initiative, and we have a long-standing partnership with the Business Resource Network and the various units in there. And just as a recap, I wanted to run through those units. We have Manufacturing Works. You've met David Bell. Market Research Center, Procurement Technical Assistance Center, Wyoming Technology Transfer and Research Products Center, Small Business Development Center, Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer, and the Wyoming Technology Business Center. So, the contract, in talking with Mr. Sinikowski, and again, as I said, this has been a concept that has very recently been presented and developed. What we decided in being flexible and changes and challenges ahead of us and collaboration and reducing redundancies, we wanted to, instead of the usual 2-year biennial contract, we focused on 1 year. And also, as a result of that, we wanted to go to one contract with the line item budgets for each of the Business Resource Network units. So instead of 7 different contracts, we're presenting one. And what we did was we took the budget from the previous biennium, rolled it over into this contract with a 1-year contract, so essentially halved those budgets from the previous biennium for each of the units. So what you see in the attachments is the 1-year reflection of their budget proposals based on the previous biennium, and so there was no money moved around or changed for each of the units. hopefully I'm making sense. And then we also, and Mr. Sinikowski will explain better, but the nimbleness and the flexibility for the university's needs and the needs forthcoming with the Business Council and Endow and Senate File 118 and various other elements. We put in there that they can move money within the units or out of the units up to 20% for needs, and Mr. Sinikowski will explain exactly what his thoughts are and the university's thoughts on those needs. But anything above 20% from a unit being moved requires Business Council approval. So we'll maintain that collaboration and that semblance of fitting with the strategic plan. And again, we'll see how that comes out exactly. But I will leave it at take any questions at that point. This is for fiscal year 19, which starts July 1 and then ends June 30th, 2019. So we're looking at July 1 start. Welcome any questions so far. All right. Ed, please.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure, Mr. Chairman, to speak with you today and get to know you. My name is Ed Sinikowski. I'm new to Wyoming. Actually, came from the East Coast, Washington, D.C. in August. And there are personal reasons that drove me here from the point of view of that inform my professional choice. And one is the opportunity to serve. I had a significant opportunity when I was in Washington in the Department of Energy. When I came to understand the University of Wyoming and the state of Wyoming, I saw an institution that had a prominence within the state, a state where change was very much in the air, and the opportunity to serve the state with the university as a platform, I thought was a significant one, through research and promoting the economic development of the state. So it's a little bit of my personal motivation here. It's really a continuation of a second half of my career aimed at service of the public, and to do so in this extraordinary environment, my wife and I just regard it as a great privilege to be here. I am inspired by the land-grant mission to serve. I know the university in some quarters has a reputation perhaps of being a University of Laramie, and I'm looking for vehicles by which we can really challenge that view. Real practical things that we do perhaps with the extension services, for example, with the community colleges, in a way that we don't presently do. I think we've got a great opportunity to serve in the business resource network units that are the subject of this particular conversation. So what we're talking about is a reorganization of how the contracts are managed. Again, my coming from DOE, I came to realize when I had the opportunity to lead the change in various programs, there were a couple of elements that were necessary to affect change, and certainly there are many things in the air with respect to driving change in the state of Wyoming right now. One was transparency and access to the programs that we were managing. And the other aspect of this is flexibility when it comes to being able to manage the resources. And my own impression in talking with Sean, and also previously with Tom Johnson, who's now departed from down to Colorado. But in coming to know the organization, I certainly developed the impression that there was a complexity in the way things were managed that could readily be overcome. Instead of issuing 7 separate contracts to the individual units, we can improve things dramatically by issuing the single contract to the University of Wyoming and then giving the authority to manage within bounds and with accountability of the units in the manner that Ron described. So I think the move makes sense from the point of view of change management. In this way, we'll have the flexibility to optimize our resources and strengthen our approach to serve the state. Where I sit, my office has the potential of having a high level of engagement and transparency into the operations of the Business Resource Network. In particular, I would look forward to assembling an advisory panel, membership to be determined, but I can certainly imagine having representation from the Business Council on the advisory panel, but I'd also like to infuse it with members of the Endow Committee, and to be determined actually what the appropriate membership is, but a wide-ranging group of economic experts viewing the economic challenges from different points of view, looking at the Business Resource Network resources we have, look at what the university is planning on doing as it stands up something called an Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which is intended to be a resource not only for students and faculty at the university, but for the state in training people in the ways of entrepreneurship. One manifestation of this is that anticipated is the standing up of an entrepreneurship major at the university and certificates in entrepreneurship as minors. This is, I think, a fantastic resource potentially. How do we best work together with the Business Resource Network to make this a resource for the entire state, to infuse into the state a culture and set of practices when it comes to entrepreneurship, and an expectation that such a resource is available to students as well as to statewide citizens. So to reveal my full bureaucratic stripes, I'll quote from you from our strategic plan. Right? We've recently stood up a new Office of Research and Economic Development strategic plan, and goal number 2 out of 5 in the strategic plan is breaking through to the marketplace. And under that goal, we have a metric, which is integration of statewide services of Wyoming Business Council units that we're responsible for, managed by the Office of Research and Economic Development with the Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Practices. And that's a mouthful, but what it means is the stated target is that we work as a cohesive whole with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. So what we're proposing here through this contract change is to stand up an organization that has the flexibility in optimizing what we're doing and really feathering both the university practices with an optimized and strengthened Business Research Network set of units. As I mentioned, I'm looking forward to looking at all the resources available to the state that we can affect through our station at the university, and really set out a clean sheet of butcher block paper and say, these are the resources available to us, look at this in 2019, and what is the best way to optimize their functionality. In the meantime, in the very near term, I think the adjustments potentially in hand prior to such a review would be modest. I think the leading need that I see is to strengthen the Tech Transfer Office, which is one of the 7 offices that Ron referred to. This is the function at the university that is responsible for prosecuting patent-related activities, establishing provisional patents of ideas. If you look at the research expenditures of the university of about $100 million a year, typically a university-scale operation of that size will employ in an office like our Tech Transfer Office about 5 or 6 people. And we're presently employing less than 2. And so I think this is a crying need and one that can be shored up with rather modest trimming of the other units. That's my clearest intention at the present time in terms of a tactical move. So I think I can understand the question of accountability and what it means then for us to be serving the Wyoming Business Council in this way. I would view ourselves as an agent of the Wyoming Business Council, which in itself is an agent of the express intent of the legislature in carrying out the strategic aims of the state of Wyoming. I think I can't imagine making a significant move without picking up the phone at the very least and talking about it with the leadership of the Wyoming Business Council. It's quite possible, it'd be quite viable to actually set up a regular review practice with a standing committee that would report to the Wyoming Business Council about what we're up to and what we would be proposing to do. That's not the only way of having an accountability, but it's certainly one way of doing it. But it's the practice of review of programs that are using public resources is something I'm familiar with from the federal side. So let me pause and just see if you have any questions.
Mr. Chairman? So if I hear you right, you're saying that you would want to build up the tech transfer section.
Yes.
Now, would that be done by taking 20% from each of the?
Oh, no. No, much less. You notice tech transfer is actually, I think, the least funded of all of the units.
Right.
If you're talking about going from less than 2 people to 5 people, you're talking about scaling that up to, by maybe a couple $100,000 a year.
Okay. Would this be the transfer of technology owned by the university?
It would include that, but the intention is to actually develop the human resources to offer these services elsewhere. Actually, these services are already offered throughout the state, but I think they could be more effectively offered to the state.
Would those include legal services?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, under the program, we would literally be paying for the legal services of patent applicants?
Yes, right.
That can get pretty expensive.
Well, we also presently, through indirect resources that are gathered by the university through research activities ongoing now, my office already supports that class of activity to the tune of about $500,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this would, I think, enable more effective use of the monies that we're already providing to that office.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, and one question I have about that, I'm going through that process actually. So I recently used the research component for patent research, and I don't know if like functionally how that should work and who should pay for attorneys, but we don't even have the IP attorneys in the state.
Right.
So I had to go out of state for patent attorneys. So I think it's figuring out maybe that piece of it. It's a big missing piece. The question I have for you is, it kind of relates to some of these other programs. You talked about sort of getting outside of Laramie and spreading them throughout the state. In Endow conversations, we've had quite the opposite conversation, which is, do we need, several people at a maybe a lower skill set or lower wage all throughout the state, or do we need higher caliber in one place where we go for these resources? The research thing is all in Laramie, and I can call and I can go there, and that's okay, So I'm just curious if you have any feedback on that in terms of, the programs that exist now, and if you see any potential things that you would modify in the near term.
I'm not understanding clearly when you're talking about what the difference. I'm not quite sure what services you're talking about or what capacities you're talking about.
Some of the organizations, like SBDC is one of them that I think is in it's in several communities, right? So it's spread out, and there's different skill sets, I think, in each region.
Yeah.
Some of the things I hear in Endow are, can we have, a few big skill sets in one place? Because there's a lot of overlap with other programs, I think.
So I'll be humble about what I don't know, right? I can't really comment on any particular details, except I will offer that one thing we would be looking for is redundancy. I do think it is also true that whatever services are offered, one shouldn't expect that one size will fit all, that the different regions of the state have different needs. And so having locally informed expertise on the ground that is then able to sensibly tap into, say, the university resources as needed, seems to me to be an appropriate thing.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
back on the patent applications, the process doesn't end with a patent application. It comes back around, in 3 years and 6 years and 12 years. And the attorney is usually on the hook to make sure that gets upgraded. And if they don't, they can be into a lot of trouble over that. So how are you going to handle that? If you decided to stop doing it, you can't really stop doing it once you start unless you do a good handoff to another legal firm.
Well, that sort of practice is already managed. It's not like we're not, the university and the present tech transfer office already is managing these ideas from the initial protection of the idea into the full-blown patent as appropriate. So I think we're talking about increasing our capacity to offer those services. I would also say it's important that we be fiscally responsible in terms of the resources we make available to this office. I think it's, in other words, making the office flush with resources to pursue patents is probably not the right idea, because it doesn't, one needs to have rigor in what one chooses to pursue, and then making the judgment as to whether to continue to provide the protection.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Offering it free, I think there's probably 3 people sitting at this table that could use about $1 million worth of that a year.
It would take some time.
So there's going to have to be something that makes some judgment that we're not patenting things that are foolish or that don't have a return on investment.
And so we have a job posting out now for a new director for our tech transfer office. And that would be one of this person's primary responsibilities, is to make those judgments. There's also a standing committee that weighs in on new patent applications and informs the director of the tech transfer office and me as to whether something is worth pursuing or not.
Do they base that off of potential GDP or revenue capture in the end, or how?
Well,
how
this is a great question. I'd say the decision may not be as well informed as one would think. I mean, it's you'd really like to know what's the market pull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so what I've witnessed in my limited time there is a presentation of clever ideas that, frankly sound good to us, but the Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which is an effort that was recently approved by the trustees to be stood up, is intent on bringing in professors of practice, people who have been out in the field, and evaluate the market pull. The SBDC actually also has a function that is, and as does Manufacturing Works, to evaluate the market pull as I understand it. What are the different shades of gray of that particular problem that these different entities are bringing to bear? Is there a combination of talents that we can impress on the organization to make sure that we're doing this as efficiently and as effectively as possible? So when we're talking about the tech transfer office, we're talking about IP protection, et cetera. But as you know, the problem is actually much bigger than that initial protection. And so I think insensibly coupling with the Institute for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which we're just standing up, and now in scouring the functionalities that we have in the other business resource network units, I think we have the opportunity to make a much more coherent and powerful ensemble of resources that are capable of assessing and stewarding an idea from inception to business launch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sir, is your patent services also tied into trademarks? Are they together? Are they separate? Or do you not do trademarks? Or how does that work?
That's a good question. Thank you. There are people associated within the Business Resource Network and the university that are consulted with respect to trademarking, but I'm only aware of that service being offered in a limited way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Ron, I think in one of the committees, I've heard this a couple times now, that one of our goals is to increase the amount of patents. Is that in is it in advanced manufacturing that I hear that? But it's like a metric we're using to increase the amount of patents that get issued, right? Is that?
Yeah, I believe it's part of the technology development, isn't it?
Is it? I've heard it a couple times in
it's,
committee reports.
it's one of the benchmarks that we track, particularly on the small business development side.
Okay, so I mean, I just want to point that out, that if that's one of our benchmarks, this is probably there's definitely some incentive to look at that, or getting more people to utilize that service. Right.
My only caution there is that it's comparatively easy to issue the patents. Right. Ultimately, it's the number of successful businesses launched.
Good point.
Yes, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Ed. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. I have just two comments, and one's more of a question. As the Institute's being developed, I would be really hopeful, and I'm sure you're already thinking about this, as to how the Business Council would play a role within the Institute just beyond the Business Resource Network, particularly as you're evaluating the efficiencies of those programs and the redundancies. I've always viewed that the University of Wyoming and the Business Council have the obligation to go hand in hand as we march across the state to make this a more diverse and better place to work. And I think the Institute is the first step in doing that. And so I hope that the Business Council can be at a partnership at a level that's meaningful for both of our agendas, and I believe you share that. And then the second comment is when we meet in Laramie in December, it might be a good opportunity for us to either tour the different facilities that are composed of the Business Resource Network, or at least see some of those faces, so some of the board members that don't get down to the university all the time can appreciate those services.
I think that would be a great idea. I'd be pleased to do that. Related to that, and touching back on one of the conversations earlier today regarding tourism and recreation, the university is going to be standing up a new degree program in tourism and hospitality, recognizing a great untapped potential for the university, really contributing to the economic vitality of the state in this arena. And so when you come to Laramie, given that you just talked about that here, I think hearing from the people responsible for standing up that program and then having them hear from you, I think would be a great opportunity.
Mr. Easley.
Just a question. I know this new contract represents sort of a consolidation of a lot of disparate agreements that are, a lot of that's been driven by changes that we're seeing and new things that we're trying to do. I'm wondering if you would comment on the measurements that are in this contract that go to measuring the success of the program, if those measurements that we have are still the best measurements that we should be looking at as it relates to this new consolidated program. And I know I think the responsibility of the council to approve the funding and all that. I'm sure the level of responsibility that the Business Council has, because of the way the process works, may not be something that is as great as something that's totally independent to the Business Council. But I do think the board still needs to ask the questions of are we properly measuring the return based upon the criteria that's in this contract, or should there be new things that we add to the contract to measure the results?
So I don't remember if what I just mentioned is actually included as a metric, but if it's not, it ought to be, but we ought to be patient with it too. And that is the metric being number of businesses launched is something that could be added and tracked. Quite honestly, I think the idea is, this does demand more thought, but the idea is new enough that I think I would be more than happy to visit the question of metrics as we go forward in the next 6 months and a year, as we learn really what we have in our hands.
Okay. Mr. Wandler.
I'd be a little bit careful with the number of businesses launched to the patents, because we've been around 54 years, and we just really started doing the patents. So it's really going to grow our sales and capture, increase sales within a existing business. So we could be putting out 6 to 12 patents a year that are generating millions of exports. And so betting on the old dog sometimes pays too.
Or Mr. Chairman, or maybe businesses that survive a year or two after being launched might be a better measurement.
So maybe I'm going a little bit off script. The opportunity, part of the opportunities I see is to make sure that the units supported by this organization are as closely feathered and aligned with the resources that the university has, but frankly have never been aligned to serve in this way. And so what one has potentially is access to professors of practice on the business side, on the law side. But one of the greatest, on the engineering side, entrepreneurs also need to have access to, if they have an engineering widget which has a great functionality, having access to experts in design to make that widget attractive as well as functional is a resource that would be available. I think what we're talking about is creating a portal that gives the Wyoming Business Council access to that sort of capacity. But more generally, more speculatively, it's one thing to talk about individual patents or businesses launched as metrics. But I think the real potential of what we're trying to do at the university, the deeper potential, is that is graduating then a populace into the state that is business savvy and inclined towards business in a way that perhaps they're not now. Even if they don't become business people themselves. They're conversant in the language, they understand in a way they don't now an expectation or an openness of the state to welcome them as entrepreneurs. One faculty member can have a great idea, but more importantly, one faculty member in their career touches thousands of students, right? And so if you're talking about then graduating thousands of citizens into the state, freshly educated and infused with this sort of outlook, I think that's really the asset that the university can provide.
All right, Cactus, Mr. Chair. One thing that might be a great thing to look at as you sort of start to roll this out is some incentive to stay in Wyoming for those businesses, that use these patents or do this research or perhaps stand up their businesses. Maybe that's a small ask we could have in the program. I know with Startup Wyoming and the Senate File 118 stuff, we're really looking for ways to make sure that this is for Wyoming, because we lose a lot of students, and so I'd hate to make some more experts and send them some more other places. So, thank you.
I'm all for that. I don't know what tools our particular platform would have for offering those, but except in general, making Wyoming an exciting place for new ideas. And so to the extent that people feel welcome to express those ideas through business ventures, it's probably the best thing we can do, at least from my vantage point at the university. But.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Obviously, we won't have an action item on this time. At this time, however, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, we will intend probably to meet in the very near future to ratify this.
Chairman Covello, that's correct. We, as Ron mentioned, this idea of a single contract with some flexibility, but also the accountability and involvement of the Business Council came late in the game, but it's a good idea. We've drafted the contract. We've just recently shared it with Dr. Sinikowski, maybe a few days ago. So he has some questions, and I'm sure the university's legal team needs to look at it, as does the Attorney General's office. But our intention would be that we would hopefully assemble a conference call of the board that's properly noticed and all of that in short order. And when I say that, I'm talking a week or two, so that we can get this through the processes. You know, we've got two processes, the universities and the states, so that we can have a contract in place by July 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Co-chair.
He's the chairman.
Carry on.
All right. I will bring up Josh Keith now.
Josh, good to see you, man. See all of you.
All right, board members, I have a few more reports than usual today. The May meeting every year includes a couple more reports, including an audit that the state bank examiners audit the loan portfolio of the Business Council every year, as well as the annual report for the SBIC program, which stands for the Small Business Investment Credit Program. So I'll just get going. On page C5, it's the usual quarterly business report. You'll see we have one loan that's past due. That's in relation to our 55 beet grower loans that got originated last year. And this is to a gentleman in Worland. I've been in contact with him. He's been talking, I know, to some other bankers around the state. What happened was we closed the loan. It was used to close out his operating line of credit, which is what it was supposed to be used for. But then the bank chose not to renew his line of credit for operations this year. So,
you? Don't look at me. I'm pretty sure it was you.
So I had a conversation last week at the Ag Bankers Conference in Torrington with his old banker, and also have been in contact with some other bankers that are talking to him right now. So the first payment that was due on January 1st is an interest-only payment, but then principal and interest will be due again January 1st next year. So hopefully we can get that taken care of. I was told that some of his fellow beet growers helped him out and worked his fields and planted it for him, and the agreement is that if he can get financing in place, that he will pay them for the labor and then he will take over the fields once that happens. So hopefully that happens for all of us. Next, number 2, loan loss reserve analysis. You can see nothing too exciting to put there. As Janet mentioned earlier, we have about $25 million sitting in the challenge loan account right now, and nothing to charge off. So I'll stop there for a second if there's any questions on the quarterly board report.
Looking for an action?
Yes, sir.
So we would look for action on this, and that would be acceptance of this quarterly report.
I would move.
We have a motion from Ms. DeVore. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Wandler. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. The second item, starting on C7, is a credit memorandum for the Wyoming Industrial Development Corporation. This is a line of credit that we've had to this company in Casper since 2002. They mostly handle the SBA 504 loans in the state, is the majority of their business that they do, and so they have this line of credit. Hasn't been drawn on, since 2012, I believe, but we use a piece of real estate as collateral for that line of credit. I just was informed last week that they sold the building, so but that has not been finalized yet. So what I'm looking to do is just renew it, but know that this probably will be going away with the sale of the building, but it hasn't been closed officially. So they continue to do well. They manage roughly about $41 million in loans. of various commercial real estate around the state, and then I also sit on that board of directors for that group to look at those projects around the state. So really this one's pretty straightforward. There's nothing too exciting about it, but like I said, it'll probably be going away shortly as soon as title transfers and all that stuff. So with that, I'll have open any questions.
I have a motion from Ms. Getz. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Sup. Discussion? Discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay? Motion carries. Thank you, Josh.
All right, the third item on C11 is, as you'll see on July 15th or before, we have to give an annual report to the Joint Minerals Committee. This is just the title page of kind of what that report includes. It's quite lengthy when we're all said and done, and so, but it basically says what new loans were originated during the year, what the findings of the audit were by the banking division, as well as kind of what the cumulative charge-off history of the challenge loan portfolio has been. So I'll just kind of briefly go down through Exhibit B. Last year we originated 44 new loans. 43 of those were beet grower loans. One was to Wyco Recycling, the recycling plant in Cheyenne. And then there were no exceptions found during the last exam that the banking division completed earlier this year. You'll see in the history of the challenge loan program, we've made or participated in 220 loans for a total of about $56 million. The state's portion has been $24 million of that. And over the years, we've collected interest of about $4.5 million total. Estimated jobs are retained or created are 622, and then total charge-off in the history of the program has been 10 loans for about $311,000 total. So with that, I'll kind of go into the audit report that starts on the next page, C13. So like I said, the bank examiners for the state come and review the portfolio every year, and they analyze those for underwriting, collateral, you know, they kind of double check my work on cash flow analysis and all that kind of stuff. So when they very first showed up, you'll see on page C18, they typically have a list of exceptions when they start the exam process, but then by the end, there were no exceptions at all. So we were able to get an old financial statement from Star Valley Natural Gas, and then one of the beet grower loans, it was a consolidated financial statement, which is pretty common with a lot of those guys, is they have their personal and their operation all on one financial statement, and so we had to get confirmation from the bank on that was the case. So overall, it was a clean audit, so there were no exceptions at the end, which is nice. And then on C21, really the responses were pretty minimal since there weren't any findings. And you'll see again at the bottom of the page kind of the stats on the history of the challenge loan program. C23 is the current loan portfolio of the challenge loan program. It breaks it down by every kind of subcategory. So there's the challenge, the bridge, all the beet loans, and then also the BRC loans we started having serviced by Ken Sherman at Marquee Escrow, who has been our loan servicer for a long time for the challenge loans, but he also is starting to service the BRC loans as well. So those are all included just on one report, but you can see the breakdown for all of them. And I think I'll need another action for that section before I move on to SBIC.
Motion to accept the audit findings.
I have a motion from Ms. Getz. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Lockhart. Discussion? Discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, Josh.
All right. The next one, beginning on C27, is the annual SBIC report. This is a program that was started back in 2010 by the legislature, who set aside $30 million in tax credits to help spur investment in businesses around the state, whether that was startup or whether that was expansion, whatever that might be. And so the idea is that they would do a loan or an equity position in these businesses, and in return, they get a dollar-for-dollar tax credit for every dollar that they invest in these businesses. So there are certain thresholds that they have to meet as far as how much money is invested. So you can see that as of the end of last year, calendar year 2017, there was about $23 million that's been invested and create about 125 jobs. These include everything from tourism to HVAC to guidance services, all kinds of things. So I actually was also informed earlier, well, I guess it was on Friday last week, that the Petros Group has now invested all of their funds, their $5 million. They've deployed them all now. So that's good. So there's about $5 million left for Enhanced to get deployed, and I think that they'll be able to do that. I'm not concerned at all. But you can see in the following pages, I have a breakdown of every investment, of when that was made, how much each investment was for, and many of those debt instruments have been repaid already back to those companies. And so with that, I guess I'll just open it up for questions. You know, this is a program that has gotten some attention at the Endow Council, and I think that there was also some misinformation out there on how this program worked, and I think that everybody has a much better handle on how this works. And but for example, with Senate File 118 and the Kickstart companies going forward, I think that there's some lessons to be learned from this experience, and I think that some of the Endow folks are on board with that as well, and would like to make, when those grants come out for those $5,000 to $50,000 awards that are talked about in 118, that there can be some good guidance and rules set up to go along with that. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions. All right. I think I need a motion just to accept the SBIC report. Really could.
So moved. We have a motion for Mr. Easley. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second for Mr. Wandler. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you, Josh.
All right, and the final thing today, so I'm sure that all of you have seen and heard about the governor's approval of the $5 million loan to DBJJ DM Enterprises. That is Jim Mathis and his group. You'll see a credit memo that just very briefly that I typed up really fast that kind of goes over the two proposals that we received. So one from his group and one from LCCC. And so the final proposed terms that we came to was, it's a $5 million loan that was set by the legislature. It's at 2.5%, also set by the legislature. It will be fixed for the time. It'll have a 7-year term. Years 1 through 3 will be an interest-only payment, and then P&I for years 4, 5, and 6, and then a balloon payment will be due on year 7, which is about $2.75 million dollars will be due. We will be taking as collateral a lien on the business assets, mostly comprised of all the equipment and all of that stuff that will be sold from the real estate holding company or the management company to Mathis's group. They've come to terms on that number, and they will be buying that. And so it puts our loan to value at just under 50% from what the value of that equipment was appraised at. I did put in some loan covenants in regards to distributions out of the LLC, understanding that that pass-through income will go to the members of the LLC. So I asked that we limit the distributions to their respective tax liabilities. And also, for another reason, is to help keep more cash in the operation and perhaps be used for debt service back to the state or working capital, whatever they choose. Also, I will be receiving the tax return from the operation each year, due on May 15th. If there's an extension filed, I will be asking for that. I also a receipt of the annual equipment listing on May 15th. Not that I think that there'll be a bunch of equipment going in and out, but as with any business, there will be new pieces and old pieces sold and all of that stuff. So it would be nice to have a listing of what our collateral includes. And then also just some internal financial statements for the first couple years of the loan to see how this is going. I think we all know that there's a lot of eyes on this, and so everybody wants to see this succeed. And including Mathis and his group and us and the governor and everybody involved. So I think that will help kind of monitor it along the way, if I can look at those statements as they come in. Other than that, there are some other conditions before we close the loan. So acknowledgement by you, the board, and then also to receive an executed purchase agreement from the holding company and the buying company. And then also the Department of Education, in order to continue the accreditation of the operation, Mathis and his group has to show that they have the money injected into the company to transfer the accreditation from the old operation to theirs. So I will also ask for a copy of that when that comes in also. And then some other offices. So we got to get vendor forms approved in the auditor's office, and then all the loan documents will have to be approved to form by the Attorney General's office as well. So I've already started working on those and have sent those to Mathis for his review, and just this morning we were going back and forth a little bit on some stuff. So I think the idea is that we would close this by the middle of July and have it ready to go. So I guess really all that I'm asking for maybe is just kind of an acknowledgement from the board that this money we've proposed, there was no real guidance on how the money gets doled out, but we had proposed to the governor's office that we take it out of the challenge loan account and use it for that. Also, we would continue to service the loan after it was closed and be the direct point of contact for Mathis as we go forward. So we have the infrastructure in place to do that. We have an agreement with the loan servicer, all of those things that I think the governor's office isn't used to doing, and so felt like that might be the best and most efficient way to do that. So with that, I'll be happy for any questions. And I believe Mr. Mathis is on the phone as well. So,
Mr. Mathis, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. DeVore, you were kind of in on some of the negotiations with this, along with myself and Sean and some stuff like that. Would you like to make any comments, Kim, with regards to this?
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm very excited about this opportunity. I do really think that the Business Council staff, Josh, and the folks you worked with did a good job at making a recommendation for the governor that does make sense for this facility's success and sustainability long term. Mr. Mathis, thank you very much for your commitment to do this. For everybody's general knowledge, what I found, and I think Cactus would agree, is the group that Jim has put together is very experienced. They have the connections within the industry with the corporate type of partners that are needed to make a facility such as this successful. I think they are best positioned to manage this in a manner that business would be managed. So, Josh, you did a really good job. It's a solid, I would say it's a solid credit. So, Cactus, what do you?
I concur. You know, I like the way we looked at this. Obviously, LCCC would have been a wonderful alternative if we didn't have this private opportunity as well. And in this, I see not only do we get a chance to have this business continue to go forward in Laramie, we also get a chance to get this money paid back to us rather than have it go out as a straightaway grant, number one. Number two, I too, just like Ms. DeVore, acknowledge Mr. Mathis and his group, including my longtime friend, Mr. Johnson, and their passion for the state of Wyoming and for this institution. I think it really speaks to what we as Wyoming do and the things that we care for and we love. And so thank you very much for reaching out and wanting to do this. I think it's very important to Laramie. It's important to the University of Wyoming, to LCCC, to all of Wyoming. And I think we'll see great things and some new things maybe come out of this partnership. You know, you got this private-public partnership we always talk about going on. Well, there's a chance that they can build on this and really make it into something. We're very excited about it. Ms. Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo, of course, what you have said, Kim and Cactus, but Josh and to the Business Council and, of course, Jim Mathis, thank you for stepping up. You know, living in Laramie when there was the announcement that Wyotech was going to cease operations, it invoked panic. And the Wyoming Business Council's mission is a lot of times focused on recruitment, and we forget about how important retention is. And those jobs, I mean, we're talking about Endow and we're talking about diversification. Wyotech is it's the pinnacle example of diversification. And in order to spur that type of trade and manufacturing and different sector career opportunities for trades and non-natural resources, I mean, that's the kind of thing we've got to get going on. And, you know, Mike Wandler said it before, and he said we've got to be about reevaluating our perspective of risk. And I am so grateful to Jim Mathis and his group for taking a risk in the people of the state, taking a risk in Laramie, and saying we're not going to let this just fail. So this is a huge win for the Business Council. You know, there was a lot of moving pieces, and with the governor's office, you guys have done an amazing job putting this project together and keeping a lot of jobs and a lot of families. Kids were going to school saying, I don't know if I'm going to be here next month. And that's really hard in a community. So I can't give enough kudos. Job well done.
Anyone else?
This is Jim Mathis, and I just want to thank the Business Council and the Governor's Office and the legislators and the whole community and the state of Wyoming for supporting this. And we are very excited about the opportunity and can't wait to get started on the project. So, again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mathis. We appreciate it. Anyone else? Well, how about a motion to ratify this?
I would motion.
I have a motion by Ms. DeVore. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Wandler, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. We'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mathis.
Thank you again.
Move forward. Good job, Josh.
I believe that's all that I have. So.
I believe that pretty much wraps it up for our committee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, we are at the point of having a break. So let's break. We're ahead of time.
We're ahead of schedule.
Well, we'll see where, I know Julie wants to present this, the Community Grant and Loan Committee report. I'm hoping that we see somebody from Fan. If we don't, there's one of them. We took it off because, and we'll try to have the lease and the other document with Laramie.
I'm unmuted right now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. This is Alan.
I said the chairman hath beateth upon his gavel. It's time to pay attention.
Let's get started. Who are we missing?
Your chair.
Yeah.
You took over for Cactus, take over for her.
That's what I said. I walked all over Mike. I don't want to do that. I'm not used to that. Take charge and do it. All right. The next part of the program is Community Grant and Loan Committee, and the chair is Kim DeVore. So I will try not to walk all over you. Just
Well,
go ahead.
thank you. I appreciate that so much, especially in my first opportunity.
Get on with it.
And I am going to pull a cactus and just say, Julie, it's your show. So I know you guys have been doing amazing things, and you've been all over the state, so fill us in.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to start with just a division update quickly. There is a lot happening in the Community Development Division besides BRC. No offense, Karen and Braden, you're doing amazing things, but we have a lot going on. First thing is, we had an application that we were not able to fund from a small town because it was for light bulbs, and we can't do anything that's not fixed equipment. But that made us begin to ponder what a significant cost savings it could be to a small community or an institution in a small community on their utility bill. So we used some funding that's available to local governments through the state energy program, which is part of our division. It was redirected from energy audits. Now, we're still doing those energy audits, but we weren't using all of that funding, so we just redirected some of it to what we are calling lighting-only grants, and they've been very, very popular. In the last year and this year, we've been able to help the town of Afton, the city of Green River for street lighting last year, and this year they've come back for lighting for some of their buildings. City of Kemmerer, the Rock Springs Sweetwater Joint Powers Board for the airport, the town of Star Valley Ranch, the Worland Community Center, Douglas, the Sweetwater Memorial Hospital, Lander, and the Casper-Natrona International Airport. So they are helping, and we're pleased with it. We've had a lot of good response. The other thing that's happening is last March, you might remember that I reported that Kim Porter was in the process of negotiating an MOU with the Department of Environmental Quality. This was to facilitate the WBC and DEQ jointly pursuing funding for brownfields, which is used to clean up typically commercial and industrial areas that have some sort of contamination. You may have seen recently that we were awarded $800,000 to do grants and loans for cleanup projects. And we're in the process of developing the program guidance and applications, so we have a goal of getting that program launched and available in the fall. You might ask, why is this important? We have done, I guess it's about 9 projects in the state where brownfields money came in and cleaned up a site, and then we were able to repurpose that with either BRC or CDBG funding. And some of those include the Salt Creek Heights Business Center Loop Road in Casper, an old sawmill site in DuBois, the Roundhouse and Rail Yard, as well as Bear River Drive and Bear Meadows in Evanston, the Grable Business Park, the City Hall in Kemmerer, the Cedar Street Refinery in Laramie, the Commons or Plaza Diane in Powell, and the Regional Industrial Site in Upton. So we're hopeful that this joint effort where we are able to offer the grant and loan management expertise and DEQ offers their environmental expertise will make some properties reusable again, and that maybe they'll be something that you'll see before you someday. And then Main Street. I know you're all aware about Rock Springs being crowned with the Great American Main Street Award about 2 months ago. We're still very proud of that. Since then, the National Main Street Center has asked Chad Banks, who is the Rock Springs Main Street Director, to sit on the committee that will select the Great American Main Street Award winner next year. So that's a feather in Chad's cap. Additionally, the National Main Street Center will be putting together case studies or profiles of what they consider to be standout programs, and they are reaching out to us about doing a profile on Laramie. So again, another feather in the cap of Trey Sherwood, Laramie's Main Street Director. By statute, the Main Street program operates with the guidance of an advisory board appointed by the governor. Those folks are Jim Davis from Evanston, Marla Brown from Rollins, Bill Hankins from Laramie, David Pope from Cheyenne, Matt Ashby from Cheyenne, Joe Fabian, the mayor of Wheatland, and Sherry Molinix of Douglas. They would like to invite you to join them at their meetings. They're meeting in Thermopolis in June 7th and 8th, and Rock Springs in October 11th. And finally, Linda Klink, the state Main Street program manager, is connecting with Wyoming Main Street communities to do what is called transformation strategy planning. I believe that was mentioned earlier today. And I wanted you to be aware of what it was happening, because you're most welcome to attend that. There are follow-up visits happening in Newcastle on June 19th, June 20th in Gillette, and June 21st is Sundance. And then we'll be starting the process with Buffalo on July 25th and Sheridan July 26th. Evanston and Pinedale will be happening in the fall, and then we anticipate being able to do another 7 communities in the coming year. These are important because they ask a community to assess where they're at and where they're going and make a solid action plan to get there. So it continues energy in the community and gives them some fresh eyes on what needs to happen. And finally, my staff and I are working with the regional directors to bring grant application and grant management training to each region. The first one's going to be held in Kemmer on June 27th and 28th. And thanks to Elena for putting that together. There's about 100 other things going on, but I'll save a few for September. Do you have any questions?
What do you guys do from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. every day?
Laundry.
Because that seems like the only. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you very much for the update. And we're going to change the agenda up just a little bit. And Julie's going to go through, actually, Karen and Braden are going to go through our considerations before we go to the allocation plan discussion.
Madam Committee Chair, for the board's consideration, we have available for this cycle $365,378. And you have 2 projects before you, one from the City of Cheyenne. They're requesting a $3 million grant, readiness grant, and a BRC loan in the amount of $1,337,455. And you have one planning grant for your consideration from the City of Riverton for $50,000. And with that, I would ask Heather if she'd like to join us here and ask Karen to go ahead and present the particulars of the Cheyenne project.
Madam Committee Chair, I like that. That sounds really good. Co-Chair and members of the board, the first project, of course, here is from the City of Cheyenne for the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Enhanced Use Land Lease Infrastructure Project. The City of Cheyenne, of course, is requesting a $3 million grant and a $1.3 million loan for water main, sewer main, and minor road improvements to a public right-of-way. The infrastructure will serve Phase 1 and Phase 2 of an approximate 50-acre site of a total 75.3-acre site and assist in the development of the proposed enhanced use lease at EUL for a mixed-use residential and commercial site. The property is owned by F.E. Warren Air Force Base and is located outside the restricted area allowing for public access, and it is adjacent to I-25 and Happy Jack Road. Infrastructure will be owned by and maintained by the City of Cheyenne, and they are currently in the process of annexing the property, and that should be completed by June of 2018. The total estimated private investment for Phase 1 and Phase 2 of this project is $95.6 million. The 75.3-acre site was identified by F.E. Warren as being underutilized and accessed for the purposes of their mission. It was through the RFQ process that the City of Cheyenne was added to the conversation related to the lack of water and sewer infrastructure as a challenge to overcome the development of the property. The public benefits of this project would be a unique public-private partnership opportunities for the gateway development in Cheyenne, the creation of an attractive gateway development to help promote Cheyenne and capture additional dollars from outside the community, provide important commercial services to support significant employers to the area, encouraging additional private investment along Happy Jack Road, and facilitating the growth of the west side of Cheyenne. One of the goals, too, of the project is to support the long-term growth and stability of F.E. Warren Air Force Base and the Cheyenne community. BRC funds represent 100% of the project, which is a total of $4,337,455. Loan terms for the project will be 30 years, with interest not to begin to compound the first 5 years to allow for the commercial construction to be completed of the project and the formation of special districts. Interest rate will be 0.5%, and repayment of the loan will be from the following sources: tax increment financing from formation of special district, City of Cheyenne general funds, and if necessary, City of Cheyenne general fund reserves. Staff recommends funding as requested, contingent upon the completion of the annexation process, which is expected between July and September of 2018, completion of the environmental review, which is expected by October 2018, executed lease agreement between F.E. Warren and Balfour Beatty, which is the qualified leasee of the development of the project, and that's expected to be sometime February 2019. We have representatives on behalf and on the phone, too, to answer any questions that you may have, as well as Heather here, because she's put a lot of the legwork, the time, and the hours in this project.
Heather, do you have anything you'd like to add before we ask the board for questions?
No, I'll definitely stand for questions, but I don't have anything to add at this time.
Mr. Cavello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to this project, I see there's a $3 million grant and $1.3 million in loan, but no collateral proposed.
There's no collateral, excuse me, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Cavello, there is no collateral involved because this is not a revenue-generating project.
But there is a loan.
Yeah.
There is, and it's infrastructure. So the land is owned by F.E. Warren, and it's a long-term lease that they're doing to the city of Cheyenne. So I don't know how we can put a UCC on water, piping, all of those things. Now, and we've talked about this in committee, because this, of course, as bankers, we think about collateral. But ultimately, this is a $95 million project for Balfour Beatty to put in, and they've done multiple projects, if I'm correct. And obviously, we have folks from the community that can speak to this better than I. But it is kind of a faith loan to the city of Cheyenne for infrastructure.
Madam Chair?
The community could have requested a grant because it's publicly owned infrastructure. There's no revenue generation to it. They opted to request a loan that they'll pay back, and they've suggested that if the tax increment financing is not enough to pay back that loan, that they're willing to do that through city revenues or even their reserves if possible. And so we felt comfortable with that aspect of it. Otherwise, we would do a revenue recapture agreement on the grants, and we'd still be looking at the same thing. It's not revenue generating, so we'd have to wait for the tax increment financing. So it was really just a matter of how do we structure it. Do we 25% revenue recapture, or do they do the loan? And they've offered the loan and 0.5% interest.
Thank you.
We do have a representative on the phone, too, that could answer you those questions as well, on behalf of the Air Force Base.
And and I apologize, I'm unaware, who is available on the phone? I know that
Madam Chair, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. Ma'am, my name is Steve Kravitsky. I was the former 90th Missile Wing Commander. I just retired last August. I was the wing commander until June 23rd. And I can tell you, ma'am, this is a very, very important project. And if I may, let me give you the commanding officer's perspective of the landscape in Cheyenne when it comes to my airmen and housing. We have a huge issue right now with finding affordable housing and available housing for our E1 through E3, E4, excuse me. Those are our more junior airmen. Okay? In my time there at FE Warren from 2015 to 2017, the vacancy rate that you've had in town, that we've had to deal with in town, fluctuated between 1% and 6%. And when you take into account low-income housing, that's Section 8 housing that's stripped out for that, and airmen trying to find housing within their affordable means, it's a problem. Right now, our E1 through E4s, our lower-ranking airmen get about $753 a month for housing benefits to live off base. That's not enough. We've addressed it with the Air Force, but the market in Cheyenne is such that we cannot find affordable housing. We have a lot of airmen leaving, going to Fort Collins, doubling up with friends. We found ourselves in a real pickle there. And to further exacerbate the problem, I'll give you an example. After I left command, in about January timeframe, we had about 120 airmen reporting into the base, new airmen, which means we have to put them in our dormitories, and we pull the airmen that are in the dormitories who maybe have been there for a year or two, and we push them out on the local economy with nowhere to go. We pushed out about 60 airmen when those 120 came in, and at that point in time, there were about 40 1 to 2 bedroom apartments available in Cheyenne. This project, this enhanced use lease, part of it is to offer that kind of housing for our airmen. And if we want to grow FE Warren over time, we're going to have the assets in the community to support them and house them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Kravinsky. We appreciate that.
And if I can add to, Madam Committee Chair, that the EUL, the Enhanced Use Lease, is a program that provides opportunities for the military to partner with private developers in creating mutually beneficial commercial and residential real estate projects and underutilizing excess federal property, which this is one of those pieces of property that falls into that category.
And we have multiple letters from the community. We've heard from multiple folks from the community, and I believe we have a few more.
Yes.
Do we have others that would like? Please come forward.
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Robert Briggs, Planning and Economic Development Director for the City of Cheyenne. And thank you very much, first of all, for having us here today and considering this grant and loan request for us. Really, this is a very unique opportunity, not just for Cheyenne, but I think for Wyoming communities in general. Sometimes we forget that the Air Force is one of the largest employers in the state of Wyoming, and that we're really on the cusp of a modernization program for 3 facilities that have a similar mission across the United States. And there is potential for $90 billion to be funneled in to make improvements in the facility and upgrade to be able to fulfill their mission. And part of us being able to really maximize that federal investment for Cheyenne and for the state is being able to help support FE Warren Air Force Base in their mission. And housing is critical to that. But also one of the really neat things about this Enhanced Use Lease program is it is an opportunity to work collaboratively with these federal facilities for economic development catalyst projects in the community. And if you look at that west side of town, there's already been some investment there. I think some really powerful investment, and the Business Council has participated in that investment in the past and has seen the fruits of that. So that we know that there is definitely interest in that west side of Cheyenne. The challenge that we have is that this Enhanced Use Lease program, the military essentially is offering this land for proposals as is. It falls to the local community support, and it falls to the private development interest to really maximize that Enhanced Use Lease area. And so this is really what our project is about, is providing that critical public infrastructure that allows us to maximize that private investment. And so we're happy to answer any questions. We're very grateful for your time. We know that you're at the end of a long day and you still have some ways to go. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I have with us, in addition to the past commander that's just spoken, I also have Dale Steenbergen from the Greater Cheyenne Chamber of Commerce. I also have with me Brendan Ames from Coldwell Bankers, who can potentially answer questions about the types of investment you might see in the community. And I believe just listening in, we have one of the proposers on the Enhanced Use Lease project, Barrett Larwin, who represents Balfour Beatty. But I believe he's just in listening mode only, I guess is the go-to meeting parlance. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, these guys flew up today. Robert didn't fly with them, but
No.
And Robert's from Sheridan. He wasn't Sheridan. Cheyenne stole him. Dale, I mean, you guys ought to at least get up and say something. Okay. I mean,
Twist his arm.
This is this is one of the most important things that the west part of Cheyenne can have. If you take I-25 and drive down south past the Gate 1, past Cheyenne Frontier Days, this is an area that has been used for parking for Cheyenne Frontier Days. It is a part of the base, but it's outside the fence. It is unused land. It is a great area for enhanced use. It's a great area to open up the west part of Cheyenne. So I'd really like, they've got a map. I'd just take a few minutes and show the council what's going on.
So, the first thing I'd say, my name's Dale Steenbergen. I'm director of the Chamber of Commerce in Cheyenne. And it's my job to grow Warren Air Force Base. When I got to Cheyenne 11 years ago, that was the job given to me. And we have done a good job of that. Over the past 10 years, Warren Air Force Base has been the #1 job creator in Cheyenne. Been going through community planning, and that's pretty clear. But we're not going to be able to continue that trend because we don't have anywhere for these airmen to live that meet their demands. Right? So I was speaking with a general at a conference in February, and he said, look, I'd like to send you 170 people right now. I've got the slots, but I will not send them when there is no housing available to them. Right? So this project is designed. I went out and sought developers that would be interested in meeting what the airman has to spend for that housing. So I think that's the first area that's very important, that it solves that problem for us and allows us to continue to grow Warren for numbers of folks. Second thing is GBSD was mentioned briefly, but ground-based strategic deterrent, as Robert said, it's $100 billion, right? So on the ground in Cheyenne, that will mean somewhere between $5 and $10 billion. How do we entice companies like Northrop Grumman, Boeing, Lockheed, BAE, ATK Global, these kinds of folks to be in Cheyenne? We do that by giving them excellent access to the Air Force Base in close enough proximity that they can do their work. So we are already reaching out to these companies and saying they don't get the bid awarded till for another 18 months. But we want to be ready to have brick and mortar buildings from those companies and be able to employ our contractors, our people to do this job. If you go back and look at the missile field in the 50s and go talk to somebody in Pine Bluffs, Wyoming, or one of the other little communities that were impacted, a lot of the concrete, electrical, mechanical work came out of Colorado and Chicago and other places. We want to be prepared not to have to do that this time. We want to keep that money in Wyoming. So we believe that this project not only answers that question for airmen and also offers us the opportunity to do that. Colonel Kravitsky played a little coy because, to tell you the truth, this wouldn't even be on the table if he hadn't have worked very, very hard with the Air Force to help make this a reality for us. So And it takes good partnership between public and private sector to make things happen, and that's what you're seeing here. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Oh, okay, Dale, I'm going to ask you the question. How many airmen live south of the border and are supposed to report to Warren Air Force Base on a timely basis?
Yeah, so at least 600. That number is as high as 1,200. And so the next question everybody asks, well, maybe they'd rather live in Fort Collins. They would not. They would rather live in Cheyenne. When they're surveyed, they're asked that question. The Air Force commanders are thrilled that we are looking at this project. General Rand, who controls all the nuclear assets of the Air Force Base, I sit on a group of civilians that meet with him twice a year. Whenever we have a meeting, the first thing he says is that, what is Wyoming doing to take care of my airmen? Because we've got a problem. How are you fixing this? And so we're trying to fix his problem.
Yes. Well, and frankly, I think we need to all admit they're our airmen, and we want them to be our airmen, not Fort Collins's airmen. So, and that's what we're good at in Wyoming. We take care of our own. And back to Mike's earlier discussion point about risk, you know, we are being asked to take a $3 million risk with a loan of 1.3. Balfour Beatty is willing to take a $95 million risk. So I think this is a good project. Mike?
Yeah, I love this project. I think it's a no-brainer. I didn't realize there was that many airmen that were displaced, and why wouldn't Cheyenne and the state of Wyoming take advantage of this and do this and whatever else we have to do to help our airmen and help the military and grow the state's economy. It's incredible that we've got that kind of a void, and it's been tolerated up to this long. And thank you for putting your time and effort and working on it. So this is excellent. This is exactly what we want, and will help us get into aeronautics, which is a key for advanced manufacturing. And we could grow our GDP just off of a move like this. So it seems to me like we not only should do this, but how else can we help?
Absolutely. Anything else? Okay.
Just one quick question, just beyond this, because I would agree, this is a fantastic project, absolutely necessary, it sounds like, but it also sounds like in hearing what you've said, this answers the immediate question or solves the immediate for 500 to 700. But it sounds like we have to look beyond this, because if I'm hearing you right, the impact is far. That 500 to 700 is just the tip of the iceberg. So.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Brendan Ames with Coldwell Banker Commercial out of Cheyenne, Wyoming. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to add to that, in terms of your question, part of our future planning is, if you look at, we have this board here, and this is the initial 50-acre phase of what we're planning, and here's the residential portion.
You need to stand on the other side.
Here, maybe that other side, just this. And so this is the initial 50-acre development phase that we're considering and we're looking at doing, and this is the residential portion right here. We realize that the need is far greater, and so part of what we're doing is we're starting to plan for this entire 25-acre section, which is just down from the 50-acre section. So we're starting to look at that, but we have to gather more numbers, and we have to develop slowly for absorption, because we don't want to just, flood the market with too much supply when we have to slowly get some of these people back. There's going to be new airmen that are going to be sent out to this way, and we still have to look at the growth of some of these other areas as well, like North Range Business Park and just Cheyenne in general. And so we're really trying to plan accordingly to make sure that we help solve for this problem. So this really becomes a community asset in addition to helping the Air Force, and it's a lot bigger than just the specific project. Because there's even complaints from some of the companies at North Range Business Park that some of the employees don't have enough time to go to lunch. And so the commercial aspect of it came from finding a way to add some businesses so that, you know, Microsoft and Walmart Distribution Center and, you know, companies like that, their employees have someplace close to grab lunch, and it supports the housing, the Air Force Base, downtown, et cetera. So thank you for your consideration. If you have any more questions, let me know.
Thank you for making the trip up. Thank you to everyone.
Can I ask one more quick question, just
Absolutely.
because I can't recall reading it in here? Is this housing going to be reserved specifically for military personnel, or is it open to others?
Yes, Chair, through you. The housing initially will be reserved for military personnel. What they do is a guarantee to that private developer. There's a certain threshold, which if what we're hearing about demand is accurate, they'll always be at that threshold. But if they were ever to drop below that threshold of military personnel occupancy, then they'd be able to open it up to the general community.
Fair enough.
Okay, good question. Any other questions? Any other discussion? Okay, Julie will move on to the planning grant. Braden?
On page D15, the City of Riverton is requesting a $50,000 Business Ready Communities Planning Grant to develop a strategic plan for economic development. This plan will update Riverton's 2009 Master Plan and their 2006 Economic Development Plan. The continuing goals are to efficiently address the community's infrastructure, workforce, and quality of life, so businesses can be retained and expanded, entrepreneurship can be increased, and new business can be recruited. IDEA Inc., Riverton's local economic development organization, will work with the city to implement the plan. BRC funding represents 50% of the total project costs. Staff recommends funding as requested, as these are beneficial to Wyoming's communities. They are roadmaps to community and economic development.
Are there any questions? Cactus?
Not necessarily a question, but a comment. I'm a big fan of these planning grants. I think that these allow these communities to do their due diligence and a lot of the work in advance. So when they come here, they're better prepared with a project that has a better chance of succeeding. So I'm going to certainly support this project.
And I would agree, if you review the presentation, they've done good things with what we've given them tools to in the past. That's always, historical performance is always a good reason to do it again. Any other questions, comments from the board?
And Kevin Kershiznik with IDEA Inc. is also here in our presentation. I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Kevin, do you have anything you'd like to share? Thank you for making the trip.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your consideration. Again, my name is Kevin Kershiznik, Executive Director of IDEA Inc. And what I'd like to talk a little bit about is the history that Mr. Cabello had just mentioned, and Madam Chair had mentioned as well, about what we did with the funds that you had provided in the past. I think the BRC is a great program. I think we've received 4 large grants, and we've been able to retain businesses in our community. And then we've been able to take the proceeds from those, use the velocity of that money to increase economic development. We're investing today about $50,000 a year in air service, which is critical for our community. We're helping the Roads Committee for roads. So we're doing a lot with the infrastructure. And we're also helping businesses. We're working with current businesses, supporting them, getting training that they need, working on the quality of life. We have a Riverwalk project that we're working on, and we're continuing to expand that to improve the life in Riverton. And then also the entrepreneurial program that we're just starting. There's a business plan competition in Fremont County, and we are supporting that as well with matching funds through IDEA Inc. So just like to mention that, and that the IDEA board is volunteer. Last year they put in about 1,000 hours of volunteer work for the community total, and continue to do that. They're very anxious to move things forward. So we appreciate your consideration for this grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your time. And Julie and Braden and Karen and everyone actually thank you so much for, I know the amount of work that you put in to helping bring these forward to us. We appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed. So, okay, now let's get to the fun stuff and the approval. Does anyone have, the vote? Cactus.
I move to approve the Cheyenne project, including the grant and loan portion.
Okay,
Second that.
Cactus moves. Mike seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion passes. On the Riverton Planning Grant, do we have any motions?
Move to approve the staff recommendation to fund the planning grant.
Okay,
Second?
second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? All opposed? Okay, that was easy. That was good.
Do we track individuals responsible for bringing the most money to their communities in the state? Because Mr. Briggs has got to be right up there.
Coming back.
He's like, he's leading it.
Yeah. Between
Well, if we
Sheridan
don't,
and
we
Cheyenne.
should.
He keeps
Yeah.
coming back in a different.
So, and if he gets bored in Cheyenne, we'd take him back in Sheridan.
We're definitely gonna keep him in Cheyenne, thank you.
As long as he's in Wyoming, that's what's most important. So,
Right on.
Okay.
well, thank you guys again, and
All right. Thank you,
We
Kim.
are finished.
Thank you very much. Okay, you can get back on your airplane, Dale, and fly home. Dale said it was headwind all the way, so maybe it'll be a tailwind going back. All right. Under other board matters,
wait, I apologize. I skipped something.
Oh.
We went, we changed the
Allocation.
agenda, and then I forgot to go back.
Oh, you
So,
need to.
back to Ms.
I don't have that.
Kozlowski. She has a recommendation for us to consider on the allocation plan going forward.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. The allocation plan that was adopted 2 years ago guided us through the 17-18 biennium. We now have a new allocation for the 19-20 biennium, same amount, $588,050. There's a typo in the materials you have on D31. It's the exact same allocation as we had for the last biennium. Some of the parameters of the guidelines, it's not set in rule for those of you members that are new. This is not something that's in the BRC rules. It was adopted by the board at that time 2 years ago to assist with making sure that there were funds available throughout the 2 years because the program got cut about 48%. So it was a new landscape, and the board was struggling with how do we make sure there's a little bit of money each time to consider. So the guidelines that were adopted were to prioritize the project types, which is sort of in rule, that the business committeds are the priority, followed by readiness, enhancements, and then planning, and that the projects can be funded by pulling money up from lower categories, but generally not moved down to lower categories. But the hallmark of the plan is also some flexibility. So the staff will figure the allocation quarterly, but we only adjust it annually per the direction of the board so that we're not constantly having to adjust those totals. So at the year mark, we then fold in loan payments, de-obligations, revenue recapture, anything that's come back to the program, we'll put that back in and then redistribute it over those priorities. So the question we now have with the approval of the two projects today, there's a balance that remains of $2,977,923. It's my recommendation that this carry forward in the categories where it lived previously and not redistributed over all four categories, because that's one of the things that has proven valuable to this board is that ability to bank funds from quarter to quarter if they go unused, so that when we get a big project, there's some money that may have been preserved there in that category to utilize. If you are amenable to that, that would give you a balance for the first quarter of the fiscal year 19 of just over $8.2 million.
Okay, so that's our first thing to consider today is what do we want, how would we like to treat our leftover funds when we carry them forward? Any questions?
I move we adopt staff's recommendation.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor of adopting staff recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion
Thank you.
passes.
And then some options, I guess, for moving forward. We know that there is an enhanced look at outdoor recreation, at quality of life, at amenities right now. It's sort of a focus with all the activity on Endow, with the pedestrian and bike task force report being out, the outdoor recreation task force report is out. And so that made me think that maybe we needed to revisit the percentages or how the allocation plan is restructured. We had a discussion with the Grant and Loan Committee, and what came out of that discussion was to offer some options to you as the full board. So those options are to leave the current percentages in place, no changes, where Business Committed has 45% of the funding available and 39% to in community readiness, 15% to enhancements, and 1% for planning. An additional option would be to switch up those percentages a little bit and offer a little more to enhancements to maybe meet some of that need of that focus on enhancements and quality of life type projects. The suggested amounts were 43%, 37%, 19%, and 1%, so increasing that enhancement category by 4% and decreasing business committed and readiness by 2%. I floated a third option, which was to combine readiness and enhancements into one category that could be called community development, just for a term. The benefit that I would see to that is that it puts enhancements on par with readiness. So whenever there are big projects, if you're not always robbing from the lowest priorities to feed those higher ones, there may be a potential to preserve some of that funding for those enhancement type projects. I just offer that as an option and for your discussion today, and ask you to let me know what you would like to do with your allocation plan.
When we talked about this in committee, this was quite a discussion. But Julie's absolutely right. There is a different focus at the state level now through Endow, through almost every discussion we have. In fact, quite a few of the discussions we had today were centered around amenities and things that draw people to your community. So that is why that second option of combining those into community development, because many times those are considered community readiness, business readiness. It's attraction to the community. And it could potentially make sure that we are supporting what the state's initiatives are. Also, reallocating percentages can do that exact same thing. What's really important to note, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there's still going to be the limitations of dollar amounts in those particular areas. So if we were to choose to combine the two categories into community development, there would still be on the enhancement level, is it a $500,000 maximum?
That's correct, Madam Committee Chair. $500,000 for enhancements and a maximum of $3 million for readiness. Those are set in rule as well as the match requirements, and so that's a whole different ballgame to change those.
So it doesn't necessarily remove those caps. Still keeps those in smaller allotments. So just to clarify from coming out of committee, what we discussed.
And Madam Committee Chair, if I could add that
Yes.
I've discussed this at some length with the regional directors as well and asked them to be thinking about what they thought might be their preferences or just their thoughts on the various options. And so they're available to you if you wish to visit with them.
Come on up, ladies. What say ye? You are our boots on the ground, so you're probably our best gauge as to what would best serve your communities.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Apparently, I drew the short straw today because I'm speaking on behalf of Kim and Elena, in my opinion, so I will try to go quickly. Kim couldn't be here today, as you all know. She actually reached out to her communities in her region and asked them which option they'd like to see. She said she heard overwhelming support for option number 2, combining the two programs together, readiness and enhancement. She felt like the smaller communities would have a better chance of competing for funding that way because they feel like if they apply to the enhancement program, that's less priority than the readiness program. So they felt like that was the best option. She also talked about a disproportionate amount going to larger communities, and she'd like to somehow see, that there's not as many resources in these smaller communities or as many projects, and so sometimes when you combine those two, that would give them a better chance.
And if I remember right from our discussion, that was related to the allotment for that category. It tends to, by the time its percentages broke out, it's 700 something.
Yeah, it varies, but generally it's just a little bit more than one project's worth.
So that's
or two smaller ones.
Yes.
Okay, so Elena, on the other hand, she wanted to recommend to the board to actually do a dedicated allocation for each program. She did not want to see enhancement and readiness combined. She was hoping she would suggest $500,000 quarterly in enhancement and $100,000 in the planning program. That would basically fund 2 projects per quarter. She also talked about that communities are not applying for funding because they don't feel like that their project would be priority. And so, we're all in a time where time is limited and staff are stretched thin. So she felt like it was important to look at the quality of life and to be able to give those communities priority. She also recommended to visit the adjustment annually and make sure it made sense, but to leave the rules in place with the caps.
And I think if I could just add to that, Brandy, that what I understood from Elena was that her suggestion was to put X amount of dollars in each category and not do that up and down stuff that what's in enhancements is strictly for enhancements. What I thought she had said was that if you wanted to move readiness up to fund business committed, fine, but leave, because enhancements were lower priority and got so much less of the allocation that you couldn't rob it.
Okay.
That was her idea.
All right, thank you. So finally, I'm kind of in the middle on this. Imagine that. I understand the concept of rolling the funding up, but I would like to see a designated amount in enhancement that doesn't roll up because of the small communities in my region that feel like that they're not going to get priority. The other thing I wanted to bring up that I feel is really important is the planning program, the planning dollars, because in the BRC rules, we actually, and in the application, we ask them to submit their studies that they've done and their planning that they've done. Without priority in those planning areas, they don't have a chance to do that planning that they need to do to make it better projects. And then long term, I'd also just throw this out there for your consideration and probably need to talk to Julie. We'd like to see some type of evaluation criteria for communities that haven't received grants recently, if they're new communities to the program, that type of thing. and then not to roll the funding up out of enhancement and planning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Nick?
And I don't have a whole lot more to add, except just to reiterate, I mean, I was up here earlier talking about how important outdoor recreation is, and I can say that in this next quarter, I potentially have 2 enhancement and 1 readiness project that would come forward. I think September, we're all going to be pretty busy with the new fiscal year. But that enhancement opportunity is really key to those small communities and that might not have opportunities otherwise. And also to echo what Brandy said about the planning, you know, working with communities, you know, like Riverton, who then can move forward from that planning grant and have other opportunities in the future. So,
thank you.
And just a couple comments that I would like to add, Madam Chair, is for enhancement grants, I think a lot of times the communities that I'm working with try to add some component to their grant then to make it readiness. They might be looking at enhancement, but then they're like, well, how can we make this a readiness grant? So where it might not necessarily qualify, we try to, you know, finagle it to make it readiness. So when it really should be an enhancement grant. And then, of course, like it's already been said, the enhancement grants really do help the smaller communities and give them the kind of opportunity to receive grant funding because, you know, they usually can't recruit those larger businesses for the business committed in their small communities. And I agree about keeping the money in enhancement and not moving it up specifically for the enhancement category. So.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Letting everyone else go first, I could just say ditto. But I do agree with what everyone has said about the enhancement, and specifically what Rebecca just said. I've been in plenty of meetings with communities that, recognizing the enhancements aren't a high priority, have tried to figure out a way to make it fit the readiness category. And that creates maybe even a little bit of stress for people just to try to figure out how do we make this work into a category that seems more appealing to everyone. When in reality, I think we all know that the enhancements are just as important. It's just a matter of when there's a lack of funds, we have to figure something out. Certainly being in an area where there are large communities that have benefited more from the business committed, there are plenty of communities in my region that have had opportunities to take advantage of enhancement dollars in years past when we had more money, and those projects have had as much or maybe even a greater impact on those communities. So preserving the enhancement category is certainly important. I think there's some merit to combining them into option B as Julie proposed, just so that it evens that playing field, that a community ready or an enhancement is really community development in the whole. And it just looks different. It just depends on where you are and what you're really trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
Board questions? Cactus?
Not a question, but a comment with regards to enhancement. I'm going to echo what the ladies have said about the importance of enhancements, whether it's a daycare center in Baggs or a community center in Lingle, Wyoming. They may not have the other type of projects that easily equate to jobs, but they are part of the community that help keep that community viable, help people continue to live there and make the community itself viable. So I think they're extremely important.
Thank you. Aaron?
That's all earlier, I have to echo what Cactus said. I think that we sometimes forget about the foundation. Ball guys, goatees. Sometimes we forget about the foundation, which I believe is the foundation of economic development, and it is that foundation that draws people to a community. We've talked about senior centers and child care facilities and things like that, and sometimes that was a concern that we had clear back when we started discussing this originally, is that those types of investments would get lost. And so I would support, and I'm glad to hear what they had to say, because they're the ones that are out there doing it. But I just don't want that foundation to get lost in chasing the big win.
Okay. Yeah.
Madam Chairman, so am I understanding from your thoughts and opinions that if the categories for enhancement and readiness are combined, that general second category could then still be moved up if necessary for committed? You're just saying that if it remains in 4 categories, you'd prefer the enhancement not to move up to support readiness.
That's exactly right.
Well,
That's
and-
what I
Is that what
heard.
I mean?
Exactly what I
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's right.
And I have a follow-up question that might clarify that a little more. Because I think at the committee level, our intention when the suggestion came up to combine those two categories was that it would give us the opportunity that if we had two enhancement requests that were solid, good requests at one time, we could potentially, because we have a larger pool of funds, we could approve them both. Whereas under the four-tiered structure, we would have to pick one unless they were small and they would fit under there. That was our, and this is what happens when we're not the people that are actually doing the work. That was our assumption to potentially make this better for you and your communities. Now, what I'm hearing from you is the fear that potentially that money that was in enhancements all of a sudden goes up and nothing gets funded for enhancements. Is that what you guys were saying?
I mean, I think I'm hearing the regionals say that we all understand business committed probably deserves to retain the highest priority. But when we're in a situation where enhancement can be moved up to supplement readiness, and that then leaves readiness or enhancement without anything, that is what you don't like. So if it's one pot and it's being moved up to support committed, your communities would support that as long as there's still a pot that is available for enhancement.
Correct. I think that's the way we feel is, currently, the way the structure is, it is moved up, so a lot of times there is no money left in enhancement. So we'd like to be able to retain funding in enhancement.
Madam Committee Chair, I guess, and for me as a new board member, I have just some questions maybe about that prioritization. I mean, it feels like, you know, the sentiment for everyone is to diversify. And these business committed grants have been great, or loans have been great, but they're capital intensive, so we're talking about big businesses. And if you want to enhance a community and help smaller businesses, diversified business sets that maybe aren't as capital intensive, that don't need buildings, that need shared spaces, are going to use some of these incubators and things we're talking about. It seems to me like enhancement, you know, whether that's combined with readiness or not, but development, I would go as far as to say that's a priority right now versus the business committed. Now, you know, that may not be for me to say, because I don't understand totally, but I know as a business that's been, you know, I've been in business 10 years and I could never use that. I never needed a building, you know, but if I could have had a great splash pad at the park, that would help me as a business. So I just wanted to add that.
The enhancements, you know, we're sitting on an enhancement that, you know, is funded by multiple agencies, and Gillette in whole has been enhancing this community ever since the 70s and the 80s. It was really the joke of Wyoming. Nobody wanted to be in Gillette, right? He came to Gillette to make money, and it was a rough town, and it wasn't very nice to live in. And you might get the worker to move here, but his wife and family sure didn't want to follow, so then that worker would leave. And, you know, Gillette is really a large city that has taken that on and completely transformed that. So now when I have people come in, their wife doesn't mind coming here and living with them, and their family enjoys it. So this is what can happen, and it's really important to business in hiring and retention and talent. You know, they need nice places. I'm kind of hearing that we're not funding enhancement at a high enough level. Are you saying we can do one big one or two small ones per quarter or per year?
Per quarter.
Per quarter.
That's generally been where the funding has been at about that level. With a maximum of $500,000, we've typically not had $1 million in that category, moving from one quarter to quarter. So
that sounds light to me. Now, of course, the local are doing a lot of this. The local government's doing a lot of this. But, and that's for a different meeting, but we probably should look at, is that enough, or should we go try to find try to find some money to fund that at a higher level and really start enhancing these communities. 'Cause I agree with what's being said. The community enhancement is a big deal. If we're going to attract tourism, if we're going to hire and retain talent, if we're going to make Wyoming towns a great place to move to and stay at, we need to do that. And I'm fine with the proposal. It's the funding that sounds like we're lacking in those areas, and having a business council be a bigger part of it. But it's going to take more funding. And
well, and I've been on this board for a year and a half now, and I think we funded one when I first came on. So although we have the pool in there, we have robbed it every single time and moved it up.
Yeah, and
So
I was probably part of that, doing that, because I'm trying to drive GDP by funding businesses that are going to create GDP, right?
Yes.
This matters too, and as well. So I want to do both. I don't want to take from one to add to the other. I want to do both, which goes to your point of let's reserve some and get serious about this. Sounds like we've kind of scared the local governments off, that they don't even want to try to go after this because they'll never get funded. That's what we've done.
Yes.
And we need to change that.
Okay, Megan had something?
And Sean can probably clarify this better, Jason, to your point. I mean, when the legislature and the governor's office asked us to come up with an allocation plan, a lot of it was in large, I think, presumption and assumption that we were funding projects that would deplete the resources for when a Microsoft came, or we wouldn't have the ability to really go after that big prize. And those of us on the board at the time said, we believe that the senior centers and that the splash pads and the community amenities are just as important as that big prize. And so it was in an effort to balance all of those considerations, we came up with the plan that we did. I would just re-emphasize that it was frustrating this last cycle to try and ask Julie to say, go back to this project and have them reclassify so we would have the funds available, because what was readiness in one community was enhancement in another, and at the end of the day it just made the place better, and it made the community more viable for economic development and job retention and recruitment. And so with that, I think that we're going to be evolving in this balance, and I personally support the combination of the two into readiness and enhancement, and hope that through this conversation the legislature sees that we need more funds because there's so much good work out there to do.
There is.
Yeah, and to tag on to that, Megan, it's funny, our endowed committee got a survey back from a tech company that could, potentially, we're trying to get to move to Wyoming, and they're small. There's like 20, 30 employees. But the survey of the challenges were all cultural. It was not air service. It was not any of those other, it was all cultural things. And those are things that I think, whether it's art installments or whatever, it's things that we forget, I think, sometimes, because we're so, like you said, I'm all for the GDP too. We're all business minded, but those things, when you start to ask those questions and try to recruit a Microsoft, those will come into play too. So thank you for doing that.
I guess I would sort of echo Megan's thoughts. It's unfortunate when a community has to sort of position the enhancement to look like a community readiness in order for it to be in the mix. I think we need to pay attention to that, and I guess I sort of lean towards I'm not sure if combining them is going to actually solve it, the issue. So I would, a little unclear on that, but I do think we don't want to have a system that forces people to sort of game an application in order to meet a different criteria. If it's enhancement, let it be enhancement.
Feels like red tape, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Go ahead.
I think, especially as we look towards the endow recommendations in terms of what industries we're trying to target to grow here, and we think about how Wyoming's economy has grown in the past and where we're most successful, most of our stuff is not most successful in recruiting the Microsofts and those of the world. It's growing strong communities and taking the individuals who have chosen to place themselves here and grow their businesses here. It's that focus that has made Wyoming strong. It's, the LNHs of the world, and most of those, are here. And I think this funding source and the enhancements is what's going to benefit them the most. And we also fall in that category as a company that is not going to use or need a huge building to do what it is that we do in terms of the tech industry. And I think the more we trudge down those paths, not all across the board, but I think you'll see there's a stronger swing to needing less building infrastructure and more community infrastructure. That's going to be the tricks to retaining and growing those companies. So.
Absolutely. And I think you all were in Casper, obviously, when we did the David Street Station, the last piece of that does grow exactly what we want, because that small amount of investment of public funds brought in almost $50 million of private improvements, and now we have attracted quite a few companies, small, but still quite a few companies that come into Casper, and they see downtown and they see Gaslight and they see David Street Station and they see all the restaurants, and it's got life. We've got, Geeks Who Drink trivia night on Wednesdays, and believe it or not, my kids have, my adult children, that aren't children anymore, have friends from Fort Collins that come up for that event. So and that was off of a $500,000 improvement that we did. So
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. A couple other thoughts before I really, one of them is muddying the water a bit maybe, but in addition to those community amenities, it's also that addressing the workforce issue. I mean, we haven't said that word, but that's what enhancement helps with as well, right? I mean, it helps us to attract those people as well as making our communities, because they're making our communities better places to live. And one thought that I had and didn't have a chance to run it by Julie earlier, but an option D, and I think Mike was saying it maybe a little bit too, but if we combine, but we also increase or change the percentages, the allocation a bit too, so that that community development has what option C would have for those two combined. So I apologize if I'm making things too complicated, but just a thought, because I think we are all concerned about the amount that's available as well as the priority. And so if the community development protected it, but then there was also the funding there available by combining the two
percentage-wise
additional percentages.
Which would be 56%, and it would put business committed at 43. So okay, we've all made our comments. Let's talk about. Oh, Kelly.
So I'm going to agree with most everything that's been said, with the caveat that look what we've done as opposed to what we're saying. What was our biggest funding the last year? Weatherby. How much? 12. So we all supported it. We all thought it was a great deal. That was clearly business committed. We sacrificed enhancement in order to do it. Got a lot of press. We agreed that it would bring more business to the state. So have to look at what we're saying versus what we did, or I think what we would do again, weigh those. I don't have a specific opinion about that. I just want to bring a little reality to the discussion. The only thing that I am pretty adamant about is that if we allow communities to, if we increase the enhancement pot and don't have a way to judge the big communities versus the little ones, we will never cease to see enhancement proposals, let's say from Jackson to build another pathway, or from Cheyenne to build another park, or from Casper to build another river project. I mean, those communities are set up to do that. They are good at it, and they'll be one every quarter. And not that those communities don't deserve it. I included my own because that's what they do, and they're good at it. But where is Lingle and where is Hewlett? And those are the ones that I would like to figure out how to protect here. So that's my 2 cents.
2 comments. One to follow up on the last comment you had is I think that the board, and I don't think we should really write it and have a rule around it, but I think we should consider that is, you know, if Gillette comes and gets funding every time, no. You know, you've got funding, let's let somebody else have a turn that applies. And to your other point, there's towns that are a lot better at asking for this funding consistently than others, and if nobody else asks, you want to employ that capital. The other thing I would say is this smells to me like we aren't funded enough. We had a tight time. I did the same thing in my business. We had a tight time. We cut all the budgets to the bone, and we knew we did that. We had to do that. And as soon as we can, we need to put these budgets back to a level that the taxpayers of this state need and want, are asking for. So, you know, that's the point. You can't cut your funding in half and expect to get everything that you need and want. You have to refund it at some point. And let's not forget that piece, and let's not let our taxpayers or the people that are giving this funding forget that. We need to get these back to the level that our taxpayers want them to be at. And then we need to do a good job of divvying that money out. But if you don't have it, then you're going to rob Peter to pay Paul. And frankly, I would say that if you have a choice of business committed, that's where the money's going to go. That's a bird in hand. That's jobs. You'd be amiss as a business council board to not do that. So I agree with you. That is going to happen every time. If we have a lack of funding, it's all going to go to business committed. So that's what happens when you have more demands than you put cash in.
Okay.
I'd move to approve option B.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve option B. Is there any second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Option B as presented is business committed, 45%. Community development would be a new pool that is actually the combination of community readiness and enhancement. It would be funded at 54%, and planning would be funded at 1%, which it currently is. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion approved. Thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you.
Now we are officially done with this.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Great job. A couple notes. The week of August 6th, advisory committees will meet. And the remaining 2 board meetings for 2018 is September 5th and 6th in Cody. Don't forget that's right after Labor Day. And December 5th and 6th in Laramie. And Megan has promised a great big party in Laramie in December.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Co-Chair?
Go ahead, Jerry. I was just going to tell him about your text, but since you're there, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, I just had a note here. I was looking at the calendar, and the airline rendezvous and the 50th anniversary of the Jackson Hole Airport is exactly over the 4th to the 6th when the Cody meeting takes place. Now, I know there's a number of, you've got the Select Air Committee and a number of people who normally come to that, and I know Pete and others have normally come to that rendezvous as well. In addition, because of the 50th, I'm the president, so I've got to be here for the airport board, and we do have a tremendous speaker, and I know it's hard to change these things, but I just wanted to let people know that we do have a pretty significant conflict over here.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. We'll take that under advisement. We'll just have to take a look at, but it really reflects on the SLIB and a whole bunch of things. So Sean?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct, and to further complicate this, when this annual schedule was created, we didn't know about these endowed deadlines, and so this board has a responsibility to adopt the broadband enhancement plan by September 1st, and I think that there might be some other September 1st deadlines in the endow legislation that aren't coming to mind right now. So it might be worth, Amy will hate me to say this, but it might be worth to reevaluate that September meeting and make it earlier.
If you take it too early, if you take it into August, I guarantee you, I know where I am. Because I banked on this date.
So there may be some other options besides we're going to have another meeting soon to talk about the lease and the Business Resource Network contract. We may need to schedule an additional meeting. Maybe we keep the September meeting and then have another one for those things. We'll be in touch to get this figured out.
Got to sit it down, take a look.
Calendar's always a challenge.
Okay, Sean, have you got anything additional information?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, anybody else have anything for the good of the order?
No.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion been made to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Kim. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion has passed. Okay, everybody. Thank you for being here. We are adjourned 40 minutes early.
Where are you going?